Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. And yes, this is a partial reckless stream, so y'all already know the rules. Don't put it in the comments. Don't put it in the comments. Wow. So where should Mr. Z start first? Should we start with, yes, Mr. Z has been keeping up with the Kendrick and Drake beef. Yes, I'm biased. I admit it. Shout out to Angry Man, right? Should I start off with that? Should we start off with how the women reacted to the brothers in the NFL draft? Should we start off with the B Taylor and Princella thing? Where should we start? Right. Um. So as a matter of fact, let's start with the Kendrick and Drake beef because that's the food, the entertainment, the do we want to call it mindless entertainment? It seems like it's a bit bigger than that now, a bit more than that now. Um, so I'm biased towards Kendrick, for Kendrick, so we'll just put that out there now. I'm okay with that. I shout out to Angry Man, shout out to the conservative brethren in the Black Manosphere. Um, word to the wise. Could we stop this objective opinion thing? What is that? Oh, my objective opinion. That's an oxymoron if I ever heard one. I don't even know what that is. What? Right? So it's okay to admit, okay, I'm biased and I'm going to frame everything in a way where the person that I support or the person that I like or the person that I think should win this, I'm going to frame everything like that. And unless the person I'm backing gets stomped in the chest, gets stomped in the throat, overtly, if it's not a in-your-face knockout, not even a technical knockout, a whole knockout, right? If it's not a knockout, I won't acknowledge that my person lost. Can we just admit that some of us are just biased? Like, and like, so, and once again, shout out to Angry Man. Yeah, I saw a bit of Angry Man's stream, and he just, I'll just say, Kendrick lost. Kendrick lost. No, he didn't. Stop, Angry Man, stop. I get it. Light skinned brothers, they need their representation too. I get it. It ain't happening though. I'm sorry to all the light skinned brothers. I'm sorry. I get it. Plus, Angry Man, you don't even fit into the light skin stereotype. You're supposed to be suave. It's the light skin stereotype is supposed to be suave and smooth and a ladies' man and pretty boy. Right? Thank you. Jesus Christ. Shout out to Angry Man. Shout out to Angry Man. But no, Angry Man, no. Drake's not gonna win this. And we pretty much all know it. You could flail your arms all you want, Angry Man. It ain't happening. Angry Man, you looking like the Trump election all over again. It's looking like 2020 all over again, Angry Man. Stop it. Shout out to Angry Man. Angry Man, no, I'm trolling him. I'm messing with him a little bit, kind of, sort of. I mean what I'm saying about the 2020 election and Drake, right? You're reaching, Angry Man. You're reaching. Fantastic Four reaching. Mr. Fantastic reaching. Right? Man. Right? Stop it. Go to sleep then, old nigga. Go to sleep. Right? Angry Man, yes, I was part of the panel that day. I was there. Right? So yeah, no, I think this is a good back and forth battle. Apparently one of Kendrick's kids is not his, maybe. And he gets handsies with his wife, and I don't mean that in a sexual way. That's what Drake said, that's what Drake said. But apparently Drake is hiding a whole nother kid again. I don't know how true that is. I don't know which one of these rappers are lying. I don't know if both of those rumors are true, if both of them are lies. If one of them is a lie and the other one is true, we'll find out eventually, right? Why, Z, are you invested in this beef? First, I'm not really invested that much, but the parts of me that are, it's because I think this is bigger than just hip hop. This is bigger than rap. Shout out to Angry Man, because at least you can see his bias and you know what's framing it, right? So it's about the skin color and the skin tone and light skinned brothers and who's black and who's not, and certain light skinned brothers and definitely mixed brothers not feeling that they're fully embraced the way they should be. Okay, fine. I think another angle that I don't think is being spoken of enough, and it's a holdover from the Meek Mill Drake beef, is I would argue much of the reason why people back Drake, a certain type of demographic back Drake, is the same reason they backed Eminem. It's because that's the one artist that they feel they can walk in the door of hip hop through. It's the one artist that makes music that appeals to them enough. So just like with white folks, they would be like, "Oh, I don't listen to hip hop, but I like Eminem." I look at Drake as popcorn hip hop, poppy hip hop, which once again I continue to say this and I mean it, has its lane. It has its lane, and other rappers engage in that also, right? Drake is just really good at it. Him and his team are really good at it. And I do think that does cause other rappers to be jealous of him. Is it Rick Ross? I would argue maybe not. Kendrick, I would argue maybe not. But other rappers that are big names, probably. Right? Now, I'm saying that some of our suburban cousins, definitely non-black folks, gravitate to Drake because Drake don't say nothing. And he definitely don't say nothing pro-black. He tried to do the All Lives Matter on his disc just now, Family Matters. Is that just Mr. Z? Is Mr. Z the only one that caught the the All Lives Matter framing of Drake's diss? I deal with white women and black women and all women in between. All Lives Matter crap. Was that just me? Right? And then Drake tried to paint Kendrick out as fake pro-black, especially going after Kendrick's relationship with his wife, which is the same angle that many black women engaged in when they found out who Kendrick's wife is, or at least his fiance, years ago, especially after he put out Blacker the Berry, Sweeter the Juice. And once again, Drake referenced that song. Right? He referenced that song. So what I'm saying is, I'm okay with whatever angle people are coming with. Mr. Z is, first of all, y'all gotta remember, Mr. Z is a leftist, number one. Number two, I do think there is a real objectivity. I do think people are capable of being objective when multiple of us can check each other in our opinions. I think groups of people can be objective. I don't think one individual can truly be objective about everything, especially when there's an emotional investment, when there's a reason that I'm backing one person, one thing for a reason, right? And I think we're seeing people's biases when it comes to Drake and Kendrick, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I just want us to admit it and admit what angle we're coming from. So once again, shout out to Angry Man, because he said it kind of, sort of, but not really, and I'm okay with that, right? I want us to be okay with backing Kendrick if you back Kendrick, backing Cole if you back Cole, backing Drake if you back Drake, backing Rick Ross if you. When I like that Rick Ross this, I actually did like it. It's actually funny and interesting to me. But also, I'm from Dade, and I admitted it. I'm gonna ride with my fellow Dade brother, right? Right. I think it's okay to admit these things. Now you just have to defend your position. And if you don't have a defense for your position, just say it's my opinion, and that's what it is for me. Right? So for me, the Drake Kendrick beef is way larger than this. And clearly it's way larger than this because Kendrick is levying some really large bombs on this, from Ozempic to pedo stuff to sex rings to ooh. This is bigger than just, you and your wife, and maybe you put your hands on her one time, or you and your fiance, better yet. And the fact that you may be raising a child that's not, biologically yours. That was Drake's angle, right? And that you're fake pro-black. That was Drake's angle. And that you think you're high and mighty, but really you're just jealous of me and my success. Kendrick angle was, as once again, and tying to other previous discs, you make cookie cutter pop music. That is another one of the entendres of, you make music to pacify them. We already know the pacify part in the that time to underage, but also you make music to kind of just dull people down. You make the poppy stuff. I make music to electrify them. Revolution type talk. I get it, right? I think Kendrick went a little bit more macro in this, and not just the micro only personal attacks. He definitely engaged in personal attacks, but I don't think it was just personal attacks. And when I let y'all up, y'all definitely. And I'm by the way, I'm perfectly okay with disagreement. If anybody want to tag Angry Man so he could come up, definitely right. I'm okay with anyone that disagrees. Shout out to Dre. I heard a little bit of Dre, the brother out of Canada, being on Angry Man's channel and admitting that he's riding with Drake, because fellow Canadian. So shout out to him for like just from Mr. Z, just come out and say it, right? Just come out and say it. So yeah, no, I'm okay with people having their biases. But once you say that you're objective, Mr. Z's gonna hold you to that. Don't come up here saying you're objective and I hear any bias. The second you if you slip up and say I feel, that's your ass. Right? So yeah. So there's that. Let's go on into the Princella and so, as a matter of fact, let's one more thing. Somebody called me out in my comments and said weak take from Mr. Z. And that was my previous stream about the Drake and Kendrick beef. I didn't get it. I should have replied and said like what's weak about it. But anyway, like I admit my biases. My I admit it. I don't understand what the problem is here. Anyway, so let's go into the Princella and B Taylor thing. Once again, so I finished listening to it. Um Exhibit A, everyone. So we already knew this is what it was. The reason why this matters is I want y'all to understand that B Taylor, we know her because she's on YouTube. B Taylor is a journalist. B Taylor could have been behind the scenes working at the Griot. She could have been behind the scenes working at BNC when it was a thing, right? She could have been behind the scenes at 106 in Park when it was a thing way back. She could have been behind the scenes at Hot 97. She could be behind the scenes. And I'm saying like people like B Taylor, right? Behind the scenes at the Breakfast Club, right? Huh. That's what makes B Taylor dangerous. You have this black woman who has issues with black men to the point where a clearly psychologically damaged butch lesbian woman can seduce her, run her through the ringer, and B Taylor wants so bad to give black men the middle finger that she's willing to be seduced by a butch lesbian woman who clearly, like, once again, I gotta emphasize this. Mr. Z does not know B Taylor or Princella, but I could tell you who Princella was from a million miles away. You watched that Breakfast Club, sorry. The breakdown, a woman's perspective, which I don't know what's going on with their channel. I see their videos are no longer up. Somebody, y'all could explain. But yeah. But when she did that interview with the ladies from the breakdown, it was very clear. She continues to pretend like she's not invested in what men got going on, but she is. And she's dirty macking men. She's dirty macking black men in specific. Right? She's dirty macking black men in specific. So the reason why this matters is first you have Yanni in there with her political single ass, right? You have B Taylor in there, who now I guess is bi, right? Who was supposedly straight before, but now she's bi. what does Mr. Z say? Y'all give black men the middle finger. Y'all go try to swirl and divest. For most of you, it's going to fail. And when Mr. Z says most, I don't mean 51% most. I mean like 85, 90% most. You're going to be the experiment for the white dude before he marries his white or Asian wife. They have fun with you when they're young. They have fun with you as the side chick, but they married a white wife, their white Latina wife, and their Asian wife. Because it's called America. But black women forgot that. So you give black men the middle finger, you go be the little experiment for the white dude, for the Latino dude. I'm not even going to mention the Asians, but for a couple of Asian guys, whether that's South Asian or East Asian, when they're done with you and when you realize that you've been over there for like 7, 8, 10 years, 11, 12 years, you don't got the wedding ring yet. When you get tired of being ran through by the non-black guys, shout out to the Nigerian scammer sister, then you come back to the black community and now you have a choice to make. Now you either have to end up with one of the same black men you just gave the middle finger to 15 years ago, 20 years ago, 12 years ago, 10 years ago, or same-sex loving relationship with black women. Y'all give Z 1 second. And y'all go ahead. My bad, y'all. But yeah, you have to end up in the same-sex loving relationship, and it's gonna be with a black woman because of course it is. Huh? And that's what we witnessed with B Taylor. Right? Black women, yes, it is that predictable. Yes, it's formulaic. Yes, it is. Yes. Y'all not I continue to say it. Dear Chrissy, dear Yanni, in particular, Paris don't care she about her money. She do not. Dear black women that's listening to Paris. Oh boy. Y'all listening to Chrissy, you're listening to Yanni. They're not doing the social math. Or, in Chrissy's sake, she knows. By the way, Chrissy knows better. She just resents black men. She resents black men. She resents the black manosphere. Right? And there you go. For someone who has listened to my content, you watch her slap my hand away. Shout out to Edward Anderson. Sign the paperwork. Sign the effing paperwork, Z. Right? You get the B Taylors and the Yannis, everyone. B Taylor is a testament to that, and this does not work, y'all. Dear black women, we all you got. No, for real though. We are though. I mean, asking black women where they think they going. It ain't even really up to black men to tell you the truth. B Taylor is a testament to there is no escape hatch from black men. There is none. Sorry, black women. Unfortunately for you. Huh? So we're watching as Real Talk with Yenny engages in political singleness. We're watching Princella with her political lesbianism. We're watching B Taylor in her whimsical whatever, right? You're watching Chrissy essentially be a divester, although she don't want to own that word. You're watching white man economist chocolate dip XX chromosome Shira 7. I want you to understand these are real people. I know we see them on the internet, we see them on social media. They could be pretending. This could be an act. It's possible, yes. But these are real people. A couple of them, we've seen their real faces. They have real lives in real life. Huh? Imagine Shira 7 teaching women to get the money by all means necessary. In a country where the median household income is $74,000 a year. On a planet where the average yearly income is less than $9,000 a year. It's either average or median. My apologies, I can't remember, but $9,000 a year. Either way, it's low as hell. Huh? You look up the median, you look up the median income state by state in America, and it's 30 some odd thousand pretty much everywhere you go. 36, 39, 35, 33. It's a couple of major cities where people live that make 70 and 80 and whatever that bring that number up. There's a couple of us are making 60 plus, 65, 70, 75, 80, 100, 120, 150, and we're bringing the average income of America up. And in this country, Shira 7 and Chrissy are pretty much trying to teach y'all how to get the bag. Black women. Huh? And Yanni is saying, I want to be a kept woman of leisure. And what's the incentive? Huh? Y'all watching in real time these people. This is the beauty of the internet and social media. It didn't take us 5 decades to get here, y'all. Where y'all want to start the clock? With MySpace? Y'all want to start it with Facebook? Y'all want to start it with Instagram? Or y'all want to start it with YouTube? It barely took us 2 decades to get here. It barely took us 2 decades to show, oh, okay, you tried to give black men the middle finger here. You waged a jihad on us. This is your campaign. These are the things you said all of 5 and 7 and 9 years ago, 8 years ago. These are the things you said, and this is where you are now. Paris, these are the things you said. Oh, you're married to a black man right now. Yenny, these are the things you said. Now you political single and celibate, apparently. Huh? Chrissy, these are the things you said. This is what you were on when you were chilling with Sarge Willie Pete. Then y'all broke apart, and this is this, and look at that, and this is where you are now. Going from one non-black man to another non-black man. Huh? Crystalline Kerosene, you came in talking about how great white men are and black men are nothing but big D and swag. Got tried by the Veganator in everybody's face. Now you and your white husband are divorced. You dating this white dude. He pretty much said the N-word on camera. And so you're supposedly dating black men also now. Uh-oh. And you had to distance yourself from the insane divestors like Cynthia G and their rhetoric. Right? And let me read this one now. And I'm Waffle says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Yanni and B Taylor said F the manosphere during the live. I heard him. I heard it. F the manosphere, if you were listening to us, B Taylor, you wouldn't have gone through what you went through. Ooh. If you would listen to us, Yanni, guess what? You might not be single. You might be with the baller dude that you're looking for. Uh-oh. Oh, I forgot. Y'all too invested in your feelings and your ego, and you're acting like you're far more objective and far more stoic than you actually are, particularly to Yanni. Huh? Y'all spend way too much time being sassy with your one-liners and the exaggerated facial expressions, Yanni. You spend way too much time coming up with clever insults, B. Taylor, than to actually listen to what the Black Manosphere is saying. And that's why y'all are in the position y'all are in. Look at this. We got two successful black women. They making their money however they're making it. One of them has two children from two different dudes. If you were listening to the Black Manosphere, you might not have been in that situation either. Okay, fine. If y'all would have just heeded what the Black Manosphere said, put your feelings to the side for just a second or two, Yanni, maybe you would have been making money on YouTube a different way. Maybe you would have never fell for the Rhoda situation in Brickface and then have to go on an apology tour. Huh? B. Taylor, maybe you would have never got played by Princella. Maybe you would have still been with your former fiance or with another man. Huh? That sound nice. F the manosphere. Yeah, that sound nice. Haha, we'll teach them. We'll stick it to them. Uh-oh. Oh man, wait a minute. No, I see a 50 here, Oppo. And once again, I'm Waffles. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Right. I'm getting. As a matter of fact, let's read that. I'll just. I guess I'm scattering today with the super chats and like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Talking about super chats and let's read this one now. And Oppo says, I think it's important to point out how easily B. Taylor just slid into the supportive, docile, patient position in that carpet munching relationship. Good point. The length she went to protect the Pookie maker hysterical, but when it's a black man, you get none of that. I agree. Right? I agree. Actually, good point, Oppo. So, and she said it. Oppo, good point. She kept on saying it. She was letting Princella slide with a lot of things she would not let a man slide with, a black man slide with. She admitted that. You're actually correct. She did admit that. She allowed Princella to do things she would not allow a black man to do. Everything from physical to seducing to being essentially sexually explicit to the way she kept her apartment to the way she treated her daughter. All these glaring red flags. Once again, and Oppo, it's also to give black men the middle finger. Look, I don't need y'all. I got me a woman who act more like a man than y'all. Well, how did that work out? Huh? And let me pause right here. Good morning to all of y'all. I know y'all don't often hear me respond when y'all say good morning Z, good morning chat. I'll be on the you're on the stream of consciousness. You ain't trying to jump on, but I see when y'all say good morning. Good morning to all of y'all. Right? I'm gonna have y'all up in a minute. Right? And so what we also see here, this is important, is how black women act with non-black men. So that's other women, and that's white men, Latino men, and Asian men. So once again, black women, what y'all are showing is that you're capable of being agreeable. You're capable of not being insufferable. You're capable of not being mean and sassy. You're capable of not being aggressive. You are capable. Huh? You're capable of being kind. You're capable of moving out the way and not challenging the other person in everything they say. You're capable of it. You just don't think that the average black man is deserving of that, right? This is exactly what Opa was saying. But when it's black men, you get none of that. When it's average black men, you get none of that. Huh? So black women are showing that they're capable of these things. They just don't think that black men are deserving of it. It's very interesting. Black women, particularly the ones online, always say these two words: deserving and worthy, deserving and worthy, deserving and worthy, and who's deserving and worthy of whatever. But in actuality, what we're seeing is that they're the ones who don't think that black men are capable of, or excuse me, that black men are deserving of a certain type of behavior and comportment from black women. That black men are not deserving of women that care about their physical appearance enough to not just spend money on lashes and weave, but go to the gym and work out so that you can look good on your man's arm. Black women are saying to you that they are the racist white woman they always wish they would be. They just don't got the money and status. Uh-oh, god damn, Z, you said it. Dear black women, you are the racist white woman you always wish you would be. You just don't got the money and status, and white society is never going to give you that. They'll play along with you for a little while. Ain't that right to the Nigerian scammer sister? Oops. They'll diddle your ego and diddle something else. Pun intended. Huh? They'll help get you off psychologically and in other ways, but actually give you the position next to white women, or even worse yet, knock off white women to give you that pedestal? No. Huh? And we see that time and time and time again. Right? So we'll pause right there for that. Let's address this damn NFL drafting. Once again, the majority of black men that do marry are married to black women. Once again, the majority of black men that earn over $100,000 a year that are married to black women. Not just 51% majority of black men that marry black women, more like 80% ish, right? Something like, was it 79% or some odd of black men that earn over $100,000 a year? You still looking at more than 3/4 of black men that earn over $100,000 a year that are married to black women? Huh. Black women, if you know that these white women, these Latinas, these Asian women are going to go after your successful sons, if you know they're going to go after your successful nephews, if you know that, if you know these white, Latino, and Asian parents who are racist as hell, but make space for a super successful black man, if you know that's a thing, then wait for it, wait for it. Why aren't you raising your daughters to compete? Your daughters has first right of refusal. The black successful boys for the most part are around black girls first. Huh? How are y'all raising these girls? Fine, let's say you are right and you're wrong, but let's say you are right. Way too many successful black men are ending up with non-black women. Let's say you're right. Once again, you're wrong, but let's say you're right. What are you doing with your daughters? I'm not talking, shout out to Gabrielle Union. I'm not talking about socializing, I didn't say raising, manipulating your sons to end up with a black woman no matter what. How did that work, Gabrielle Union? Oops. You socialized that black boy to want to end up with a black girl so much that he became one. Yikes. Shout out to D Wade. Anybody ever wonder why you never hear nothing from the oldest son? Y'all think he co-signed that? I ain't gonna say no more. Anyway, what are you doing with your daughters? I didn't say raising your sons that no matter what, you got to end up with the black women. Ain't that right, Dr. Umar Johnson? I don't care how mean they are. I don't care how insufferable they are. I don't care how overweight they are. I don't care how condescending they are. They're like that because we didn't create Wakanda yet. Only 60 years out of Jim Crow on paper. Huh? What are you doing with your daughters to make them not mean, condescending, snarky a-holes? I'm saying your daughter, your underage daughters are moving and acting like that. I'm not even talking about the ones over 18 yet. God damn, Z. They're kids, so I ain't gonna go all the way in. Pause. Shout out to Drake. Oops. Y'all should have never let me hear that. Right? Huh? And Tony says, Mr. Z, telling black women there's nothing to see here, most of us want you is a gaslight. No, most black men do want black women, even though more and more of us are going to end up without black women. That lets you know how insufferable black women are in America. I'm perfectly okay with telling black women, no, most black men, they want black women. Guess what? That don't mean he won't end up with the Latina, goddamn. Or the white woman, or the Asian woman. It's funny, black women, the way they project. I wanted me a black man. It's so disappointing. I have to be the bust down for Brad because black men just won't become rich white men chocolate dipped. I have no choice. Huh? Meanwhile, when you look at the actual numbers, who's actually marrying out? Uh-oh. Shout out to Dr. Umar Johnson. Shout out to all of the rest of you. Create a better product. Stop pestering the buyer for not buying the horrible product y'all put it on the shelf. Y'all putting mean, condescending, a-hole, entitled brat black women on the shelf. It ain't nobody buying. It'd be one thing if white men were buying. Fine. You could shame black men if white men were buying. You could shame black men if Latino men were buying. If black men were just so blind and they were so colorist and they were so anti-black women that these non-black men were like, you know what? There's something. I don't know what black men got going on, but this is beautiful over here. I'll get it. I'll buy it. Then you would have an argument. That's not what's happening. That's actually not what's happening. If black men were walking past the shelf and said, nah, but white men were like, no, I'll pick it up, then you would maybe have an argument. Latino men were like, no, I'll pick it up. Then you would maybe have an argument. That's not what's happening. First of all, the marriage rate is going down across America for multiple reasons, from economic to social reasons. Depending on which side of the political spectrum you fall in, you only really focus on one. If you're conservative, you only really focus on the social element. If you're liberal, then you really only focus on the economic element when it's both. Huh? The marriage rate is going down across America. And here's the kicker, everyone. Watch this. Watch this. Yes, it's because women are becoming more and more mean, condescending, insufferable, overweight. So what's the point? But you really know how to know why? Because the women and their egos, I didn't just say black women, their egos and their hypergamy has gone so unchecked that it's the women that don't want to marry the men. I'm not saying the men don't want to marry the women. I'm saying, yeah, Yanni said, what's the incentive? She said it out loud. There's a whole lot of women that think like that, even though they still earn less than the men on average. God damn. Lion says Asian men ain't even going for black women. It's not even a thing. I don't even know what black women are talking about. It's not a thing. Shout out to Issa Rae. It's not a thing. It's just not. And once again, Oppo, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Detroit says, seeing Doc Ock was capping for B Taylor from Princella. Right? Oh, caping for B Taylor from Princella. Yes. Absolutely. What do we think? She found her friend. Right? She found her a friend. This is not about race. This is not about gender. When Yanni said this is not, and this is really early on in the conversation, when she said this is not about race and this is not about gender. Oh man, this is not about race. This is not about gender. Literally, B. Taylor was in a situationship with Princella, a black politically lesbian woman, a lesbian black woman who came to this, who wrote a book pretty much sticking the middle finger to all men, specifically black men. You said this is not about race, this is not about gender. When two black women are sitting there taking shots at another black woman, and all three of y'all got the middle finger up to black men, but it's not about race and it's not about gender. What? Right? Half the reason y'all even exist in this space with the rhetoric y'all have is because y'all are jealous of white women. This is not about race. This is not about gender. When literally Princella is giving white women a pass, like there's some like they weren't involved in the slave trade. They weren't involved in Jim Crow. Right? Huh. The hell? It's absolute insanity to say that, but once again, you got to say that because you can't tell the sisterhood, look, we failed at this. We're failing at this. We're attempting to give black men the middle finger, and we're failing. More and more of them are not only just dating out, but marrying out. We talking about it, they being about it. According to the census numbers, Yanni, and to all of you black women, well, and I see these comments. I'm going outside. I see so many black women with white men. I don't know. It's changing. No, it's not. Even the numbers show that. Another word. Okay, fine. Let's say you're right. Fine. For argument's sake, let's say you're right. You're seeing a whole lot of black women, especially younger black women under the age of 30 with white men. Does it matriculate into marriage? Does it turn into marriage? Because if it doesn't, then it doesn't count. That means he had fun with her for 6 months and 9 months and a year and a half. And in the future, when he says the N word, I'm not racist. I dated a black woman once. Huh? Let's say you're right. Whoever that read, and I see it multiple times. That random comment I read, but once again I see this comment multiple times. Black women think they have a choice but to get on black men's program. They're doing everything but get on black men's program, throwing temper tantrums, and all of their little escape hatches are failing. Huh? All of that for your master challenge. All of for those of you that checked out my community tab. All of these weirdo. Who's raising these young Negroes? Don't forget a couple of years ago when the young brother was in the took a picture with the white girl and he's kneeling down. I think he was proposing, and they're in a cotton field and he got the whole get up on. Who's raising these young Negroes? I'm not even ADOS. My son or my daughter will catch these hands. I don't care how old you are. You end up with a non-black person. Yeah, okay, whatever. But you pulling stunts like that, oh, you catching these hands. Who's raising these people? So all these little escape hatches, all these weirdo pictures, taking weirdo pictures with white men, white women, Latinos, Latinas, a couple of Asians. Look at my friend circle or look at my boyfriend. And then we check in with you 5 years later. 10 years later, yikes. Right? What happened to the white boyfriend? Wait, is that a black fiance behind you? What happened? Huh? And I saw that video from Neferkar where they were trolling the Haitian sister who was talking all greasy about black men and how white men are better. Now she's what? I think is she engaged? I think she's married with a kid to a brother. Yes, disappointing from Haitian women, absolutely. Then she said, "I reserve the right to be flip floppy." Essentially, those are not the words she used. These are the people, y'all. Black women in their infinite ego won't admit we go over to white men to show black men we can do it. Look, I don't need you, and they fail at it. Black men, white men pipe and toss, kick them off of Mount Olympus. Then they come limping back to the black community, right? Mr. Z, why you use the word limping? Y'all know why I use the word limping. They take the walk of shame, limping back to the black community, and then to save face, they start. Well, I just was looking for love. No, you went over there on a mission to give black men the middle finger and show black men that you don't need them, nor do you really want them. And you failed at that mission. I am about not letting black women play plausible deniability. No, I opened up my options. I'm just open to love. I'm just trying to find a man that meets my standards. That's their little way of trying to get away from the fact that they go over there to white men, to Latino men. It's not Asian men. Stop it. They go over there looking for a very specific outcome, and they do get. Z, you gonna say it? They do get some come. That's about it. Huh? Then they get kicked off of Mount Olympus, and now she got to save face. Oh, don't you hate to hear it? For those of us that remember way back, we talk about Black Manosphere before it was called the Black Manosphere, Avenue Rants. And for those of us that remember Avenue Rants and Sarge Willie Pete had their back and forth way back when, Avenue Rants had a video up once where he spoke of his younger sister. Avenue Rants was originally from Cali, from LA, and he spoke of his sister, his younger sister, because I think he had moved to the East Coast as an adult, and he remembers his sister running around after Asian boys, after Asian dudes when she was younger, and then he went back to Cali, and I want to say he said his cousins or someone was informing him that now his sister is on some same-sex loving thing, right? For those of us that remember Avenue Rants out, and for those of us that remember the specific video that Mr. Z is referencing, once again, I may not be desirable to you Negroes, to you black men, and nor am I going to try to make myself desirable to you. I'm just going to go end up what they said, don't go where you're tolerated. Go where you're appreciated. Dear black women, you live in America. Where is that place? If it's not with black men, then where is it? Huh? Go, and that's a Crystal and Karazin thing, right? Don't go where you're tolerated. Go where you're appreciated. You live in America. Where is that? Huh? And D. Scott says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. D. Scott says, seduction by scissors, hysterical. Was it called tribbing or something like that? That Princella introduced B Taylor to, and B Taylor was kind of turned on by it. Huh. That's what y'all on? Okay. Right. So there's that going on right now. What else you got for the people, Mr. Z? What else you got for the people? Once again, shout out to Edward Anderson. Ed killed me when he said, sign the effing paperwork, Z. Z, sign the effing paperwork. Z, if I see them back in my classroom, I'm coming to see you. Hey, Ed killed me when he said that. That was funny. Right? Huh. And Biro said tripping, naughty. Yeah. Yep. Right. In Detroit, we'll just read this now. And Detroit says, and thank you for the super chat. What I'm hearing about them was a nightmare. And are you speaking about B Taylor and Princella? So we often see women mock men, especially young men, for like these barely furnished apartments where they have like a crate, and they have the TV on one crate, and they have their gaming console on the floor, and then they have one like foldable chair in front of it so they can watch TV or play video games, and then the bedroom is like like barely two mattresses put together or whatever, right? But yet B Taylor, a successful black woman, 2 children, doing it on her own, apparently financially, outside of whatever money, the 2 baby daddies are giving her. She was willing to bite her tongue. Huh, there's a pun in there somewhere. While being with Princella, and Princella having a pig pen for an apartment. Huh? Meanwhile, black women are mocking, women in general, but black women specifically, are mocking men for their arrangement in their apartments. Look how far black women are willing to go to give black men the middle finger. Huh? Look how far they're willing to go. Y'all taking pictures with white guys. young white men, white boys mocking slavery, mocking Jim Crow. Y'all engaging in same-sex loving relationships with dirty, butch lesbian women. Huh? Look how far y'all willing to go just to show black men you don't need them and you're failing at it. That's what the eviction rates say. Ooh, that's what the wealth numbers say. Once again, single Latina women and single black women have the least amount of wealth in America. So we see a couple of successful black women on YouTube, and everybody start talking like black women got money. Tyler Perry messes up and says, because black women may making more than black men. Factually inaccurate, by the way. And so we start talking like black women really got more money than black men. Absolutely not. Huh? Exactly, Biro. And Biro says, "Look what I got. I got me a Brad, and his skin is fine." Exactly. That's what they're on. That's exactly what they're on. Right? And Lion says, "I'm pretty sure my place is a lot more put together than 90% of these ladies." I'll put money. You're right. AB says, "Let them call call a bear. 1-800-8000. Call a bear." I thought I kept on messing up on that because I thought you were gonna say panda bear because that's what you usually say, but you said call a bear exactly. The reason why y'all see I didn't really cover that man or bear. What would you rather be? Alone in a cage with or whatever it is that these ladies are saying. So that is a serious, and I know there's a couple of women that really mean it, but that is a serious to me way of women trying to spite men. And one of the women just straight up said it, right? Like, if we would rather choose a bear than a man, shouldn't that show men like what we think or how we feel about them? And once I heard that, I was like, okay, yeah, I'm not even going to engage with this conversation. Because quite frankly, when it comes to this, ladies, ooh, Z, are you going to say it? F your feelings. I said it. When you realize that there's a whole lot of feminist women talking a whole lot of crap. Oh, I'll choose to be in a cage with a bear than with a man. What? You don't you even joking about it. You don't realize what you're saying. You don't. I don't think they fully appreciate what the hell a bear is. I would even joke that way. Absolute insanity. Oh, we got you do, and I'll explain to you why. I don't even need the explanation, lady. You don't even know what a bear is. Have you ever seen bears versus wolves? You know what bears are? You ever seen a bear stand on its hind legs? You ever seen a bear roar? Maybe they haven't seen. I remember watching. What was it? A man was being attacked by a polar bear. I want to say it was either a grizzly bear or polar bear. I know it was in a cold area, but I don't remember if it was a polar bear or one of the brown bears or grizzly bears or whatnot. And so he ended up, killing it because he ended up shooting it like multiple times in the face, right? Not with a regular handgun, right? And I think he took a picture afterwards with the bear paw next to his face, right? He like, and you can see like him holding up the bear paw, and you look at this big ass freaking bear paw. There's a white dude next to his face, and you like, if he would have got one swipe in, it was over, right? It was over. And to think this bear paw, which is bigger than this guy's face practically, and you hear women talking about, oh, I'll choose a bear over man. If you don't shut the entire hell up, right? I'm Waffles. Don't be disappointed. I still haven't watched it yet. I'm gonna get to it. I still haven't watched it yet. And I'm Waffles says, what did you think of about Julesie's input on the bear convo? She's smarter than this. For you, I'm Waffles. For you, I will watch it. I'll do a whole separate stream about it. Right? I'll do a whole separate stream about it. But yeah, no, I that's why I didn't really engage with it, and I feel ashamed even talking about it right now. Next, we're just gonna move along, right? And Leon says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And once again, Detroit, thank you for the super chat, right? And Leon says, butch lesbian women that was heterosexual and got played and hated her level of attractiveness, so she flipped the toxicity on black women with bad behavior. Bruh, you know, and once again, is still married on paper. Princella is still married to her husband. Now they're separated, obviously, but she is still on paper married. Last time I checked. As a matter of fact, not even last time I checked. B Taylor said it. So that was what, this week, and there you go. Right? Good point. In Low Key Darkness says the man versus bear thing is a get back troll for the drizzle troll. Yeah, it's not even. I don't even see a point in. I don't even see a point in engaging in that. Just shut. Like for me, it's like okay. Now we're in silly land. Forget the drizzle troll. Just showed women what they sound like. This bear thing, like we could really put you in the cage with a bear, and you could tell me how that work out for you. I would rather be in the water. I would rather be in a shark tank than a pool with a man. That's essentially what they're saying. Right? But yeah, Leah, look. Apparently she's still married to her husband. And this is just a woman that are the women just okay? I'm not lesbian, but like I think she's saying a couple of good things. I like what she's saying. I agree with her on this and this and that. Right? It's what Princella did. The exposure of Princella, and to be frank with you, B Taylor. And expose B Taylor and other black women like her to see how fickle they are. Ma'am, if you're straight, you're straight. If you are straight, you are straight. And then let's say you were super naive. The second Princella would have tried to hug up on you on any type of romantic thing, it would have been fist and feet. So you were on the fence before. Huh? You wonder why you're not married. Okay, fine. You said you called it off. All right, cool. And you let a resentful, angry, bitter black woman who admitted to you that she wants half the population gone, and that if something was to pop off in America or around the world, she would take her and her daughter out. You let that mentally deranged woman seduce you because I was vulnerable. Right? Huh. This is the same excuse they use to cheat, black men. You weren't spending enough time with me, and so he caught me when I was vulnerable. Shout out to the brother for all of us that ever watched that video when a sister pulls up in her Jeep and she's knocking on the door and she's trying to get the brother's attention in front of his house, and he comes out and she does all the talking and crying and wailing and flailing, and it was only one time, and you're gonna throw away, how many years was it, 7, 8 years, and you're gonna throw that away? And he was quiet as hell. He said like 1 or 2 words and he went back in the house on her ass. Yes, ladies. But what about when men cheat? And ooh, damn, Z, you said that. It's a double standard. I said it. Damn, Z, you said I said it. I meant it. Don't mind me though. That could be the Interhaitian to me. I mean it though. It's not fair. So you're saying men can cheat? Do I gotta say it twice? Y'all think Mr. Z is playing? I done said that to my mom, to my actual mom. Right? Lion said, I'll say it too, and Compassionate said, I said it. Right? Now, is Mr. Z advocating for men to cheat? No. But ladies, y'all, shout out to Tariq. He said that one time on the Breakfast Club when they brought up cheating. I remember he did an interview, and he pretty much said to the ladies, you gotta weigh this. If your man cheating, you decide to leave. You gotta. Are you sure? Are you sure about that? Low key, y'all know Tariq was talking to his wife, right? But y'all get to leave when we cheat? Yes. What? Call it double standard, ma'am. Grow up. That's not fair. Oh boy, black women in this fairness thing. You know what's not fair? A society that puts the thumb on the scales for black women because it doesn't fear black women. That's not fair. Right? A society that tells you to get your college degree and get into 20 and 40 and 60 and 80 and 100 plus $1,000 in student loan debt. And then you get into your career and you realize, ooh, it's kind of not worth it, but I can't tell that to black men. So I'm going to try to trick them into being the paymaster for the rest of my life by trying to shame them on what a man needs to be and what a man needs to do, comparing them to white men. You know what's not fair? You know what's not fair? Putting all those stressors on men, black men in specific, so that they can die early and you can collect that life insurance money. You want to talk about what's not fair? Huh? You want to talk about what's not fair? You want to talk about what's not fair? You want to know what's not fair? Black women weaponizing intersectionality, not against white racist society, not against white racists or just racist Latinos or Asians. No, weaponizing intersectionality against black men, straight black men to be specific. You want to talk about what's not fair? Huh? Well, it's not fair. Y'all get to cheat and we don't get to cheat. You want to switch roles? You want to be out of here by 65 years old? By 60 years old? Black women, do you want to deal with black women? Goddamn, Z. I think B Taylor has an answer for that. Right? I think the DV rate amongst black same-sex loving women has an answer for that. Black women, you want to switch roles? Do you want to, black women, do you want to know what it's like to date black women? To be married to a black woman? Huh? All that talk. It's not fair. Right? And once again, Leon, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Right? Huh. Absolute insanity. It's not fair. Yawn. Right? And Leon says, and this is a good point too, Z still married to her husband, and black women was still willing to deal with a married person. Wait, it's true that This is normal for black women to deal in relationships with married people? Absolutely, because they don't want the weight of actually being married and having to play a role. Black women are allergic to playing a role, even when it comes to white men, but most particularly when it comes to black men. They are allergic. This is why they're trying to run from anything with rules and regulations. They run. Don't want to be married, rules and regulations. Don't want to be in the Christian church, which Mr. Z has a problem with his own right. Rules and regulations, things I can't do. Can we manipulate that? Can we get the pastor to not talk about that? No? Okay, I'm not there no more. Too many rules and regulations. Even when they go do their whole voodoo and okomi and all these other things, once they have rules and regulations and you have to have licenses, oh, see, the problem is, huh? Engaging in same-sex loving relationships, not a buy, because once again, even there, rules and regulations. Y'all realize we talking about the same demographic that's driving around here with no car insurance, like left and right. You want to know why we call it Ultima Energy and why their Ultimas in just about any car they have is broken and tattered and the back bumper is flailing in the wind? Because they're doing hit and runs because they can't afford the car insurance. You know, the state's rules and regulations. Huh? That's why you saw the clip of the black women speaking about being likable. You know, not being called. And I do believe that white race society will call a black person, even a black woman, argumentative and angry for no reason. That's true, black women. Yes, it is. I'll give you that. Yes, it's true. And guess what? Some of it is true that you are angry, mean, condescending, rude, and generally a hole. That part. Spain man, hysterical. And Spain man says, them Nissan Hellcats. I said, yeah. You see the Ultimas on the expressway, you wonder, how the hell is this thing keeping up with me? How is it driving like this? Right? So, yeah, of course B. Taylor was engaging with a married woman because rules and regulations. What's that? Rules and regulations? Where? Not me. This is why I keep on harping on about negative liberty over and over and over. No restraint, coercion, right? And Leon says, "No, Z, you missed the point. The person is still married, and the single person, W, still engages in an open, well aware adultery. Stop acting like they don't know she is married. She is they're open to it. No, that's what I'm saying. Right? That's what I'm saying. When they get caught, they'll act like they don't. I didn't know she was married. I didn't know he was married. Yawn. And Vincent says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Vincent says, women thrive on favoritism, myopia, and hashtag, what's that? What I said? What red flags, man? B. Taylor admits that she just was overlooking red flags. Flags, excuse me. She admits that she was overlooking red flags and that she was allowing Princella to get away with things, right? That she would never allow a man to get away with. She admitted it. Where's that BGS? I just saw BGS comment here a minute ago. Where did he say Princella's a man or something like that? I saw it. I saw it. I was gonna highlight it, and now it's gone. Okay, it's gone. It's up there somewhere. It's up there somewhere, right? Oh, there we go. Princella is a dude. There it goes. Right. But yeah, Vince. No, the favoritism and being myopic, absolutely. Right. Absolutely. This app, we watched this fail spectacularly. And B Taylor couldn't hold it close to chest because of how hurt she apparently is from this. That's the mainly the only reason we know. Regardless, it still failed spectacularly, right? Huh. And DeVito says black women keep taking L's, and they're taking L's because they want to take the L's. And once again, Vince, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. They're taking L's because they want to take the L's because the L's are associated with them trying to give black men the middle finger. Dear black women, you're taking L's because you're attempting to give black men the middle finger. Anything not to get on black men's program. Anything to maintain this matriarchy if you're trying to be kind, gynocracy if you're trying to be accurate. Anything to maintain this thing. Anything to be a white woman. And y'all are en masse, y'all are failing at it. And you're going to continue to fail. Right? You are failing at it in front of our face. And now what? Huh? And now what? All these little escape hatches failing. Right? Failing at it. So we're watching, and I gotta watch this. There's a video that I'm gonna cover maybe in a little bit. Speaking about the rise of kicked out of my own stream. Of course I was, and we're back. We're back. So I was saying that there is a video that I will be covering in a little bit. Speaking about the rise of happily single women. Okay, happily single, but engaging in fisticuffs online with men, black men specifically. But you're happily single. Happily single, but you're the side chick to a married man or married woman, but happily single, right? Happily single, but you're writing think pieces about how you're happily single. Happily single, shout out to Dr. Chris Marsh, right? Happily single, but you're saying stop asking single women why they're single, ask married folks why they're married. But you're happily single. Okay, yeah, that's it. The rise of happily single women. Happily single, but after you use that rose toy, you drop a tear. Right? Raz, boy, you couldn't be more right. And Raz says, when it's men, it's loneliness epidemic. You know, um, Doctor, is it George Galloway? What is his first name? Scott Galloway. It's Scott Galloway. It's Scott Galloway. George Galloway is the British PM, right? Um, or MP, the former British MP. Yeah. Um, Scott Galloway speaks about we are producing far too many. And Vince, once again, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Um, we are producing way too many of the most dangerous people in society, and that single, lonely, men, young men in particular. And Scott Galloway speaks about this over and over and over again, right? And I wonder what anybody has to say about, because no one speaks about the dangers of single women. Like, what do so single women just? Oh no, we're good. Men are just a burden, and we're happy. We're single. I'm so sick of our society taking women at face value when they talk all this crap. Oh no, we're good single. I'm perfectly okay single. Ma'am, I just saw you have a really bad attitude with every customer that walk up to you at your grocery store. I just watched you snap on every person that walked up to you in the return line. I just watched you have an attitude with every person that walked up to you at the bank. I just watched you have an attitude with everyone that you work with. If you're a single mom, I just watch you snap. You just spank your kids for no reason, ma'am. Huh? But that poses no issue in our society, right? Ma'am, you just got into a street fight as a 30-something-year-old with another woman. But that don't mean anything, right? That could not have anything to do with the fact that she's just a bitter, angry, single woman. Nope. Right? Y'all hear Yanni talking, that has nothing to do with the fact that she's single. Single and lonely, huh? Nope. Name them. Inky. Inky was on my channel a couple weeks ago trying to troll me. That has nothing to do with the fact that she's single and lonely, huh? Jess, who was on BGS channel, my channel, I think she might have been on Charles' channel. She was on Toya's channel and she finally broke. And she finally said she's stressed the hell out. Her job is driving her crazy. That had nothing to do with the fact that she's, once again, single, lonely. And apparently at the time, I think she got a new job. Stressed out from work. No, that had nothing to do with that, right? So our society is going to keep on talking about the dangers of single men, single women, broken-hearted women, mean, condescending women, excuse me, harming their children. We have nothing to say about that. Increasingly harming men. We have nothing to say about that. Right? Being a financial drain on society because they're insufferable, so they're not married. So the taxpayer got to pick up the tab on the back end. Oh, there's a pun in there. Oh, AB says she came to my channel too. Right? Huh. And Jake says, don't forget just the mess. What you mean, just hilarious? Spade Man cites Kendrick and says, no, nothing about that. Raising him to be have he said rules, principles, nothing about that. We'll get into it. We'll get into it in a minute. Right? And Buckeye fan says, everyone that clowns J. Cole, needs to apologize to him immediately. Shout out to T.I. Immediately. Expeditiously. Right? Oh, just the Nigerian scammer. Okay, yeah. Yep. Right. J. Cole, but J. Cole said it, this thing is going to get ugly. It's going to get ugly, and it got ugly. If Drake is to be believed, Kendrick, we understand, we have our own view of these things in the Black manosphere, but Kendrick, put his paws on his wife, or his fiance, better yet, and one of the kids is not his, which would explain maybe why he put the paws on the fiance, but and why she's still just a fiance and not a wife, if Drake is to be believed. And if Kendrick is to be believed, Drake is a whole pill popping, right? For those of us that from South Florida that live by an animal, pill popping animal. And when the song "Lit by an Animal," he's not talking about his lips. He's talking about a woman's lips. And he's not talking about the lips on her face. He's talking about the other lips. Mr. Z, how damn overt do you got to be? I'm just saying. For those of you that don't know what song I'm referencing, it was just it was a bop down here in South Florida. I don't know who else was listening to it around the country. Right? But apparently Drake is popping pills, and Drake is tied in with maybe some underage trafficking or whatever type of trafficking, right? Huh. So J. Cole said, I want no parts of that. Because think if you are a rich, famous man, you got vagina being thrown at you all day, every day. You have all these things happening around you, right? We're gonna say Cole never stepped out. Cole probably got skeletons in his closet too. He don't need Kendrick pulling the skeletons out the closet. He don't need Ross and them pulling the skeletons out the closet. And like I said to y'all before, Cole don't want to be called a white boy. Cole's like, oh no, I chose my side, right? And last thing I need is to team up with Drake, and then both of us mixed brothers is being called white boys. No, I'm straight, right? I don't want to be called white boy. I don't need people making fun of my mom, bringing my family into this, right? I'm opposite said, oh damn, so they beefing. No, this is the I told you, Kendrick does not like Drake's face. You ever seen somebody who just, I don't know what it is. I don't like your face. I just met you, but there's something, you got a punchable face. Right? I just met you, but there's wait a minute. I don't like the way you smell. I'd shout out to DMX, rest in peace, right? I hate the way that you walk. I hate the way that you talk. Right? Like Kendrick said, I think I said that to y'all before. I think Kendrick really means it. That wasn't just bars. That wasn't just lines. That wasn't just lyrics. He means it. I think more and more Drake doesn't take to Kendrick either, but he think Kendrick is a fake pro-black, fake revolutionary hypocrite. I think that's Drake's angle. You fake pro-black, you fake revolutionary, you're a hypocrite, and you're really just jealous of me. It ain't that deep. It ain't that serious. You're just jealous. Right? But for Kendrick, it's really like, why are people like you even in the game? Why are you here? You're just an actor. You're acting like you're a rapper. And you're being backed by weirdos, lames, losers, and small hat money. Right? So yeah, no, I think J. Cole was like, and I think J. Cole put out that diss, and then he put his finger to the wind, and he was like, oh no, nope. Let's retract that. And I take that back, take it back. Right? J. Cole was like, oh hell no, I want no parts of it. Nope. Y'all not gonna tell my wife about my side chick. Right? Y'all ain't gonna tell my wife. I don't need y'all knowing about none of this. I'm not gonna be called no type of white boy, hipster white boy rap, right? Huh? You see what I'm saying? And from Africa I came says they done found Drake's secret daughter. Apparently, oh, did they? Oh, because okay. So for those of you that didn't hear the song, yes, it's Pusha T 2.0. Pretty much, Kendrick accuses Drake of hiding on an 11-year-old daughter. And so Kendrick's most recent diss, which he dropped like right on top of Drake. Drake dropped his diss, and I think within minutes, Kendrick dropped his diss, and Kendrick's title for his diss was a response to Drake's title of his diss. So Drake's title is called Family Matters. Kendrick's title is called Meet the Grams. So yes, family matters. Okay, let's meet the Grams. And so Kendrick just accused Drake of hiding an 11-year-old daughter. And so meet the Grams. Kendrick speaks to each one of Drake's family members. He first addresses the son, then he addresses Drake's mom, then he addresses Drake's father, then he addresses this secret daughter that no one knew about. Then he addresses Drake, right? He also speaks to LeBron and Steph Curry and tells them to stay the hell away. Yeah. So yeah, no, they're really beefing. No, it's a real thing, right? It's a real thing. Listen, Mr. Canada, maple syrup. We're gonna have you up in a minute. You'll be able to say what you need to say, right? Right. And once again, Buckeye fan, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Right. But what I will say I respect about Andre is that Dre just pretty much says, like, I'm from Canada, Drake's from Canada, I'm riding with Drake. Like, I gotta give you respect for that. Just owning where you are with it. I'm back in Kendrick. I own it. I'm not gonna do the whole my objective opinion, whatever that means. Shout out to Angry Man. Whatever that what? I'm gonna be objective. And shout out! Look! Let me say this also. This is what I forgot to say earlier. To all the conservative brethren, please stop this weirdo thing y'all doing. That when a brother disagrees with y'all want to say that's because you was raised by a single mom. What? Right? That's because the black community is mom-led, and because of that, we don't know how to be objective, even as men. Because anybody that has an objective mind would agree with me and my opinion on this. What? Right? Could we stop that, please? Boy, the conservative brethren would be the first ones to tell you that you say that because you was raised by a single mom. What? Right? You don't know how to be objective. Being objective is not a real thing for individuals. We suck at it. Right? Especially when we're invested in the outcome. Right? Better uses Kendrick disc was delivered by Amazon Prime, same day delivery. Nah, that was more like Instacart. It wasn't even same day. That was within, what was it, like 30 minutes or less? That's Instacart. That's hot ready-made pizza. That's a pizzeria down the block from you. You order your food and the pizza is at your door in like 15 minutes. Right? Yeah. But for me, it's good sparring, hip hop sparring, but I also think that this is larger than just Kendrick and Drake, right? And why those of us that back one person or over the other, why we do, right? Particularly when you have, because I really mean what I'm saying. What has Drake said at all controversial or any inspiring over 15 years of hip hop? And I'm saying that to say it's more than just Drake. I think some of the supporters of Drake, outside of Angry Man, and he's very clear on why he supports Drake, or Dre, and why he supports Drake. I'm saying that for many of the supporters of Drake, they support him exactly because he hasn't said anything. He's not offensive. And in America, as a black person, I know we call him white boy today, but as a black person, that's a problem. Oh yeah, I said it. Huh? And Detro says, I've never really followed any rap beefs. There's some really good lyricism, double and triple entendres. Now Kendrick's doing the quadruple entendres because he was challenged. He was challenged too. Yeah, no, there's some really good rhyme schemes and different beefs. You could go back to the from LL and Cannabis. You can go like no Vaseline. There's so much ether, which it depends on who you speak to, the different ages, different generations, on who we think had the best rap beef response in hip hop history. So that's just people's different opinion. Um, but no, there's some really good stuff. T.I. Ludacris. Um, no, there's some really good stuff. There's some really good stuff. Right. And it's just the sparring, right? And to see how quick you are. For me, it's a test to see how quick I am on catching the references, um, the wordplay, the double entendres, now triple entendres, maybe even quadruple. Goddamn, right? So yeah, so yeah, no, there's some good stuff there, right? And Detroit says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Does what animal is that there? Does tigers? Oh, tigers. Does tigers for women sound right or not? Um, maybe. Ooh, I know. Let's put women in a tiger suit and then put them in a cage with other tigers and see how that works. Right? Man. So yeah. And Spain Man says FD said K Dot isn't a lyricist. I'm like shit. I would like to see who he think is a lyricist then. Man. I'll actually give you this too. And Mike Rizzi says, "Damn, Kendrick evil for the Epstein allegations. LOL. Euphoria had better bars. I would agree, but I don't think that Meet the Grams is really supposed to be like a barred up song, right? I will say that. I will say that. Dre said to Mike Rizzi, Euphoria made me feel like cleaning and doing laundry. Dre said he couldn't pop after that. Ah! He said, I can't pop ass to I can't pop ass to that. Euphoria. Don't worry, I'm gonna let y'all up so I can get y'all jokes in. I'm gonna let y'all up so I can get y'all jokes in. Dre, you made it too easy. I had to do it. I had to do it. Too easy. Right? Oh, I didn't even read this until now. He says, don't backpedal now, Zion. Not I. I would like to know what this is about. Oh, he says stand on Meet the Grams. I like Meet the Grams. It wasn't a barred up song though. It wasn't about being barred up, right? And Detroit says FD likes Little Uzi Vert. Then yawn. And Afro National says, and thank you for the super chat. Modern black women took to heart when Mystical said, "If you ever see me fight a grizzly, help the bear." Yeah, he did say that, right? He did say that. Which one was that? That was on. That wasn't on. Huh. Wait. It wasn't on Here I Go, was it? Or was it on The Man Right Here? Was it on Here I Go? Or was it The Man Right Here? I can't remember. I can't remember. I know it was one of those two. It was one of those two songs, but I just can't remember which one it was. Right. And shout out to Afro National. He said on a freestyle. He said on one of those songs also. It wasn't just a freestyle. He said that on one of. It was either Man Right Here or Here I Go. He said on one of those. Right. From Africa, I came some mystical going to prison anyway. Right, man. Spaceman says FD said K Dot is a better writer than lyricist. I guess he's coming from a hip hop purist standpoint. I could see him being a hip hop purist with like certain caveats. Um, he didn't trash him at all. See, there we go. So I don't want to misrepresent him. Okay, okay, okay. I'll watch it later. I'll watch what he had to say. Right, mystical. Arguably the most talented person out of No Limit. Not even arguably the most talented person. I don't think Mia X gets her props too, but yeah, but he had certain proclivities and different things, and he kept on getting caught up, and of course, right? Yeah, man. So let's do this. About to put the link in the comments. Y'all give me 1 second. Didn't realize I went on so long. All right, there we go. All right, comments in well, I said comment. Link is in the comments, y'all. Links are in the comments. Good point. K. Dot said Drake hates women. What kind of SB bars is that? Is it SB? He said hates black women, or did he? Because I remember him specifically saying black women, right? And I could definitely see Drake as being a person like white men. Actually, funny enough, who has sex with black women, just refuses to be seen in public with them and whatnot, right? And like and doesn't like make it official. I could definitely see that being a thing. So yeah, Dre, I gotta give you that. Like that would definitely be. It is SBE, but what's going on, AB? It is SBE, Dre, but I probably would still say that. I ain't gonna lie to you. If I was beefing with Drake and I knew I had like the scoop on him on something like that, I might say that. I might say that. I ain't gonna lie to you.
So you're talking about carpet munch on carpet munch crime, huh?
Look, man, it's huh. Princella and the and B Taylor situation.
Actually, I take that back. That's not totally accurate. It would be
Mm-hmm.
totally accurate. Baby mamas from hell that are carpet munchers on crime. Baby mama on baby mama
Baby
crime.
mamas unite. Man, look, let me say that the thing with B Taylor is, if you're straight, then you're straight. How do you allow for a mentally gone woman to seduce you? You could speak about being vulnerable, and you could speak about the fact that you were celibate. Supposedly, you were celibate for a year. Fine, cool. But you let okay, fine. Yanni was sitting right next to you, and she said, "No, I'm strictly dickly." Yanni said she's strictly dickly. She's been celibate supposedly for some 3 years now. Now,
What's
if
that?
she's to be believed, why is she still not dealing with women, but you have?
No, what's that two-letter word BGS like to say all the time? What's that two-letter word? Oh yeah, bullshit.
Bullshit. I'm just saying.
Bullshit.
So either you were always open to that, or there is no or. You had to be always open to that. You just
Yeah.
never got checked in a particular way by a woman, right? You just never got approached by a woman in that way. And maybe you were not on the internet the way you are now on social media, finding little ways to give black men the middle finger. And so Princella, with her rhetoric, you fell for it. And well,
I never took with Valdez. I never took Princella seriously, really,
mm-hmm.
because when you listen to her, I'm like, this is not an intelligent woman.
she
Where's Nicole? I know she's busy, but where's Nicole when I need her? If I want to go talk to somebody intelligent woman, I can go talk to Nicole.
the thing with she she speaks as a brother out of the Nation of Islam. She speaks as if she has some real authority and that she
Yeah,
really
because
knows what she's saying. But when you
mhm.
peel, bro, once you peel back the layers just a little bit, once you trigger her, you realize how emotional she is and how much of her rhetoric is coming from a get black men back place, get men back, get black men specifically back place, right? And all she does is use whatever information she has, whatever knowledge she has, to justify the get black men back, right?
Yeah, I don't know where they. I don't know they. I haven't seen him recently, but shout out to Sister George. I just saw the look on her face when she was talking. She's like, she said, "They're like, really, bitch." I'm like, oh
Yep,
shit. Oh,
yep,
okay.
yep, yep.
Wow.
What's going on, bro?
Oh, what's going on?
What's going on, Ben? No, I just put on solo because I haven't had you up here before, so I just wanted to make sure you know.
Oh yeah, you
Um,
got to check them in
Okay,
trolls.
good.
mm, yep, 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 yep,
Why,
yep.
why
Gotta
is it
keep
every
people
time
up.
I join one of those panels, man, people always think I'm in trouble?
No, we don't know how. I've never had you up before, so I don't know. But yeah. So no, the Princella thing. Look, Princella and what's her name? B Taylor. I followed it because of what B Taylor was saying that I think pertains to why these women act the way they do. I said it and I meant it. I do not care about the cat fight. What we
No,
do here is show that what the Black Manosphere projects, what we say, how we think this is going to go down is exactly what happens. We also say it to say these are the people that we occupy a quote unquote community with. These are the people, right? I also say to say B. Taylor is the type of black woman behind the scenes moving and shaking with politicians. As she said, she introduced Princella to some important people
oh
so
Lord.
that Princella could pimp her book. Talking about pimping. So that's why I bring these things up. It's to say, look at what she was willing to do and go through with someone who's not a black man. And by her own admission, overlook all type of signs and red flags that were practically punching her in the face. Right?
I
You
couldn't
know
agree.
who I,
Practically punching her in the face.
you know who I feel for right now.
Huh.
Honestly, straight up though. You know who I really feel for right now. Their children. Their children are
Yeah,
going to be if their peers hear what their mamas were talking about, their children are going to be fucked up when they grow up.
absolutely. 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 That's what I mean.
Especially
I think that's
Princella,
where we are
and
right now.
I'm not trying to talk about anybody's kid or nothing, but especially Princella's
Mhm.
daughter. Because if you look at some of her videos, it's always in the
Yeah.
background, and
Yeah.
okay, all that negative vitriol, all that hateful energy. You think that's not going to get transferred?
Hmm.
See, the Princella and B Taylor situation, it's like the perfect irony. That's what I call it, man.
Why do you call it that? Go into that.
Because think about it. I mean, even we all could see who Princella was, the way she speaks and stuff like that, her lies, if you watch a little tidbit of it. And
Hmm.
then see how B Taylor was on the Lafitte Network, how she
Yes.
treated most men and stuff like that. How she was like very combative. Every platform she went on, she revealed who she was.
Yes.
And then for her to go to the last person she should have even given a chance to be gotten with is Princella. And that's who she went with. The person
But I
you yeah, go ahead.
no finish that. Finish that. No, finish that. Finish that.
The person who's like the antithesis of basically everything that basically it's like the perfect example of what the combination of everything we've been saying for years is
Hmm.
about how women are in the so-called gender war we're having right now.
It's true. I think what makes B Taylor and Princella's situation something to kind of comment on is these are two women who have given black men the middle finger, who have insulted black men, who have like really insulted black men to the point where B Taylor, and I want to kind of make this clear and stress this. So many of y'all are on the road to Cynthia G and Princella Land to Lexus Exodus land, you just don't realize it. You're on that conveyor belt to where they are, right? It's when B Taylor actually gets into a situation with Princella that she realized, oh crap, she wants to damn there get rid of. She on some Thanos thing. She want to get rid of the damn half the damn population. Yes, that's who you're aligning with. That's who you decided to let be a munch on you, essentially. Yes, and that speaks to your agenda and where it eventually leads. Dear Black women, this is some Combahee River Collective type crap. Like, whether y'all realize it or not, a lot of Black women are political lesbians that just like to get D. And I don't think they fully appreciate you're using the same type of rhetoric as Princella. You just don't find women physically appealing enough. That Yenny, you, Chrissy, you, right? Paris, you. Y'all literally are using the same type of rhetoric, same type of language as Princella. You just don't find women that physically appealing. Right? So,
you know what's hilarious? I'm kind of starting to agree with you and when you say I not when Ed's a date out or date women.
Mm-hmm.
I was comedian made that joke because like I've never heard a man said, "Oh, if I'm tired of women doing this, women doing that." You know what? Effort, ain't a man. That never happens. But in their situation, it's like they get mad at men for whatever reason, people whether it's our fault or not, and then they go out and date women, and half the time, if not more, it's just to realize wherever you go, there you are.
Thank you. I really do think that it's that, and the reason why, at least I say, Ed has his own reason, and much of it I agree with too. The reason why I say date out or date same sex is exactly for what you said. There, everywhere you go, there you are. Until we have Black women really come to terms with the way they are responding to a toxic environment is within itself toxic, within itself is problematic. We're gonna have them continue to use Black men as the scapegoat for their own bad behavior. And maybe if you're in a same-sex loving situation that fails, another one that fails, you're gonna try to end up with the white or Latino dude and it fails. Maybe then you realize it's you. And if you don't, well, guess what? Black men still don't gotta worry about you because you're not with one of us, right? We'll have to worry about your rhetoric and the way you speak, but outside of that, we won't have to worry about you so much, right?
They have nowhere else to go. Let me shut up.
Right, and let me let Better You go because he's coming in and out, and I just want him to speak so that he could get whatever he has to say before he gets kicked out again. What's going on, Better You?
Nothing much. How y'all doing, brothers?
What's going on with you? What's going on? Let me read this real quick. I've read this already, but once again, thank you for the super chat, Afro National. Thank you for the super chat. All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Better You.
I'm not sure.
Oh damn, you're breaking up. You're breaking up a little bit.
I think it's really
man.
Oh dang.
Yeah, you might have to come back when you're in a better place because you breaking up real bad. Yeah, let me see if wait, try to say something. Let me see if I can hear you. Oh no, I cannot hear you. Yeah. Am I the only one? Can y'all hear him better or is it me?
I can't hear him.
He's barking pretty bad.
Yeah, you're barking really bad, Better You. Okay, you might have to drop off and come back because maybe give it another 10 minutes or whatever because I think you're on the road. I think I can hear the background noise. So yeah. Cannot hear you. All right. Let's switch subjects for a second. But I'll let when Better You comes back, we'll go back to it. But or when he gets into a clear spot. But go ahead.
In the interim, I wasn't coming here as a troll, but I was going to come here with beef. Not 5-4 versus real 5 beef.
Man, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. But first, we gotta handle the snow walkers from Canada. But go ahead.
What save you though? I'm a lip-biting animal.
Live by it. They don't know about that song. They don't know about that. That was definitely a bop in South Florida, right? Let's let the snow walker make his case. Go ahead. My maple syrup drinking brother. Go ahead.
Okay, Drake is up 3-1. Y'all don't want to give it to him. Don't want to give it to him.
Go ahead. You said Drake.
Yeah, I said Drake.
The Canadian
Yeah.
corny dude
Yeah.
is up
And
3-1.
like I said, I'm not biased. I like 616 in LA. Like it was a lot better than Euphoria. Like the flow was there, the beat was better. It's like how he came on Euphoria. Like he kind of doubled down on that same like fucking slow beat, which is fine.
Yeah.
It's just his flow just was trash in the intro.
Here's the thing. Do you get
okay.
why he used that? Do you know why he used that beat?
For 16 or Euphoria?
Oh, for 616. Was it 16? No. Euphoria. Because apparently Drake's uncle used to play for what's his name? Yep. I don't know how true that is, but kid, and even with 616, the multiple meanings. So like, I think the thing with Kendrick and Drake's beef, I think Kendrick is definitely still trying to keep it hip hop, especially with 616 in Euphoria. So when he was challenged to do the quadruple entendres, he did it, right? So like, yeah, I think I definitely don't want some of the things that Kendrick is saying to get missed. I think a lot of it will be because he just packed so much of the songs with like this extra stuff. But yeah, go ahead, Drake. Go ahead.
Yeah, because like I was over with Angry Man yesterday. He had a panel going. We were talking about it, and like he's basically like, because all these people are talking about, well, Kendrick had all these like secret meanings in his track, and he's like, bruh, like I shouldn't need a fucking decoder ring to figure out what he's trying to say. Like his Drake shit was more straight to the point. And then like you got Kendrick over there talking about, secret kids, like on that push angle. Talking about secret kids. Talking about he hates black women and shit. It's like, what?
I will say this. I don't think Drake likes women, period. I don't mean that in a sexual way. I don't mean like he doesn't like to have sex with women or whatever. I think Drake is who I always think he was, even when I was rocking with him. I think Drake is an insecure, mixed light-skinned brother that is like kind of corny. And I think the women, when they get around him, when they get over the money and the fame thing, even they're like, wait a minute, use a goofy. Use a goofy with money. Go ahead.
Like Drake is actually a goofy because like he addressed this on his response. He addressed it. He was talking about how he got robbed for his AP.
Yep. I think that can happen to anybody. That can happen to the hardest nigga on the planet. Yeah. Go ahead.
Because supposedly I'm not sure if that's the same scenario or not, but like back in the day, like when he was in Toronto, he did get robbed for a watch, and apparently he snitched on the dudes. No, he got robbed he got robbed, but it wasn't for a watch, and he apparently snitched on the dude, and there was paperwork for it.
I will say this to what you were saying about who did you say said you shouldn't need a decoder ring? That's funny, but
that's what Angry Man said.
Okay, well, I hear what Angry Man is saying, and shout out to my light skinned brothers. I'm not gonna go in on y'all all the way, but I am gonna get my jokes in. And no, Mr. Z is not dark skinned, but I definitely do not pass the brown paperback test. I'm safe medium brown. I'm the medium brown brother, right? I'm the one with the popcorn. Exactly, no, right? I would definitely be team dark skin. That's not even up for debate. But right, but for the most part, I'm in the stands with the popcorn, right? We're watching the. But for us, I think our back and forth when it comes to skin tone is far less dire and toxic than what the ladies got going on. But the decoder ring for the lyrics thing. But isn't that Kendrick keeping it hip hop? And isn't he rising to the occasion of the challenge of like, oh, I bet you can't do a quadruple entendre? He's like, okay, bet. Even with 616, it has 4 damn meanings, right? So like, I hear people that saying that, and I think then we got to start talking about fan bases and who appreciates what and who makes what type of music. but that's why I said I think it's bigger than just Drake and Kendrick. I think now we're getting into fan bases and the appreciation of a certain type of music that you could play in the background that's kind of poppy and catchy compared to something where you actually have to think, where it's actually, and that, by the way, that's not me insulting people that want to just hear the catchy poppy stuff, because I think there's a time for that. Um, but I think and then there's also the conversation of like, what demographic are we speaking of, right? Why do you choose this person over that person before we even get to the music? Because I think there's a few people on the fence for real, but I think this is just like, once again, like Democrat versus Republican, where you claim that you're open to be swayed and you care about policies, but you really don't. You're already biased from the jump. And I'm not saying you, Jay, I'm saying like people in general. So people that rock with Drake for a particular reason. People that rock with Kendrick for a particular reason. And unless one of them gives the other one a complete stomp down knockout blow, you're gonna ride with the person you ride with. And I think that's okay. I just think that we should just own it.
Like I'm slightly biased, obviously, because he's from my city, and like he put us on a map, like him in the weekend. So I'm slightly biased on that. But like the thing is I'm not just biased because of that. Like, because I'm listening to the actual bars, because like my favorite rappers are like Jadakiss and Styles P and Nas and them, Mobb Deep and shit. Like, so like I want to hear bars. I don't want to hear fucking talking about people's kids and all this weird shit, like, and on some black beats, like.
But isn't he? I mean, okay, you said you want to hear bars, but didn't he give you bars? I mean, like, isn't that the whole point of the because it's as if you're saying two things. If you're saying that you need a decoder ring, or you're saying that was funny that Angry Man said that, but that those are the bars. When you peel back those layers, the fact that it's like, oh, he meant this and this and this and this. Oh man, right? Like that's the whole thing, right? Go ahead.
I hear that, but just look at fuck, what's the one you dropped? Look at 616 versus like his other diss tracks. Like, just look at them in comparison. Like 616 was like clear and direct. Had
yes,
like the flow was much better.
But isn't okay? Because I keep on doing that. Isn't the? But that's just the way I speak. Okay, agreed. I will say, Kendrick came in the door saying, "Are you sure this is what you want?" So what I'm saying is like, I think he added more pressure and it got more direct, because it's like, bro, I'm telling you, I'm gonna go somewhere that you really don't want to go. So I'm gonna like, right, and I'm gonna keep on applying the pressure, but I'm trying to give you the quote unquote helping hand and say, hey, bro, leave that whole thing that you're doing over there alone. But the more you kind of slap my hand away, the more pressure I'm gonna apply, right, and the more I'm gonna become direct, so that you can see more and more, even to the point of the actual cover art for Meet the Grams, right? So he implied it with 616 with the glove. And so Drake responded, and so he's like, okay, I'm gonna just show you the whole thing then. And so now you see not just the glove, but the glove and the prescription pills and the receipts and whatnot. So yeah. So oh yeah, he did say that. Let me read this real quick, Dre. And Del Sol said, well, Del says, I don't want to know why I'm saying Del Sol. Shout out to Hondo. Del says, Drake said, you rap like you trying to free the slaves. So does that mean Drake is trying to keep you on the plantation? It's interesting him say, because, okay, if y'all hear the way I speak, even be outside of this conversation in the rap beef, I really have an issue with when we play down Black people's history on planet Earth over the past 500 years and our interactions with non-Black people when we're trying to spite or get at other Black people. It's very frightening to me when we play down slavery, Jim Crow, transatlantic voyage, what they call it, the Middle Passage. Whenever we like play those things down, when we play down colonialization, when we play down white supremacy and anti-Blackness, just to get at other Black people, I always ask myself, do we understand the precedent you set in here? Do you know what you're doing here? Right? So it's always frightening to me to see that, right? It's always frightening to me to see that. So yeah, Drake saying that definitely was like, I don't know. right? Number one. Number two, remember what Kendrick said. You make music to pacify him, I make music to electrify him. You couple that with what Drake said, which pretty much is like you making music to free the slaves. Once again, Drake, and you even saw this with like the Black Lives Matter movement and whatever. I remember watching a clip of Drake being on stage, and he didn't play down the Black Lives Matter thing, but he tried to do the All Lives Matter response to it, which is exactly what he did with this. I think black women and white women, all women in between, and whatever, and like these type of bars. I think Cole picked a side when it came to what he sees himself as a black man, a light skinned black man, even though he's mixed. I think Drake is one of those people that actually think you don't have to pick a side. And that's frightening to me. Yes, he's mixed. Yes, his mother is small hat. It's frightening to me when you meet black people, yes, even mixed black people that think you don't have to pick a side. You have, number one, you have to pick a side, or the side will be picked for you. And it's, by the way, it's always going to be you get kicked to the black side. I don't care how nice white people treat you, or the Asians or Latinos or whatever your other half racial makeup is. You're always black. I know it's not fair. It's not fair. That's just the way the cookie crumbles on planet Earth in the 21st century, right? So yeah, no, yeah, Drake and this All Lives Matter thing that he be pulling. Yeah. Anyway, go ahead, Drake.
Yeah. So Kendrick fuck, what track was that again? Like the second one after like that. I can't think of the name right now, but like Euphoria. Yeah, Euphoria. So, I believe it was on Euphoria where he had that line where he's talking about just stick to the melodies. Like I agree with him on that because like I've been saying this for a long time. Because like Drake, like he started off like singing to bitches. Like go back to that shit. I'm not sure where this fake street shit came from. It's really weird. Like because like it's not him at all.
Agreed.
I think Drake, the first of all, his entourage, writers, and especially if Yachty is one of these ghost writers or whatnot, Yachty looked like one of them dark skinned brothers that like he's first generation out the hood, right? So it's big, and I think he actually said this in an interview, if I'm not mistaken. Like first generation out the hood, like he's one of them brothers, dark skinned brothers that play down race too. So like, of course, so the he's playing that down. When it comes to the R&B thing, no, I liked mixtape Drake. We talk about 09, 2010 Drake when he did rap, right? But he sung. He was an R&B singer that rapped, or a rapper that sang a lot, right? So, but you spend what 15 or so years in the game at a high ass level too. And you feel like you're untouchable now, so now he talking about shooters and killers and who he gonna send at you, and yeah,
Well,
it's just
and like on that point, like on 616, that was like part of why I liked the track because he was really exposing Drake. He was talking about like basically those dudes that are fucking practically extorting him, and he got him on salary and shit, Because like that's the reason why he's running around talking about shooters and stuff. Because you're paying these dudes to be around you. Because like he pays dudes back in Toronto too. Like he's buying them.
Does he?
Yeah, he's buying them mansions in Jamaica and shit. Like I seen the videos. Because like my ex is like from the hood that he claims. Well, she's from the hood that he claims. Well, not that he claims, but like the dudes that are around him that they claim.
Yeah.
Like he's buying.
And he keeps them around so he can low key claim it by proxy.
Exactly. It's kind of like how Chris Brown's getting extorted by them blood niggas.
Yeah. Well, oop, you said it. Yeah. you ain't supposed to say that out loud.
That's always been my thing with Chris Brown because everybody talks this shit about Chris Brown. I'm like, that nigga's a growing up singing ass nigga. He ain't no real gangster either.
Yeah. It's.
I never believed him either.
Yeah. I look, Mr. Z come up on some real money, and I moved to Cali, which I wouldn't, but I definitely visit and chill there for a little bit. First, this whole like gang affiliation thing, it ain't me. Secondly, to all the Cali niggas that's about that life, y'all ain't gonna get no money off of Z. I'm not gonna be walking around with no money in my wallet. I'm probably not even gonna be walking around with no goddamn bank card.
Definitely not.
Have fun trying to get money out of me. Yeah. Y'all gonna send me to my maker because I ain't gonna have nothing for you to steal. You be like, God damn this, you know what? I'm gonna end up like B&B Rock, but with you not having get anything, right? Like because I'm not dumb. These
Yeah.
niggas be walking around with their chains and shit in LA and New York. What? Get him or Miami, don't do it. I'm telling y'all come down here, y'all go to Wynwood, y'all go to South Beach, or even Aventura Mall if you think you can't get touched as a Dade County native. I'm telling you, you could get touched. I am telling you. Yes, we not on no super gang stuff down here like in LA, but all right.
Same with New
Right.
York.
Yeah.
That's just the default sentence.
Same with New York.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
And
Don't
Drake
tell you.
like on any wave, like because I don't know if you know who Popcorn is, like Jamaican.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, like he's dick riding him, and like I think he signed to him now. And like got Drake.
But wasn't it Popcorn who called him out? Who called out Drake a few years ago out of Jamaica for like taking their flow? Didn't somebody called him out? Like what are we in 2024? Like 2019 maybe, 2020, something like that. Didn't somebody call him out for like pretty much like?
Neymar's in the back. Neymar's in the back.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
sure about that. I wouldn't be surprised though.
Let's just see. I was gonna say that's why I love Broward County, man. I
Right.
don't feel any fakes in Broward County, man. Dade County, I don't go there.
Look, y'all act like Broward County is so much better when Kodak and all them boys are out of Pompano and them. Hey, Pompano Haitians are a different type of Haitian.
Listen, there's nowhere in Pompano I don't feel comfortable. I live near Pompano. Don't get.
You said there's nowhere that you don't feel comfortable or that you do feel comfortable.
I go anywhere in Pompano. I have family in Pompano. I visit all the time. I go anywhere in Pompano, man.
Thanks for letting me know you're a street nigga without saying it. Anyway,
listen, I'm L7. I'm a nerd, whatever. Educated lady, whatever, however you want to call me, but not.
No, look, I'm no. Dade County is definitely home. Although I will say I'm in Broward way more than I'm in Dade now. Way more. It's not even close. Right, like I'm barely in Dade nowadays. So, yeah. So yeah, it. Name it. Give me a second. So like it's just
Take your time.
Yeah. It's this beef. What I like about this beef is the background noise, right? It's really the background noise for me. It's who's saying what about who, and the audience responds to it, the listener's response to it, and why. Very importantly, why? Why are you backing the people you're backing? Go ahead.
But it is borderline. The whole you hate women. I'm not too fan.
He said hate. He said hate women, and he said hate black women. He did say that.
Okay. Come on, man. Like,
Yeah, he on that wokey woke shit.
I can't do.
Hey,
I can't do you hate women.
I will say this. Then stop pretending. Stop putting songs out like She Will and like not She Will. The what's the name? I always forget the name of this damn song. The one with the music video. He had all the different women in it. Letitia Wright.
I got it, but I can't do. But at the same time, when Drake was on his talking about his wife, I'm like, Drake, you are in no position to talk. You knocked up a corn star.
Thank you.
You are in no position to talk either. You really can't.
Was it you talking about the song "Stuck in My Feelings" or some bullshit like that?
No, it wasn't "Stuck in My Feelings." It was one. It had Letitia Wright. It had who else? It had was J-Lo in there? He just showed different like women celebrities in the music. I forgot the name of it. And Toya done told me. Everybody done told me the name of the song. I always forget it. But
this is why I don't follow that shit. I never liked the most.
Wait, name it real quick. That's why we're talking about it. Give me a second. Let's get this out first. So no. So I'm the thing for me and Drake and Kendrick, I think it's two different subgenres of hip hop. Nice for what? Thank you. And I hate that title too, because y'all trying to tell me y'all don't hear black women and women in general say nice for what to men. That's what I'm saying. So Kendrick's essentially calling him out for being a hypocrite. Right? He's calling Kendrick out for being a hypocrite, but Kendrick is calling him out for being a hypocrite by saying you painted this persona of yourself that you're not even. You don't like women. But nigga, you keep on rapping and singing to women and from the angle of being essentially a Derek Jackson.
Oh,
But you don't really think of I said that name on purpose. Thank you. And it exactly. So you rap it from that angle, but you, as a matter of fact, you are a Derek Jackson if we really gonna talk about it. You portraying a certain view to the women, and this is why
he knocked up a porn star. He didn't marry her.
he knocked up a porn star, but remember Drake's shiny ass image in front of women, specifically black women, before the porn star.
He came out. He came out with it. I mean, when he first came on the scene, he was coming out with that shit. So it's like, I see.
And that shit that he was doing recently, fucking. You know, you taking pictures with Sexy Red and you made a track with her. Like, come on, man.
Hey, don't tell me you ain't laugh when he said, when you see you and Sexy Red, I think you see two bad bitches. Don't tell me you ain't laugh. That was a good bar. That was a funny ass line. That was a funny ass line.
This is the thing with this whole beef with Drake and Kendrick, which it's a clash of two different styles.
Yes.
I think with Drake, Drake's style is actually more suited to winning it, because the thing, like what Drake was saying with bars and whatnot, you're going back and forth like, well, did he give that to you? You can only go so deep before you lose the general audience. Like that 616, like even that title, at least for me, like if you know Revelations and early manuscripts, the number of the beast is 616. So I'm like, oh shit, he's calling this the devil. But it's all the other stuff too. So it's like, yo, you went like 16 layers deep. But how many
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like
but that's also
the best diss songs are all the ones that's like, F you, I don't like you, I don't like the way you look. This why I don't like you.
Hit him up, Tupac. Tupac hit him up.
Everybody else.
Yeah.
But I mean, if we're gonna do it like that, then what Drake put out last night is probably the best he can do.
But that's the point. So that
I don't think it is.
I'll say this.
I hope that's not it. I hope not.
I think it is.
I think
I don't think he got a lot in
as a fan.
I think he's sitting on something else.
I hope he is. I'm fight back.
I don't know if okay. Let me say it this way. I don't know if the majority of us, especially when you get under the age of 30, and shout out to my young millennials and Gen Z, this is not an insult to you. I am speaking about how you've been socialized, and I'm saying that as a millennial who was socialized, not too dissimilar. I don't know if they've been socialized to go to the deep end. Kendrick is dragging Drake into the deep end, and I'm not saying that Drake can't swim there. I don't know if the audience can swim there.
When you addressing his kids and the family, while dissing the subject, dissing the man, that's
you see exactly.
I'm sorry. I think the Chester accusations are the worst ones.
So you won't understand. You won't understand this until you're 18.
Whoa.
Thank you.
Addressing the man's son, that was mad disrespectful.
Like whoa.
And the point of the matter is to say, this is a man who puts this jet-setting lifestyle in front of everything else. And everyone around him, the people that should matter the most, have to suffer. And then he's buying off, right? His circle is not around him for anything more than him being this golden goose. So that says a lot. Yeah, so I agree with y'all on the addressing the son from the jump. You address the son, then the mom, then the dad, then the supposed estranged daughter.
And you purposely saved the quote unquote the daughter for last.
Yeah. No, he saved Drake for last. He saved the daughter for second last, but out of the people that's not Drake, yes, save the daughter for last. And it's a build up. And and what Kendrick continues to do on every song is foreshadow that he's gonna get there. Yeah. Like, hey, he keeps on foreshadowing through every song. There's another song coming, and I'm gonna tell you what I mean on this bar. 15 bars later, 8 bars later, right? And yeah.
For the past 24 hours, I have been checking the iTunes store. I want that 616. I want it.
Right. And I will say this. I got to give Drake this. Because we spoke about how Kendrick was being disrespectful. Drake crushing the goddamn minivan in that music video.
Nice. I'm sitting there watching.
Yes.
I gotta give it to him for that.
Drake, okay, trying to be foreshadowing,
I gotta give it to him for that one. I gotta give it to them
because he's in a sense trying to crush his first album. I'm like, oh, I like that. Smart.
And I gotta give it to him for also like he called out Kendrick like low key hypocrisy. He was like, "Hey, bro, you talking all this pro black stuff and black and berry sweeter juice? Nigga, your wife is like mixed-ish, and you still ain't married her yet." So I mean,
but to that I say, I think that's, I don't know if that, I don't think it should be coming from you because you out here knocking up corn stars.
I agree. But go ahead, better you.
This is the other thing when it comes to that. Like a lot of people keep talking about Drake's insecurity, but I actually think it's the other way. Like if you go back to Section 80, I can't remember the name of the track, but there is a track where Kendrick's talking about like, oh shit, my girl is sitting here listening to Drake. Like I could never measure up to this nigga. And he's like, it's basically like, yo, a rookie looking up to Michael Jordan, the way he's describing him on the track. So I think some of that is also coming into play.
I think that's a thing.
That could
right.
Be, but I might look at his genre. Look at Drake's music. I mean, it's for women.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think
that's what I was
saying. Go ahead, bro.
Remember when Drake got in trouble for getting in Millie Bobby Brown's
and then Dre after you. Like you next. Go ahead. Yeah, when Drake got in trouble for what?
For getting into Millie Bobby Brown's DM. The girl from what's the actress, the young actress from that Netflix series. What's the Netflix
I didn't know. Oh no, I did not know about this.
Yeah. So he accused him of being a Chester. I don't want to say the word, but a Chester.
Yeah.
You know, child.
Yeah.
And not just Bobby Brown, another young actress also. So yeah. That to me, that is disrespectful. That's why I say you don't want him around your, you know.
Yeah, no, I mean these type of weirdo stuff and allegations. I guess when you're, I don't know, maybe I wouldn't know. Maybe when you're rich enough for too long, you start to like lose yourself and lose like your moral compass, right? You start to walk around here like I could do whatever I want to do to whoever I want to do it to whenever I want to do it. Goddamn, right? So I wouldn't know because Mr. Z is just an average blue collar black man. But apparently, when you rich for too damn long, you just think you God. That's what it looked like. You just think you God, like, right? So yeah.
Basically, he's feeling himself and thinking he's untouchable, like that. Like everybody setting himself up to owe somebody big. And this dude's bubblegum.
But I'm like, everyone falls prey to that. Everyone falls. Even Tupac fell for that.
Yeah. And let me read this real quick because Detroit had it up for a while, and this says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Detroit says, menu number 9, seafood selections, the great white Sharkeisha, hysterical calories. And for any of us that remember that fight with that heavyset young sister and the other sister with the glasses and Sharkeisha, no! Yeah, for those of us that remember that fight. And he says, the great white Sharkeisha calories, what's that, 40 million? 40 million, or is that 40 billion? 40 billion, yeah, that's 40 billion. 40 billion protein equal 50 grams.
No
artificial flavor.
That's calories.
Oh, I'm sorry. Equals Sharkeisha calories equals 40 billion protein equal 50 grams. No artificial flavor. Trans fat 900,000. God damn. Saturated fat 800,570. What the? Detroit be killing me with these goddamn. This is death. This is death. I don't even know you could take a spoonful. I don't even know you can take a spoonful of this. You can't take a fork to this or a spoonful. You're gonna die. Detroit be killing me with these menus.
Andre like that. Look what Leon
right?
said.
And Leon says, and thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. We don't trust you, Andre. Those Pinocchio arguments, those clown ass arguments. Dre, they say they don't trust you with your arguments. They say your arguments is trash.
Well,
right?
I think he was trying to like say like a small hat or agreement.
Oh, agreement. Oh, okay. Let me read that again. We don't trust you, Dre. Those small hat agreements. Huh. Okay.
When you talk about
he is a small hat. Go ahead.
Well, actually, is because you're more accepted as a small hat if you're if you because
It's
it's
from your
maternal.
mother's side.
If you're the maternal, it's from your mother's side. That's why Lisa Bonet is more accepted as a small hat than Lenny Kravitz or Juicy Smouye for that matter. Or sorry, Juicy Smouye. No, fuck it, Juicy Smouye. I'm gonna call him Juicy Smouye, no matter what.
But Namer, you forgot something super very important. Does anybody want to tell Namer what he forgot?
Should I?
You gotta pick a side.
He's black. Yeah, you're right. You gotta pick a side. Hey, you small hat, and it's from the mom side. It's from the mom side, but small hats are racist too. So yeah, go ahead.
You telling me about this shit? Because I'm sorry. If we went over to the old country, they have a certain term specifically to people of my ilk and other related ethnicities. Because there are some black small hats who are from my neck of the woods. You know what they call them? Well, should I mention that word right now?
Maybe not. I don't know. Is it going to get my channel flagged?
Maybe not. But I will.
Okay. Let's how about that. But yeah. So yeah, Wait, say again.
I can tell you the origins of that word. However,
go ahead.
It is a term that the ancient Egyptians referred to everybody north of the Nile because we were black. And it's from there that you get the word Cushitic, because everybody down south of the Nile in that Red Sea, Horn of Africa region are either Semitic, Cushitic, or Nilotic ethnicity. I come from a Semitic ethnicity, despite the fact that I'm black. And they say you can't be truly Semitic because you're black. I said, I know that, but that doesn't give you right to call me that. Just the N-word, just like I have to explain to an Arab, yeah, they call you the sand one, but I haven't forgotten. You guys have a certain derogatory term for people of my ilk as well, because we're black. It's even mentioned in the history of Islam. But like you said, you pick a side. Like you were talking about, either you pick a side or they make you pick a side. It's the same damn thing if you go to Europe, if you're mixed, if you're a one ethnicity or the other. Look at the former Yugoslavia. Same shit goes on in Africa. If anybody who is of mixed heritage. Like
I don't want us to go too far off the I don't want us to go off too far off the subject though. Yeah. All right. And let me read this real quick. And yes, and Jake says, K Dot proved you don't have to dumb it down, to dumb down the frame. I get what you're saying. Yes and no, because I think the people that ain't trying to hear it and are saying it's too complicated, it's too deep. I can hear the argument. I disagree. I can hear the argument. I can see where the argument is coming from. I disagree though, right? So Kendrick is definitely showing that it doesn't have to necessarily be all surface level where you could pop ass to. I never said pop ass. Goddamn, Kendrick. Now you got me saying pop ass. It's pop pussy, nigga. Say it the right way. Say it the goddamn right way. Goddamn.
Yes, it's just
pop pussy, nigga. It's pop pussy.
You just gotta hate it. You just gotta say pause after saying that. Popping
right. Popping ass. Right.
See, truth be told, my question is this: throughout this whole thing, has Kendrick Lamar maintained being humble throughout the process? Or is he or is he tired of being humble?
No. This is a rap beef.
This is rap beef that I don't think he's taking a sense.
Yeah.
Okay. This is straight go for the jugular. This is war. This is Sparta, right?
War, right? This is war time.
Yeah.
That's what I've been trying to say, because that the third beat and like his flow on that, like on Euphoria, like if he would have started with that from the jump, it would have been a lot better.
I don't know. I think the Kendrick is far more. Okay. I think Kendrick. He said this earlier, so it was actually better you. I'm gonna just reiterate what the hell better you just said a little while ago, which is they're coming at this beef from different angles. So Drake is making something that you can pretty much catch It might be at most you're getting double entendres for the most part, which people that are in the know will catch, right? And so it makes it easier and more digestible, especially for teenagers that's watching this, or for young 20-something-year-olds that only listen to hip hop on the surface, right? That puts way more people on his side when it comes to that. Kendrick, on the other hand, is doing double, triple, quadruple entendres. He's giving you 6+ minute long songs. Is layered like a fuck, for real.
Multi-layered.
Right, and it's making it it's a bit less digestible, but it's, for me at least, it's far more gratifying when you know the 1, 2, maybe 3, maybe 4 meanings behind what he's saying. Although I understand that hip hop, although it is America's music at this point, the majority of people that are engaging with hip hop across the board, even the niggas out the hood, they're not going to the deep end with Kendrick. They're just not. They're not. We're talking about the deep end of the pool that might be 10 feet. We're talking about those pools that got 10 feet deep, right? For most people, once you pass 6 foot, 6'2", they ain't going no deeper than 6 feet, right? Because they don't know how to swim and they're on their tippy toes, right? So I think that's the difference of approaches, and that I think we're witnessing the listener, the casual listener, might discount Drake. I mean, excuse me, the casual listener might discount Kendrick. I don't want those of us to discount Drake that are more maybe on the side of Kendrick, because it's so surface level. It being surface level is half the genius.
Yeah, but that's what
right.
That's the point. That's why I say lead them niggas that can't go in the deep end, because I'm not discounting Drake just because he keeps it surface level. I'm gonna honestly,
it's actually smart in many ways.
The shit he put out last night wasn't really surface level. That was that was a minivan. That was subliminal of his first album.
Yes. Yep.
That's exactly what he was saying. In other words, he was probably that was probably a subliminal, like comparing his first album to Kendrick's first album. He's saying my shit crushed you, even though actually he didn't, because it just got put out that Kendrick Good Kid, Mad City is still on the top 200 Billboard,
and it's been like 600 weeks or something stupid.
That's and that's the longest ever for a hip hop album. So so technically Drake would be wrong. No, you're not crushing his first album. You can't.
Well, that's what Kendrick was alluding to way back when he was pretty much saying, like, you make fast food hip hop. I make home cooked meal hip hop. And what did I say when I was on the Raj Report show? I said Drake makes Olive Garden hip hop, like the Olive Garden version of hip hop. Yeah. What I mean by that, and it at the time I was trying to go in on Drake, but right now I'm not. I'm just trying to kind of explain this. Drake makes music, that hip hop, that might be more digestible, and easier for the majority of people's palate, right? So for those people that they can't deal with too much spice, they can't deal with too much heat, he's making hip hop for those people. There's a genius in that within itself.
It's not right. For deep. It's not his hip hop's not for deep thought. At the end of the day, 50 Cent wasn't deep thought with his rap.
Yes,
he wasn't deep, but he was direct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And then on the other side is Kendrick, who can make the same music. And by the way, I don't think Drake is incapable. I think Drake said, "F it, I'm about the money." It's Jay-Z. Jay-Z said that himself, right? Yeah. They can make this music. It's not that they're incapable. Go ahead, say that again.
Yeah, when Jay was saying, I could be rapping like Common Sense. That line he was saying.
That's the exact line I'm referencing. That's the exact line I'm thinking about.
I caught that line.
Right. So, and that's all that I think Drake is just doing what he needs to do to maintain his lifestyle and his standard of living when it comes to hip hop. And I don't necessarily see much wrong with it, outside of your younger folks who they don't appreciate Drake's lane. They think Drake is hip hop. They don't understand that he's a subsect, and what he produces is a subsect of hip hop. And the lane of Yachty and them and whatnot, and even Future and all, that's a sect of hip hop, right? Like that they don't appreciate the Kendrick lane. And I think what Drake did to add fuel to the fire, and that's his genius, is by essentially placing Kendrick into the fake pro-black, fake deep, fake Afrocentric lane, and framing it like it's fake. Oh, the damage that did to Kendrick, but especially to
I got a few things because I'm in the area. I might have good Wi-Fi. Do I have good Wi-Fi right now?
Right now you do. Wherever you are, just stay exactly right there. Go ahead.
So I'm gonna say some shit that people dislike, but if you're not born in a particular area of the town, they want you to prove your blackness. And I'm so bored of light-skinned black guys constantly having to prove their blackness to where they do stupid shit. It's fucking lame. Let me be serious. I literally said on BGS's and FD Signifiers stream that I'm chilling here in Austin with a fold-out seat with the leg stand, watching the protest with some lemonade and water. I wasn't being proactive in that shit. I was watching the shit. Okay, so when people talk about all this activist shit, let's be clear. Kendrick Lamar doesn't say shit about white people. He doesn't say shit about capitalism. He doesn't say shit about shit. He doesn't. All this fake activism. We know what fake activism is, Mrs. Z. We know what that shit is. Like, the shit is fake. It's the same thing. Since I'm blacker than you, I can have this stance, which actually comes from intersectionality. And I'm not picking sides in this battle. I'm not picking sides. I'm enjoying it. I know what every artist is meant for. I know why I listen to J. Cole. I know why I listen to Kendrick, and I know why I listen to Drake. And I said earlier in the chat, be nice for what? I saw that shit the moment that it came out, right? You know the club I told you about with the girls they got on World Star was putting stuff in their mouth. Everybody remembers that shit.
Yep. Okay, that's why they played it.
The promoter is my barber. The promoter is my barber. Okay, been my barber. Me and him used to beef in high school. BGS knows what we used to do in high school. He knows exactly who I am. Okay. I hit him up that night and I said, play this song. As soon as I heard it, I said, come into the club tonight, play this shit on repeat. The women gonna love this shit. He played that shit and said, we are having the women come in free tonight. Play that shit 10 times back to back. We know what music is for. What I'm saying is, Kendrick Lamar does not do any proactive shit. He doesn't. This nigga actually more bitter about that. He believes he's a black Israelite. I'm gonna keep it for he believes in that black Israelite shit. He believes in all that type of. Yes, he does. See, that's how I know you don't listen to his music. That's what I'm. You don't listen to his music. Okay.
He does his music. He does. He believes it.
Okay. Okay. All I'm saying is, if you're gonna go on a track and talk about misogyny, you just did a record with fucking Future. Like, what the fuck are you talking about misogyny for? This shit. You want to point out you already know he was gonna say something about your wife as soon as you said light skin to prove that you're black, bro. None of y'all marrying these bitches.
Yeah.
Who cares? Hey, niggas talking about, oh, you got a porn star pregnant. These niggas got all fucking prostitutes pregnant. Like, all these ladies are fucking prostitutes.
I brung that point up specifically to Drake's point about talking about his wife. That's why I brung it up.
Yeah.
Yes, they all do when it comes to women. I agree. Yes.
They straight hypocrites. All of them are.
Yeah, all of them are. Hypocritical shit.
Here's the question. Let me ask the question to y'all. Before you go to Leon. Now we're having a conversation about what. Oh boy, I'm about to say it. What hypocrisy will you take?
Yeah.
The real question now is for all of us that's listening, whether you pick the side or not, whether you're on the fence or not. Even if you decide, okay, you know what, Kendrick got this or Drake got this, which hypocrisy do you think is, I guess, less toxic?
Like,
or you're willing to overlook more?
From the side that we know,
And then after this,
Is
Drake, go ahead.
Kendrick Lamar saying anything progressive and being proactive in anything? No, he's not. He's not. We know he's not. And it's like it's the same thing that we see. Okay, these group of Negroes aren't born in the hood or the black community, so they don't have these particular values. Now I want to call out misogyny. He doesn't really like black women. Da 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 da. Well, you got to prove your blackness because you're light skinned. This shit's been going. We see black women do this shit. We see all the light skinned. We see all the light skinned women have to keep their mouth closed, but because they naturally
literally had this conversation with my lady. Literally just had this conversation.
AKA Kimberly. So Kimberly Crenshaw, Bell Hooks. I can keep on going. All these bitches are light skinned.
Yep.
Okay. We get it. We get it to a T that y'all don't like your outcomes, and every time you see, oh, it's a lighter skinned person that gets these outcomes. But we want to talk on this, and we want to be Marxists to the system while gaining funds from white people. You're selling music to fucking white people at the end of the day. Shut the fuck up. Keep it moving. If you want to be in this spot, cool. I'm entertained. This is all I care about. It's the entertainment of it. Y'all know I like being entertained.
I will say, yes, the world is not fair. I'm going to say this. It's going to be offensive, but I do think that certain people, you got to check in. Yeah, we got to check the paperwork. Shout out to Ed, right? We got to check the paperwork and see where you are. Because, yes, you are right. Kendrick is looking like a hypocrite with this.
But
Kendrick was not the one that gave you the All Lives Matter bar.
But
Drake did.
But
I'm just
also,
saying. Go ahead.
there's a particular song that you're also leaving out, "The Black of the Berry," where he literally called out the hypocrisy of the entire culture.
Yes, including himself.
Including himself?
Yeah, including himself. Yeah.
So that's one thing we can say. That's one thing. Drake hasn't done that.
Drake don't put out songs like that.
Drake hasn't done that. Drake hasn't done that.
You got to be honest, Leon. Drake don't put out songs like that.
Hypocrisy and owning hypocrisy. Kendrick's done that.
Yes.
Like,
right.
What I want to say is that you know, you guys might think that I'm fucking biased towards Drake, but like I'm actually sitting on the fence. I'm just listening to the music itself, and like I actually wouldn't mind somebody checking Drake, because I've said this, like I've said this on a different stream. I was like, you guys are the ones that allowed Drake to get to this point. You allowed him to do this like fake gangster shit and all this kind of shit. And like all these rappers beefing with him now, like they were making tracks with him.
I think let's pause right there. Dre, I think you're making a great point. You got to remember when Drake came in.
Yeah.
Who was president when Drake came in? Go ahead, Leon. Answer that. I mean, not Leon. Lion. Go ahead and answer that. Who was president when Drake came in?
Me too. I was president when he came in, and he came in.
No, not president. Who was president?
And Drake was the guy you called when you wanted to do a song for the
ladies. No. He said who was president.
Who was president? You were president. Who was president when Drake came in?
Oh, president. Oh, wasn't. Oh, Trump.
No.
Oh,
Barack.
Oh, yeah,
exactly.
Obama, yeah. When he first came out,
yes. So why that matters is, in my mind, there is a very specific view of Black America that America is trying to portray. And so you have the biggest name at the time being Barack Obama. Excuse me. In entertainment, yes, you have Wayne as simple. Wayne was doing numbers, yes, but too Black, too Louisiana, Baby is behind him. No. Where's that Tiger nigga? Let me see him. Light skin. Yep. What he's Black and Asian mix? Yep. Him. And Drake, let's do that. And Drake definitely, Canadian too? Yeah, because we love us a foreign Negro. Who's that? That's Rihanna? Yeah, she already started doing stuff. Let's hike up her profile. Like, I know for a lot of people they think that's just conspiracy theory. Once again, the tape from Joe Biden when he was speaking to those quote unquote civil rights leaders, and he said, "Oh yeah, I mean, look at the rise of these biracial commercials." He either said interracial or biracial commercials. Your president said that. They're paying attention. It's not just some crazy conspiracy theory crap coming from Z. They're paying attention. They're counting this, right? That's why you see them putting out these Pew Research articles and stuff every so often about interracial relationships and marriage. I'm tying that to Drake to say Drake being out at the same time Barack is out is look world, black people and white people get along. Look, Drake is doing numbers because white people are messing with him.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So they played that in, and so like I think the very clearly visibly black rappers, even the lighter skinned ones, the reason why you do a feature with Drake is because he was the cash cow. And he had the backing of the industry. Remember, from Jay-Z, all these Negroes wanted to be seen with Drake, wanted to do songs with Drake, wanted to be featured with Drake, and Drake is right. He was the stimulus package.
Yeah, he was, but
you have to ask yourself why.
Different reason. I think it was for a different. I can see that reason. I can see why you would say that, but I think it was a different reason because Drake was the ladies guy, the song for the ladies guy.
Yes, exactly.
That's why I think it was why people did songs with Drake, because it was a song for the ladies. That's what I think the card was. And it's not a bad card to play. It's a smart card to play. It is. I agree. I think that was probably more so what it was when you were doing the song with Drake.
No, I think the women's aspect of it all, like I can't even deny that. There is no denying that. That's 100% true. That's 100% true.
That's a consumer. There's a reason why we say, "Hey, consumer." Who are the biggest consumers? Women.
Yes. Yeah, and I think he knows that, and that's the lane. And then
it's going to be the men decide.
And this
is man shit.
That's what's happening now. Right now, and Dre, give me 1 second. Let me get this thought out real quick.
Go ahead, you got
it. Hysterical. I just said that. No, so I think when Lovely T, because I watched her review of Rick Ross and them and their response, and she said, "Why y'all keep on calling him white boy?" Number one. Number two, she said, "Me and all my friends like what was Drake's first response again? Whatever it was, but yeah, she said me and all my push up and give me 50. She said me and all my homegirls like this song, but it looks like the men don't, and even my sons were both like meh. And so that's going to what Lion is saying by saying now this is hip hop. Black men get to decide. Black men. So us having this debate right now to me is more. It's so messed up. I don't want to hear from women.
Nah.
And I want to, and to be frank with you, I don't want to hear from non-black folks.
Nah. This is not. Nah. This is man shit. This is
man shit. Black man shit in specific.
Different.
Yeah, the barbershop door is locked right now. So.
Yeah, thank you. Good shit, Drake. I like that. Yes, exactly. The barbershop door is locked right now. Exactly. Right. And the Negroes are sitting down and having a conversation about
go across the street and get your pedicures. Get out of here.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. And that's the conversation we're having right now, because I think Drake serves and served a purpose. Especially like you were saying, Lion, appealing to the women, getting the money out of the women, and I think his look plays into this. A light-skinned brother, and I want to be very clear. If you ever watch interviews and watch how Drake speaks, he is his mom, bro. That is a Jewish woman, bro.
Man, I watched his interview.
That is a Jewish ass woman.
Jesus Christ. And at the time I'm watching him, he had painted nails. I'm like, Jesus.
Bruh. You don't even got to go that far, that recently. You could go a few years back, right? That is, and I'm not saying that as a negative per se. What I am saying is the way he emotes, the way he speaks, I'm like, bruh. Yeah. Now when he put on the black scent, now when he's saying nigga, no, right? So, I think that matters, and I think these dudes wasn't rocking with Drake from the jump. I don't even think his own entourage is really rocking with him, to tell you the truth. He's just a cash cow. I think that's why Ross said what he said. I think that's why Kendrick is saying what he's saying. I don't know how that works out for Drake in the long run. I think Drake has so much money, it doesn't make him immune to everything, but he does get to insulate himself. It's who else is around him that he's going to insulate himself with that's going to be much of his downfall. But I think he has enough money to insulate himself from a lot of attacks. and from really falling from grace. I think Kendrick is tarnishing Drake, but Drake is not gonna fall from grace. Drake got to take himself off of that pedestal. I don't see him doing it. So, and I'll pause right there. Go ahead, Drake.
Yeah,
and then after this, Demetrius.
He's pretty much at the too big to fail level right now.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. I mean, with 99% of your fans wear heels.
Right. Drake, I'm not Drake. Demetrius, come back. Yeah, but go ahead, Drake.
And when he, I'll say this again. Like, he needs to go back to just making melodies and singing to women. Like, I'm not liking this fake tough guy act from him, because like the first few tracks I heard from him was like, yeah, like you said, Z. This was like back in like what 08, 09.
Oh yeah, for me too. And
like, I mean, me too. I mean, when he said that line about I like the melodies, Drake, I was like, me too.
Well, like
I agree.
Like at the time, the biggest track in the city was he like there was two. It was like I'm Still Fly. If you heard that one, and then there was the Replacement Girl with Trey Songz.
Yeah, and so that and was it Uptown? What was the name of that song? Uptown
Fireworks.
Yeah, like bro, so that's the Drake I remember. That's where he was rapping, but he was singing and he was like harmonizing.
That was after he signed to Wayne though, and he got the album out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that's the he did with Jay-Z were damn good. Like Light It Up and Pound Cake, both damn good tracks.
I love Pound Cake. I like the instrumental. I like the freestyle from the Locks. The Locks did a really dope version of Pound Cake. Yeah, like that. But Drake's version like that. Yeah, it's just a dope instrumental. I don't think you could go wrong with that.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, and that's all. Like the reason why I covered this is because I think it's good for hip hop. I think it's gonna move us into a different place in hip hop.
It's amazing for hip hop. My phone has if you just go to your Instagram or whatever social media you on and you see the interaction, everyone's interactions, it's been amazing for hip hop. It's been amazing.
I actually like this comment. It's funny at the same time. And Jake says Drake is gonna keep making music for wine cooler women going on cruises, bruh. And like that's why I sit into Black Uru. I'm so disappointed in Mos Def, bro. You should have just stood on what you said about Drake.
Yo,
right? You were being petty. You was being kind of sassy. I ain't even gonna lie, Mos Def. You was being petty, bro. You
were wrong, Jake. You were wrong because I've been on cruises. They really do be sipping wine.
I'm telling you, to Drake. To Drake, bro, it's crazy. Like,
loving it. They really do be in the zone, having a amazing.
And by the way, there's no look. I mean it when I say it. Drake got a lane, and like we gotta, and it's as I said, because of his look, because of the way he was raised, he's able to appeal to women in a way that dark skinned, heavy set ass Ross can't, short Kendrick can't. You see what I'm saying? Like, Future, but go ahead.
When you add up all the beefs that Drake has had, all of them, I'm going back to even when he was having a back and forth with Common.
Okay, Canada Dry.
Yeah, everyone out here, anyone he's competed with was actually a real lyricist, and pretty much the consensus is, nigga, I'm gonna need you just stick to clubs and birthday parties. When it comes to this real rap shit, don't come over here. Like, yes, there is a lane for him. Like, there is a lane for him. For parties and clubs and like good times, a late night drive. Yeah, he is amazing for it. There is a lane for him. But when it comes to this rap shit, nah.
That's why I was trying to say Kendrick should have came harder at him from the jump instead of like trying to come down to his level and like fucking do all the subliminal shit, like just completely destroy him because he needs to be checked.
That's what Joe did because Joe Budden, I think when he dropped those diss tracks, I think he dropped 2 or 3 in 1 week on them.
I don't want us to think that Drake is not a hip hop head. And that's why I think Kendrick dropped the songs that he did that's kind of speaking to the disappointment in Drake, right? Because Drake is a real hip hop head, right? The problem is that he got in the industry and he saw how it moved and he allowed it to take him a certain direction, and then he just went further in that direction. And now he's like people are saying he's on some debauchery stuff. I don't know. I'm not in those circles, but
Well,
I think I could imagine how alluring it is.
Not a lyricist though. I mean, I can't give her being a fan like a hip hop head and a hip hop fan. I mean, that's fine. I don't see an issue with that.
Yeah, no, I think that's the thing. I think it's hard, bro. I think we talk, and that includes me. I think we all talk about integrity and being real and this and this and that and what you won't do. That's a whole different conversation to have when somebody's about to write you a 10, 20, 30, 50, 100, in his case right now, $400 million check.
The Compassionate wants the link.
Yeah, I'm dropping it right now. There you go. Yeah, but yeah, no, that's a whole different conversation to have, right? So like that, and I think that's where Drake is. He, the what's his name, Lucian Grange character, behind the scenes, pulling strings for him. I mean, it's hard to. What does your integrity look like when somebody is not playing, not joking, not capable, but they ain't gonna do it for you? When somebody literally got a pen in their hand and they say, "Name your price," what does your integrity look like then?
Yeah,
that's. Oof.
Well, I mean, if you're in the music industry, everybody has a price.
Everybody do. I mean, and that's the price. I mean, there's a reason why they call it. Why the saying is the price of fame.
Yeah.
Well, this is why I said my favorite rappers are Styles and Jada. Because Jada, like he said years ago, we talking about like. I don't care. Well, both of them were saying similar things, but I think
Compassion. Try again because it didn't let you come up. I don't know what happened, but yeah, keep on going.
Yeah, both of them were saying things along the lines of like, I don't care.
And then after this, Demetrius. Yeah, go ahead.
Like I don't care for commercial success. Like I just want the real niggas to fuck with me.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's what keeps underground. Y'all know I'm a Currency fan. That's how Currency stay on tour. He stayed buying cars. He stayed dropping crazy money on his car because like you said, the underground is what would keep him going. And for those of us that have been rocking with Currency since Young Money days, right? So yeah, so and those of you that knew about him ever since No Limit. So yeah,
I still got that Currency track with Kendrick and fucking who else is on the track? It's Currency, Kendrick, and fucking I think it was like Talib Kweli. No, it was one of them dudes. I can't remember the name.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, no, I'm just
playlist.
05 or something like that. But I didn't know about him when he was rocking with No Limit. So some people got me beat. But yeah, since 05, yeah. So yeah, I mean, and I say that to say, I'm not opposed to lifestyle rap. Clearly, right? I'm not opposed to a certain type of genre of hip hop. Clearly, right? So Mr. Z is not going to be a super hypocrite here and be like, well, if it ain't black, he black, right? No, that's BS. I will say I don't know how much Drake actually challenges himself, bro. And here's the scary part. He don't have to. He gonna do numbers.
Yeah,
and so why would he, right? And so I think that's
not the first lifestyle rapper either. He's not the first person to come through and like capitalize. Yep. He's not. He won't be the last.
Like this is why this beef shit is it's great for the culture right now because all of these dudes were sitting around getting lazy and fucking half-assing it. Nobody was really beefing. So having this is like dudes got to get on point.
I agree. Let me let Demetrius go because he's been here for a little minute. Go ahead, Demetrius. What's going on with you? What you want to talk about the Yanny joint or what you want to talk about? Because Yanny
hang on real quick. Yeah, so you said you wanted to talk about womanism and
yeah. I did bring this up. The difference between womanism and feminism. Go ahead.
Okay. So yeah. All right. So here's what I've like researched. I'm just gonna bring up some basically quick facts, right? So womanism was actually coined. It said womanism was coined by Alice Walker, but that's
give me a second, Demetrius. Somebody put your volume down in the background because I could hear Demetrius coming in behind you. Okay, go ahead.
All right. So it says like womanism was coined by Alice Walker. I don't even I don't even give no credit to what Alice Walker. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
And I don't even think that's for real true, because Alice Walker be getting her stuff from other people, and you know how certain people
notoriously.
So, oh my gosh, I just looked up what she looked like. That's Alice Walker. This is the lady who caused so much trouble.
Yep.
Oh my! She looked like grandma.
Yeah,
man.
Yep, they usually do.
Anyways, right. Anyway, so the tenets of feminism, right? Let's go ahead and go from the source. Feminism and women's suffrage, right? Is you're basically looking at your equality pushes, pushing people to, I want to say, stop discriminating against like women and girls and everything. But the paradox here is, right, I don't know if you caught it, the women who created feminism actually perpetuate these prejudices and stereotypes against other women. So it's like I don't know, man, it's like a whole paradox within it of itself, right? And during feminism's main push for women's rights and everything, this is the part that we all know Black women get sidelined. And so Black feminists, that's the Black women who are part of the Black feminist the feminist movement originally. What they did is they said they chop the land in half, and they said, that's your land, this land is my land, okay? This land over here is called womanist land. All right. Now, womanist land stands for, well, I said it before, the reunion between Black men and Black women. Safety. It's firstly and foremostly concerned with the safety of Black women and girls and affording them, security and housing and all that. Basic daily stuff. It's very hyper specific what they actually go for. We're talking stuff like encouraging self-determination, seeing the humanity of all people, maintaining cultural distinctiveness. That's an important one, right? Because feminism, they want to do a whole mixing pot. Womanism is like, nah, we remain in ourselves over here. And then, of course, they're against fragmentation within the group because they're already so small. Is what these are just some of the few ways like that womanism like is different from feminism, because feminism tries to
differentiate
different, like it tries to divide itself on all fronts, and it becomes weaker because of that, right? I would say, here's the thing with womanism. It's a beautiful idea, but you have to keep your members consistent. Because I don't even necessarily disagree with some of this stuff, but if you're trying to push for a new wave of stuff that you're trying to get away from that was actually good, what are you pushing it to? Are you pushing it to pro-woman, anti-man now? You get what I'm saying? Like, it's almost like, because it looks like that's what Yanni was trying to do when she was claiming that, and these TikTok womanists and all that. Like, they don't even understand the tenets, the very makings, the founding of the movement, and they're just claiming it and trying to push it into a second wave to what it was never supposed to be. We already saw this with the feminists between first wave and second wave and third wave. They ain't want nothing to do with each other.
Yeah, Brenda Werner.
Let me pause right here. Let me pause right here, and then compassion after me. Demetrius, are you really asking questions that need definitions to women, Black women in specific? What about Black women in specific says that they care about any definition unless they can beat you upside the head with it? But when it comes to them, definitions what?
Just a narrative.
Right,
I think this is a side effect of the internet.
I think no, I think I agree with that because this is supposed to be a heady academic kind of pseudo intellectual. At least some of those people would know the term. And what happened is what the internet has done is not only did it democratize the town square, y'all remember Z brought that to y'all first, it also democratized information. And so you have weirdos and people that don't really know how to play with these concepts, including Z sometimes, that you can access this information, and so you use it for your own ends, which everyone does. So that's not, just some of us layman's, but you take a term, a word, a phrase, a formula, et cetera, a sociology name, phrase, term, and you got right. You're ahead of me exactly. And you use it for propaganda, and that you use it for whatever your agenda is.
No, but
and so that's what they did with womanism. Go ahead.
This is pre-internet too, because like the scholars in this space even let us know consistently, like what's your girl Kimberly Crenshaw from the 90s, or even before that, like when women's studies or black studies got overwhelmed by the women's studies departments. Essentially, they bought it out pretty much, cherry picking and kind of doing kind of like, and they've been like not really an academic. They haven't been using data and academics, like you said. The questions you were asking, have they really done the research on the foundations of these movements? No, they never have. It was just a bunch of rhetoric that they cherry picked from certain shit constantly, even before the internet. Like professors were cherry picking before the internet.
Dude, even the idea of colorism, I think, originated because originally I believe it was darkism. The term colorism in 4C hair came from an article.
Exactly.
There was no
it's not
actual research behind that.
It's right. It's not like no art. So no, that's been happening before the internet. And like even womanism, like Brenda Werner out of Chicago, I researched her a little bit, and she had problems with feminism. But then like even like when if you read the tenets of womanism with like an Africana kinship model knowledge, it's kind of leans more there. It's not exactly like a gynocracy or like dominance feminism, which is like what we're at now, fourth wave feminism. It's more like Africana kinship, where we all, free a general equality for women, and they get you get village wife concepts and shit out of womanism, what it is now, essentially, and I think how Black women interpret it, because it's not going to be patriarchy. It's going to be some derivative of matriarchy. Or or worse type shit.
All right. Yeah. So do I have a clear connection?
Yep. Yes. Go ahead. Because I know you pressed on Tom. Go ahead.
Womanism, intersectionality. Let's break down something. They understand that they're uncovered women. Okay. When they're talking about protection, respect, getting their birth rates up, where women don't die through pregnancy, they're not even talking to Black men. They're talking to white men.
Yep.
So even the forming of their ideas are aligned with Maslow's hierarchy of needs. They're screaming that their needs aren't being met. And when you start reading a lot of these women, you find out that they identify as queer. The thing about identifying as queer as Black women is different from identifying as queer as white women. Black women are saying, y'all have these traditional standards and ideas, right? But the truth of the matter is, white women put us to work to take care of their grandfathers, fold their clothes, clean their house, and have mulatto babies by their husbands when they were bored. So when you talk about protection, they're well aware that they're uncovered and they don't have the same type of tribe they had anymore, after the 60s and 70s. And now you see it extremely that these women are uncovered. They don't have brothers. Yeah. So when they're speaking about protection, they're talking to the predominant society. When they speak about queer, when they talk about why they're queer, they're saying y'all haven't gave us the opportunity to be women and we're not respected as women. So this is let us find us to have our own community and let us base it around our matriarchal views and our gynocratic views and we'll produce something for you. But it's shown that even with funding, it doesn't produce anything but failures. You know, and all I'm saying at the end of the day is I see how they frame stuff, and I get it. And at the end of the day, I know they're never talking to black men. Because guess what? My grandmother, she had a problem. Cousins, uncles, and everybody came out. That's protection. Somebody messes with one of my cousins, they're pretty protected in Alabama and Mississippi. We're extremely deep in those states. Chicago, that's a different story. That's a circus family. But they're not talking to any black man at all. BGS understands this. We talked about it. We were incapable of protecting them. If they wanted to steamroll us, they would steamroll us. Okay, that's just they're talking to white men.
This is what I will say to that. Talking to white men about this, but there's also an issue that black women are running into, and this is where you get something I covered before as a Black Manosphere show the week a couple months ago, which is a woman saying that the issue that she's having dating men is that the submissive men are hearing from the Fresh and Fits of the world and the Kevin Samuels of the world, and now they want to be dominant men. I'm using that to say, I get what you're saying, but I'm using that to say it's going to be a hard push now. I would argue for these sorts of black women to incentivize black men to stay in the community, especially black men with resources. When you want this to be a matriarchal structure, how do you incentivize the men to stay in the community when they got money and status?
They resent the notion of having to incentivize men, black men in general.
I agree. But I had that conversation with the intersectional feminists. See, this is the thing. They like guys that fit a certain criteria. If you can make money but don't use your mind, and you have certain proclivities and ideas on how you move, hood niggas, how they think. It's attractive.
Yep.
I'm a hybrid. I hybrid between all three, but they don't embrace the guys that are nerdy. They don't. We downplay our nerdiness and we dumb ourselves down for women all the time. So when you ask them, how do you incentivize? Like I said, when I had that argument with the intersectional feminists, their conclusion was
she said hugs and exactly. She said hugs and back rubs or something like that. Yeah.
She said what you're asking for is to get your dick sucked. I said no, that's the bare minimum. I said that's the bare minimum.
Right. She was arguing with you over the concept of incentive itself.
Yes.
Yeah, because they don't think about that. They're used to guys that are just in the environment. They might fix something in your house and they go about it and you give them some ass and they're good. Then they use the uncles and everybody else to shut down the conversations to get out of line because it affect their relationship with their woman because they're all intertwined.
They're used to a gynocratic dynamic where men come into relationships trying to incentivize women. So for men to suddenly say, "Hey, no, hell no," some soft guy era shit,
and regulate other men. And to go to what you're saying, that's the important part. This is where Dr. Umar Johnson come in on one end and FD Signifier coming on the other end. Their issue that they're having with and rest in peace, Kevin. The issue that they're having is that the young men are saying, "I'm not signing up for none of it. Go eat some vagina." Right?
It's the issue is they have not had any training in the last 40 years on incentivizing guys to do anything or producing guys. The thing is, if they produce successful guys, they will divest to other groups of people as they rise up in status.
Agreed.
So you only can produce so many productive brothers, or they're going to divest because they can't incentivize them. Like when I asked her that, I said, okay, in this community, who's gonna pick vegetables? How many black women are gonna pick vegetables and be sharecroppers? She looked at me. She didn't know how to answer it. I said, y'all have this make believe thing in your head, but you have to have a certain type of guy to participate in this. And what you're saying, I have a science degree. I'm a technician, and I work for transportation too. I have all those skills. You can't even incentivize me to be there. outside of screaming that I want my dick sucked.
Yeah, the idea of being incentivized
is an
to them
affront to them itself.
is patriarchal. Is actually like a violence, akin to violence to them. As we said, that's why, like you said, their training is so they weren't trained for this sort of environment. We were supposed to stay in the environment we were molded in terms of, like, you know, dating dynamics. So that's what you see in all those videos of women spazzing out about soft guy era shit.
Yeah.
You literally see them saying, like, what the fuck? How are you going against this program?
And I want to be very clear. Real quick, Leon. I saw this. We saw this with the conversation between Dr. Umar Johnson and Cynthia G. And we see this. Cynthia G, to me, is actually a prime example of what Leon is speaking about, because she makes very clear to say, what's the point if successful rich black men are not going to build Wakanda for black women, essentially? Yeah. So this again is speaking to what you and Leon were saying. Wait a second.
I said as if they don't have their own lives.
True. No. They do. It's not whether they have their own lives or not. It's we still need you to play a particular. If you become successful and you don't end up with a black woman, what was the point? If you become rich and you don't end up with a black woman, what was the point of your mother and your aunts and your grandmother and your sister?
Okay, right? Mr. Z, I'm gonna tell you something. Mr. Z. I'm gonna tell you something. I'm not trying to become a veterinarian so I can get a woman. I'm sorry, that's not
true.
I just want a similar life to the middle class life that I grew up with.
No. I'm not. I want to be very clear what I'm saying, Demetrius. But for many black women, that's why they feel an affront when the NBA player. Perfect. We tied into the NFL draft thing. It's an insult to black women because they're saying, then what was the point of you becoming rich and famous if a black woman can't eat off of that? Because there is no reason.
It's plantation politics.
It's plantation, and you know when you saw this, you saw Professor Odie address this. When you sent me that video, Demetrius, remember what Professor Odie said, and I'm going to paraphrase. If you want to see black men win just so that black women can win, right? And I'm paraphrasing because he said it a little bit actually way better than that. Which is
he got a bad habit of doing that,
right? And this is the thing for a lot of black women, and they got to admit it. They don't care if a black man wins if black women and an individual black woman, particularly a heavyset, darker skinned black woman with 4C curls, talking about that, isn't winning, isn't eating off of him, doesn't get to live in the lap of luxury because of him. What was the point for them? It's like, what was the point then? That's why they feel
I've had this similar conversation, Mr. Z, with pro-black types, like, because I be in the pro-black space sometimes, just talking with the old heads, and they're like, you're not doing any of this so you can get a woman. I'm like, no, I want this for my life. And if a woman comes along the way, then so be it. But I'm not doing this so I can get this woman. No, if you ask me, like, that's if you doing all this just so you can get a woman, that's the wrong reason. You should just want this for your life.
It's literally
because women don't come and go.
It's plantation politics. Go ahead.
So I'm gonna say two things. So the part that he said, the when black guys reach middle class and he grows up there, his family doesn't need his help straight off back. Like when they get the contract, mom is okay, dad is okay in that middle class lifestyle, so he doesn't have to produce $500K to the block. But the end result is when they say that, and they want to administer power of who gets to be in the community, so that they can kick people out of the community and use people to kick others out of the community.
Absolutely.
But the end result is, if people have certain skills, you truly can't afford to kick these people out of the community. You can't. You don't. Everyone in here has a skill. You take one of us out of the community and just watch it crumble from that position. I'm like, y'all ideas want to be centered around y'all. Me and my mom was talking, because I've known her since fucking middle school. We're military brats. She said, a girl came to me one time and said, I like Daryl too, but he was an asshole. I said, yo, baby, look, A girl tells me she likes me from this area of town. She wants me to dance for her. Like the guys that like her, but she likes me, so it's I like you, so dance for me. You danced for me is the opposite. I was like, they can't comprehend that. It's, hey, I like you, so dance for me. No, you like me, so come dance for me. I said that's what you did. Because guess what? You didn't grow up in a community and your mama isn't black.
Exactly. The culture is designed that way, that no matter what the black man's skill set is irrelevant. The black man, they already, from black women's point of view, black men, you owe them a debt because your mama's black. Because as a black man and as a member of this community, they don't have to incentivize you. The incentive is built in. That's how they perceive it. That's why it's offensive for you to say I'm the prize, or you have to do some work. You have to dance for me, like you just said. That's
let me add on to what you're saying, Compassion. Let me add on to that. Not only is it because your mama's black, you already know where Mr. Z is gonna go. You owe them because of slavery.
That's where you get the Wakanda.
Yep.
You guys owe us for failing us and not overcoming being conquered by the whites. That's essentially what they're saying, that without saying it.
They don't got the ovaries to say it.
And that's my question. Do you think the women have it? Do you think they have it articulated deep down somewhere and just have a sense of enough not to actually say it, or is it? I
heard Divested Zealot say it. Divested Zealot straight up said it. We gave it was either her. No, it was somebody on her panel that said we gave him 60 years. It's been 60 years since Jim Crow. We gave him, I remember I've been saying this forever. I just heard the woman on Divested Zealot panel say that 2 weeks ago, because I knew that's what they was on.
Right. They actually hold that against us consciously.
They hold it against. I'm telling you,
slavery against us.
And it's not, as a non-ADOS person, you see it it's not so in your face because of the structure of Haiti, but there are certain Haitian women in the back of their mind, they own the same thing.
Haiti, right? It's a different narrative of Haiti too, though, right? You guys overthrew it and then threw a bunch of a bunch of complicated story that it kind of didn't go right.
Once the sisters get here, boy,
they forget that narrative. Right.
Man, that is gone. It don't even matter no more. It don't even matter no more. Yeah. And I'm not even talking about one that's like that. What I'm speaking about, the ones that come here young enough. And even though, the ones that come here young enough, you might as well say they moving and talking like ADOS women.
Because I think it's strange to really reconcile that a lot of black people, I think even black men have this problem. I don't think black women consider like the Civil War and like black men's participation in that as us actually liberating ourselves. They actually think white men fought and died to liberate black people. Yeah. So we don't even get credit for like, not even just obviously the Civil War, but then like the Civil Rights Movement and Reconstruction era. We don't really get, so they really actually do hold slavery itself against us.
They and that is the travesty.
Yeah. So the conversation at that point.
At that point it's done deal. That's the travesty of ahistoricism. I might have just made that word up. But that's right. That's the travesty of it all. And that's why that's why I had the somber tone when I was speaking about like the end of affirmative action when I covered it forever ago. That's why I had the somber tone with DeSantis and Greg Abbott and what they're doing with American history concerning black people, particularly in these history books for the kids. It's because what you will find is more and more black people, namely black girls and women, who are going to push a narrative, and even some brothers, when we're spiteful of each other, playing down slavery, playing down Jim Crow, playing down the oppression of black people. And what you will get is more and more of what I have in my community chat right now, where these young people are turning this into a joke for their white spouse, for their potential boyfriend, for their potential girlfriend. You imagine
you're talking about
forget your wife. Exactly. Like that. Forget, you playing down slavery and Jim Crow for your wife or your husband, your white wife or your white husband, which is insane. That's insane within itself. No, you playing down Jim Crow and slavery for your 17-year-old maybe white boyfriend, maybe white girlfriend. Nah, bro, we are this thing is insane.
Yeah,
right?
they
So
cooked, bro. They cooked. At this point, like Ed
that's where we
says,
are.
black women are actually pathologically they hate being black to the point where they're actually dragging blackness itself through the mud culturally and socially. Like to get to some place they'll never get, which is whiteness. So that's like pathological, bro. Something's
And that's why I say temper tantrum. Like for people that don't get it, I know you get it, compassionate. When I say black women are throwing a temper tantrum, when you look at Sexy Red, that's the opposite end. I'm not going to be accepted as a white woman, so here's these tattoos all on my face and my body. Exactly. I'm just going to go all the way negative stereotype. If y'all not going to be accepted, and I'm not telling y'all that she can articulate, she's never going to be able to say what I just said. She ain't going to be able to articulate that shit. But when you look at it, that's what you see. It's Sexy Red on one end, Ebony K. Williams and them on another end. It's Bowser and Ebony K. Williams on one end. It's trying to use class as a proxy for whiteness, and it's failing, right? And then you get the Sexy Reds, and on the other end, these hood sisters that lean all the way into the eyelashes and the weave and the tattoos everywhere. Because I ain't gonna be accepted as a white woman, so to hell with all of it. Right. And let me read this finally. Jeez, I haven't had this up forever. And Salty Ball says, Daylight from Grape is the ghostwriter. Damn, I don't know what song he's referencing. I don't know what Drake song. God damn it. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure that the Salty Ball's been gone. But yeah, anybody know, if y'all want somebody put in the comments if anybody know what song Salty was referencing. And thank you for the super chat, Salties. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, and I promise you, L's active. I would not take that long to read your comment. But let's go ahead and Black Socrates, what's going on? What you got for us?
Hey everyone, how's everyone doing?
Good. What's up with you?
What is the main topic of discussion? Are we just discussing?
Oh no, we just we are scattershot. We are talking about the Drake Kendrick beef. We are speaking about Princella and B Taylor and their same-sex loving liaisons. We are talking about the social and political position of black women and how they pretty much throw in a temper tantrum and like Compassionate put it brilliantly. They drag in blackness through the mud because they can't be white. We are talking about all of it, right? Like and if you want to introduce anything else into the conversation, but yeah, no, it really is the perils of being a black man, essentially.
I think it fundamentally boils down to whether you're going to view black men as individuals or as something like a community resource, right? Now, if they're going to be individuals, then that doesn't bode well for black women, matriarchy, gynocentrism, or I would say progressivism as a whole. But if they're a community resource, then what they're saying makes sense. Like, why is the community resource not operating within its defined, destined, obligations?
And you're saying this about black men?
Yes,
this is how black women are viewing black men. Okay, yeah.
Well, again, the paradigm they're coming from is feminism, right? And I think feminism, as its current incarnation, borrows heavily from Marxist critical theory or Marxist critique of society. And I think one of the issues with Marxism is that Marxism is really kind of a abstraction in the sense that they're world building without reference to how things may work in reality. So what I mean by that is that women talk the way these black women talk, right? Black men are supposed to do things and supposed to. Why?
Idealistic.
Yeah, like why are they supposed to do anything? What happened to incentive? What happened to actually negotiation? Why should I have to negotiate? Why should you as a counterfactual?
And this goes right back to what Compassionate was saying earlier. This is exactly what Compassionate and Demetrius was saying earlier. Exactly what you're saying. Yeah. They feel insulted by even the idea of having to give you a reason.
Yeah, in reality, no one's going to do something, generally speaking, of course, no one's going to do something without incentive, right? No one's going to do something without getting some benefit. Not even animals operate this way, right? Therefore, just telling black men or any man or any person, just do something for some idealistic or abstract concept of solidarity or unity or community hope is ridiculous. It may work through indoctrination and propaganda.
But you just said it. You thought they think of us as a commodity. So, like you said, no one would do something without an incentive. But something needs no incentive, and because they actually pathologically see us as a commodity or like equivalent to a herd of cattle, then it's not the premise they starting with doesn't include incentive.
All I heard you just say, Compassionate, was that chattel slavery really didn't end. It's just all black men now. That's what I heard you just say. But go ahead.
Yeah, sure. But as black, so my position is for black men to regain their humanity. How did that happen? That for black men to not view themselves as a community resource, not view themselves as sacrificial lambs or martyrs or these extensions of the purposes of black women or the black community. They
self-asserted manhood with the pen and ink of self-asserted manhood, as Dr. King would say. Yeah,
absolutely. So as that happens, the whole position of a community resource goes away. Once black men as a whole awaken to this notion that they're not just doings, they're beings, that they have interests, that they have desires, that they should care about themselves. They
shout
should
out Dr. Tia-san.
Right. Then yes, this whole conversation actually goes away. Or not go away, but it doesn't become a real.
Well, I think that's where we are, Socrates. Right? I think that's where you're having this schism now, where like essentially like communication is being cut off. I think a lot of it's starting to be incompatible with black women's perception of black men.
Because what you're supposed to do, and this is me answering right to what Socrates was saying, and you, Compassion, because what you're supposed to do, right? So that's the answer, and we even see it from some of our elders, Steve Harvey, and some of our exers when it comes to Dr. Umar Johnson. It's what black men are supposed to do. Just what you're supposed to be, flat. Right? Yeah. What you're supposed to do, what you're supposed to be, no incentive, no reason. This is what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
And by default, and you're supposed to be this so that black women and black children can benefit, namely black women in this case.
But that presupposes that I or black men care, right?
Right.
True indeed.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. What if I don't? Like, see, my thing is that, especially with the younger generations of black men, I'm not sure how this is going to work out for them, even from their political or philosophical sphere. Progressivism must progress. Therefore, they have taken away civil rights for black people, or at the main focus of civil rights, and given it to women, gay people, and trans people. Right? That's the most important, and Palestinians right now. Right? As that happens, there becomes a question: what am I supposed to do as a black man? Because I thought we're negotiating even gender, right? This is a non-binary now. So when you say what I'm supposed to do as a man, I'm not sure what you mean by that. Right? What do you mean? Yeah. We're persons. We're partners. We're people now. We're persons. And why did you assume my gender? You just assumed my gender by even calling me a man, right? I'm a person.
What did I call it? Patriarchy by feminist specifications. In other words, to answer your question, you're supposed to still fulfill your role as a man, but I'm not going to call you a man. I'm actually going to call you a girl, because that's what these weirdos and like the LGBTQ black folks, like everybody's a girl now. So be like, I saw them girls over there fighting, and they're literally talking about men that were fighting, like straight men, but that's their way of like doing the
their did that too.
Tongue in cheek,
right? You see. But answering your question, so there shouldn't be any incentive, and I lost my train of thought. It's gone. Go ahead, Socrates.
Sorry about that. What I was gonna say is that yes, I understand that it's feminism with patriarchal specifications, or patriarchy with feminist specifications.
Oh yeah, I remember the thought. Okay, let me get out. Well, patriarchy by feminist specifications. Which means I want the parts of patriarchy that benefit me, the provide, protect part. You're just not supposed to have any say. And I know you know this. I'm just being very overt for anybody that doesn't know this. You are not supposed to have any say, any leadership, all of the things that come with your provision and your protection. You're not supposed to actually indulge in that, right? So that's where we are now, where you're still supposed to play a very specific role, but you're not supposed to get any of the benefits that come with that specific role. This is why they're saying more and more, you're doing it because that's what you're supposed to do.
Okay, I get that.
As a tool.
I think they're gonna have a tough time articulating this going forward because as society continues to push the narrative of boss bitches and empowered women, why wouldn't it make sense for men to start saying, yeah, you go girl, and when you go get that bag, take care of me, like i.e. soft guy era. Like, why are you having this money then? Why are women getting these positions? As they do it, as they platform more women, give women more power. We put women as leads in movies. Women are running the show. How it even makes sense as a conversation or a talking point to say, yes, women are now definitively in control, but men still should have more money and protect. Like, what? No, you got it now. So look after me. Like, you got this, sis. The conversation wouldn't make sense anymore. You're pushing women to this position of elevated power and social status, and then turning around saying the inferior people, which would be the men in this sense, should now still be above them.
I mean, isn't that where we are right now? That's why many women don't want to get married, and they're actually saying, like, that's why I keep on reciting Yenny. What's the incentive? This is a 6-figure earning woman, and she's telling you, now that I'm here financially, what is the incentive of getting married? What is the incentive of even coupling up with a man even if we do long-term relationship? Okay, not marriage. I don't believe in the ring and the government gets involved. Okay, fine. I don't even want to engage in that because you're going to have a say. And why would I be in a situation with a man that has a say over what I do if he's not spending extravagantly? If he's not buying me, essentially.
Okay, I get that.
Right.
Like I said, the next decade is going to be very interesting because I already told you what my prediction happen. It's going to be women taking psychotropic medicine or psych medication and killing and committing suicide, and men dating AI and sex robots, and that's going to be a very interesting situation. And also getting babies from bio bags, which doesn't require a woman's uterus. And I think once these things happen, which is very soon, in terms of especially the technology. I don't understand. I don't even understand the conversation is going to even happen because there'll be at that point there'll be no point of men even talking to women.
I think there's very few women that actually understand what's coming down the pike. I would put what you're saying. I would extend it out past a decade. I would say more like 2 decades. But that's semantics. But yeah, no, I think out of all the content creators I've listened to, and even women in my own personal life, I could maybe count on one hand those of them that are at least somewhat concerned for the future of women, even if you want to be selfish, right? The concern for the future of women, if women don't make themselves more available to men, whether that's through personality being kinder, not being assholes, not seeing men. And here's the funny thing about objectifying men and themselves. Not only do you see men as walking wallets, you then turn yourself into a product. And then you get disappointed in the treatment, whether good or bad, honestly, in how you're rated when you see men as a walking wallet, right? So I only see a few women, and I'm thinking of one right now, of Selkis Ray, who brought this up a while ago, that women don't really fully appreciate that the technology is the only reason that they are not becoming more and more obsolete. I'm talking about real biological women, right? So yeah, no, I think that's where we are right now. Is the women don't fully appreciate it. And let me read this. And L's Active saying, thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And L Active says, surviving P. Kelly. P. Kelly. Oh, I see what you're saying. P. Kelly. Everyone hates Amanda. Bear Gills. Okay, I'm a little lost on that. I'm gonna have to channel my subscription change by VPN. Hashtag talk to me nice. Hashtag passport page is free. Hashtag have soft life from women by women. I see where you go in there. Hashtag monogamy is a privilege. I agree with that. I agree with that to a certain extent. I agree, but definitely that hashtag soft life from women by women, bro. The what happened between Princella and B Taylor, bro. That to me is like chef's kiss of what the hell we be talking about, bro.
Mr. Z, let me say this real quick about that situation. Okay?
Go ahead, Demetrius, and then Socrates, and then Compassionate. Go ahead.
Okay. I actually sat down and I watched a series of videos, right, about like them two talking back and forth and everything. Albeit indirectly, one through TikTok and one through YouTube, right? Let me say this. This story could have been very, very different. We could have seen B Taylor and her son on the nightly news.
Low key.
Okay. This story could have been so different, and B Taylor is the exact kind of lady that the Black Manosphere critiques. The exact one, the one who runs back with open arms, with tears in her eyes, to the person who's been abusing her the whole time. Because I don't even necessarily think Princella was wrong in her explanation of things. I don't know if you saw it, Mr. Z. I can tell you what she said real quick.
Go ahead, because I didn't watch it yet. I didn't see it.
Okay. So what this lady said, right? She said, so apparently she broke up with her, Princella broke up with B apparently 3 months ago, and they've been on and off ever since. And so B Taylor was doing like little peace offerings here and there, sending her like them edible fruit baskets and everything, saying, can we just talk? And the whole reason why they broke up in the first place was because B Taylor got jealous of Princella's first girlfriend, Nico. Or I don't even know if she.
Lord.
Yeah. So B Taylor was the lesbian. B Taylor started some of the stuff. Like they were driving each other up a wall, basically.
The traditional same-sex female relationship that descends into domestic violence. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So, of course, Princella didn't say all the stuff about her spazzing out and everything, and causing B Taylor to fear for her safety and all that. And she didn't even address none of the stuff about how she treated her daughter or made her daughter feel or think about herself in any way, right?
Because what did B Taylor specifically, expose about Princella's treatment of her own children? Like she was evil or something?
No, she don't spend no time with her. She's not mommying. Yeah, she don't like her daughter. She's short tempered and short patience with her daughter, and her daughter's on the spectrum on top of it. Yep.
She says she don't even live like a lady. She lived like just a slob.
Like a Nation of Islam dyke.
They sleep on a mattress with pee stains and everything.
Yeah, with pee stains and everything. So yep. Yeah. I wanted to say, exactly. I wanted to say this to what Demetrius was saying. Was it down here in South Florida? I want to say it was. Y'all give Z 1 second.
Yeah, Priscilla's disgusting.
Okay, I'm back. But yeah, I want to say this real quick. I don't know if this story was down here in South Florida, but we had a situation a couple of maybe a year ago of a same-sex loving kind of like triangle, right? And it ended up in double murder suicide.
And that's what I wanted to touch on too, Mr. Z. Yeah. I was like, this is the way B Taylor talking about this situation and the way that Princella's not even addressing the other statement
allegations
that Princella made. This seems like one of those situations where it's only gonna end with one of them, you know,
deleted. Yeah. And I want to be, so for those of you that didn't hear me earlier, B Taylor supposedly asked Princella, all these women that follow you, you have this following, these people, they listen to you, these women listen to you. What about if ish was ever to hit the fan, what would you do? What would happen? And she said, I wouldn't be here. I would take me and my daughter out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I heard that. That was crazy.
So I want to be there. And she says this, was it around like the 1 hour, 20 some odd minute mark, maybe 130 something, somewhere in between that 120 something, 130 something minute mark. B Taylor
I noticed that a lot of a lot of these women, especially in our community, they're right on the brink of nihilism. a lot of the time.
Yeah, I'm
Like,
glad that you said that. Yeah, I agree.
If shit is not like, if you really sit down and have a red pill conversation with a lot of women, I've done it, and you really explain to them, you answer their questions, and you get to the bottom of the shit.
What's the
they
point?
become very hopeless about life
What's
at
the
all.
point? Because that's the other side of delusion. I gotta say this, and after this we're gonna have AL. I gotta say this. On the other side, so all that whimsical Disney fairy tale happy ending thing that they're working towards their whole life. Y'all think that shout out to Jason Black. This is the one thing he said that's 100% right. They never let it go. So you know you ain't gonna be an NBA player by the time you how old and you only 5'3". You know. They never let it. I'm talking about even our moms, y'all. They never let it go, bro. They never let the dream, the delusion, they never let it go. Ever.
They just let me say this, Z, real quick, just before the next person goes, okay? Because I was almost finished anyway. The more I sat and thought about it, the more both of the, like, I already knew all that stuff about Princella and everything, right? I did not think this way of B Taylor before. I thought she was just some, peppy journalist chick, right? Okay.
Oh, you must have never heard her speak on the piece.
No, because I was talking with my best friend about this last night because I let her in on this. And I was like, wait. So you want the best for this lady. You want people to still follow this lady. And this is the same lady who tried to turn you against your son. And you ain't try to rip her head off?
Yes.
Wait, no way. No way.
You didn't think the gynocracy went that deep.
So you saw the living conditions of her and that little girl, and you ain't call CPS, but you call yourself a girl?
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Wait, no. You didn't adopt the girl? You didn't get her out of the environment? You didn't fall for nothing?
Demetrius, let me ask you something. And who was sitting right next to her when she was saying all of that? Who was sitting right next to her? You want to know why I critique these people the way I do? Who was sitting right next to her? Thank you. Y'all all about women empowerment. Okay, yeah, that's it.
Wow.
Who's the next?
I just wanted to quickly respond to what.
Hurry up and then so we could get AL. Go ahead.
Yeah. Like, I want to quickly respond to what Z said when he's talking about like, this chick said that if she loses her platform, she's gonna self-delete with her kids.
No, not a platform. Like, she was like, if we had like a famine or anything where women would have to rely on men and like the world is suffering, people are suffering. She said, ain't no me suffering. I'm taking me and my daughter out.
She'd rather die, her and her children, rather die, essentially.
Yep.
Because I really care less what Scissor Sisters have to say, but I just heard that. I'm just like, that's crazy.
Yeah, it knows no bounds at this point.
Hello?
Yeah.
My bad, y'all. I'm muting myself by mistake. I didn't even realize it. Go ahead, AL.
What's up, OG?
Yeah. Let's let AL go first and then everybody else.
What's going on, fellas? Long live the bitch, a lot of stuff is yay. I'm just sitting back in the cut. I've been, catching a link here and a link there of this bullshit, but I said, I knew the Detective Bloodhound was gonna figure out this shit and send it to the man. I just been waiting, brother. I've been waiting. I've been sitting back the last few minutes with my jaw dropped in horror, like, damn, I thought niggas were savages. These bitches are creatures. I mean, they worse than Teenage Ninja Turtles. These bitches, when they get rejected and they get scorned, you like say, hell has no fury like a woman scorned.
It wasn't mine.
Yeah, no, but we come on, convention. Back in the day, we knew how they move. We knew how they act. We can control it. We can't control this. That's the part about it. We cannot fucking control this. Now, everybody be honest. Go deep in your souls and be honest. Before this shit popped out, we didn't even possibly think in the recesses of our brain, girl on girl violence could be this fucking bad. Now, did it? till this shit done came out the way they do. You just heard a chick say she's willing to off her and her child.
Well, according to the stats, if you look at the stats make it very clear that lesbian relationships are the most violent.
But I learned that shit at like 32. I just figured that shit out. I thought I would have never bet that the most violent relationships were lesbian relationships.
I would have absolutely bet that.
Women are
No.
Well, it's the representation. I get it's the propaganda aspect of it all. It's the propaganda.
No one associates lesbians with DV.
First of all, if you are around them, like if you have friends who are lesbians, they'll tell you about it. And also, if you think about women, like I always define women as unstable and desperate. That's how I define them generally. that they characterized by these characteristics or those propensities.
Unstable and desperate.
Yeah, unstable and desperate. That's, if you think about it, it's like terror management. Their whole life is about terror management. It's managing desperation and instability.
Shout out to Roger. What does Roger always say? They dysfunctional, and then I added this to it. They dysfunctional, unstable creatures that can't be
absolutely. So if you take
and change your direction, change your mind, and don't die from bleeding once a month like that, you're supposed to be side-eyeing these hoes, gentlemen, straight up side-eye.
I can tell you that
terror management is hilarious.
Go ahead, Tim. Yeah, go ahead, Tim.
God damn it. And fuck everybody. Anyway, you want to talk about the violence of that shit? I remember, if anybody's ever seen the show The L Word, the original series, not the
I watched it.
Okay, in the final episode of season 1, the two main protagonists, they showed them violating each other. There was a scene of them talking about. There was a scene of them, and they never ever talked about domestic violence in lesbian relationship. I've had a friend who's lesbian talk to me about how she had to deal with not the violence, but some relationships being not so good. One of them was like kind of abusive. I know another friend. She was in a situation where she was with a nutcase, and she had to change her address, change her phone number, just get the fuck away from her. And I found this out through a mutual friend. So yeah, there are some just some very demented people out there.
You could definitely see it anecdotally, but it's hard. What I'm saying is,
you couldn't get
on a macro level.
Exactly, you couldn't get you didn't know it was a system at this systematic of a level that like you look at DV stats.
But here's the thing. Let me get this out real quick. Have we socialized women to keep their hands to their goddamn selves?
Absolutely not.
No.
Okay, there you go.
No, we ain't been able to control that since they've been pre-K. They've been whooping ass since pre-K.
The Duluth model predisposes that they're just inherently non-violent.
Correct.
And that's what we've been operating off of for 50 years, 60 years.
Yes, that's correct.
Dude, and explain that to Al Green first of all. You don't remember what happened to Al Green?
Oh, Lionel Richie.
The hot grits was it hot water, hot grits on his back when he was
I think it was hot grits.
But understand here something first of all. Same-sex relationships, first of all, dude on dude domestic violence, it's even just as violent because when the cops have to answer them, they gotta fight two dudes half the time. All right? No. When they throw down, they throw down. Women on women DV, that's just as hard. I mean, any cop would say the worst call they gotta take is a DV call. And that's one of the most dangerous ones. Another thing they have to worry about is routine traffic stops, because anything can happen in those situations.
So essentially, this era is characterized by just like the blue pill colliding with the red pill, the reality of shit.
Yeah, but the thing
colliding with how we've been socialized.
Yeah, that too. And also, women are just further enabled and incentivized to be violent towards men, and oftentimes. Like the CDC has shown that 50% of all DV incidents between heterosexual couples is the woman initiates it, and when the woman initiates it, it always involves a weapon or it involves her attacking the man when he least expects it. Usually, like when
vulnerable
he's sitting
position,
watching
vulnerable
TV,
state.
vulnerable position, or his vulnerable position, like he'd be sitting down, or he could be asleep. I mean, somebody I remember somebody talked about like Betty, I remember Betty, you mentioned something like this. I remember when we were on 18th Letters stream talking about some shit like that. Like, or some people talked about how
I don't want to go too far into that name because I want to double back on something Compassionate was getting to earlier about what were you saying? What were you saying? Like, much of the reason why we're in this position is what, like you were kind of speaking to like emerging what our knowledge or like you were speaking to something. Yeah.
What was I
literally
saying?
just like 30 seconds ago, 40 seconds ago.
Yeah. Oh no. Like it's just I'm recognizing that like the reality is becoming just more, and that's what social media is really the utility of it. It's just making it at an individual level, the reality of the environment very stark, and how like I think Socrates said it, I really do feel I don't know how to I don't see what type of world the Z's or the A's and the Z's are going to be living in, the boys. I don't know exactly what direct, and it seems like this gender bending shit that obviously is being like facilitated from the top down is on purpose, I guess, to continue to weaken boys and I guess weaken overall society enough so it can be manipulated. But at some point that you run out of runway with that shit. And I think this just the environment now, like again with the soft guy era trends emerging and shit like that, men are starting to, and I'm realizing these women can't be reasoned with. Like Z, a lot of the work you do really just goes in granularly into how myopic they are.
Yes.
And I guess really just narcissistic. These women can't be reasoned with. They'll ruin the entire, like Priscilla said, they'll just die. They don't even have any. They won't even fight.
I think I might have to do a whole stream about just nihilism and what it might look like coming from women, right? Particularly for us Black women, and so and I really mean it. And I'm glad that I kind of emphasize this on my channel. The need, and shout out to BGS, the myth of white womanhood. The need, and what you're saying is true, particularly for Black women. For them, it is nihilism. If I can't get as close to that white woman's lifestyle, it's really upper middle class white women and above. But if I can't get to that upper middle class white woman's lifestyle, then to hell with it all. Why do I live? Why are you here, Black men? Why do I even have kids? Why go to work? Why do anything? Why not put tattoos on my face?
That? What do you do with a group of women?
Well, what do successful brothers do?
Exactly.
They leave them alone.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Exactly.
So,
which by the way, because they're not introspective. Which by the way, because they're not introspective, then turns around and only further exacerbates their insanity and their nihilism. Because it's like, well, you see, the successful Black men, they don't come back to the hood and pick up us heavy set. Tattoos all over the place, mean, condescending, huge eyelash, waving. Yeah, so it eats on itself, because for them it's like, well, if I can't have this life, then why conduct myself a certain way? Why be disciplined? Why do this? Why do that? Right? So yeah, we see what these successful brothers do. And that's why they feel so insulted by the brothers, the handful of brothers that actually you could see the video with them and their family celebrating, and they got a white girl on their arm. It's an insult to them. How dare you, Black men, not grovel at our feet as a potential successful NFL player? Why don't you have a Black girl with you that's going to enjoy that wealth, that lifestyle, so that I can feel better about my chances and my lifestyle and my chances with a rich dude?
Why doesn't that validate your manhood?
I can give an example of that. I can give an example.
Let's go. Wait. Let's go. Black Socrates, and then Naaman. Go ahead.
Yeah, several things. We had a conversation about this some time back when I talked about the fragility of women, that women are fragile, and I think this is another example of that they're willing to die than suffer disillusionment or suffer not having their aspirations met. They would rather die, which just goes to their fragility. They're fragile. This is why it made sense why people kept them indoors and kept them from stuff, because they can't deal with too much stress and pressure, or they'll kill themselves or go crazy. And I think all the evidence is suggesting that. And to also talk about the point of women having this perception of not being violent, if you look at the stats, so yeah, domestic violence amongst lesbians are the highest. Women are more likely to abuse children. Women are more likely to abuse toddlers. Women are more likely to abuse old people. So what my argument is, it's not that women are abusive. It's just that they can't abuse men because men are stronger. If men were weaker, they would abuse men too. They are abusive.
Shout out to Corey Holcomb. He said it. He said it, and he was on a radio show, and he was on a radio show with what's his name? The one that just retired a couple years ago. Oh my God, y'all know who I'm talking about? Tom Joyner. Tom Joyner?
Wait,
Tom Joyner. He was on the radio show with Tom Joyner, and he was talking to one of the ladies. And he was like, "The only reason y'all don't run things, and you know how Corey talk, is because we're bigger than y'all. If we wasn't bigger than y'all," and the lady was laughing. The heavy-set, light-skinned lady was laughing her ass off. She's like, "The problem is," and she know it's true. She knows it's true. So, and I agree. So I'm agreeing with Socrates. The only reason women are not kicking our asses is because they can't. If women ran the planet, there would be none of this that you see now. They just would fear men and children into doing what the hell they want to do, and we would have the most dystopian planet ever if we were even here. It would really be the hyenas. It would really be that.
Absolutely. And so the point with B Taylor and Priscilla, I'm not surprised at all. I assume most lesbian relationships are kind of like that, especially amongst Black women, because they're highly dysfunctional. I believe women lie all the time, so anything they say openly into a public discourse, chances are to lie. So I would assume she's lying. I would assume everything about her lifestyle is a lie. Nothing is surprising to me. I'm surprised that people are surprised, because why would, again, women are unstable. Women are unstable across the board. If you look at the stats, they cry more often. They're more likely to be depressed. They're more likely to take psych medicine. They're more likely to attempt suicide. They're more likely to.
All of these are facts, by the way.
Yeah, all these are facts. As you look at the stats, they're more likely to be neurotic. They're more likely to experience anxiety. If they do experience bad things, the potency of that feeling of badness is higher for them. So a bad day is a really bad day. When they take off work, for a longer period of time. They take off work more often. They work less than men. They work less than men on a weekly basis, on an hourly basis, like, across the board. So this idea that women are going to somehow outwork and outcompete men is an absolute lie. All the stats show this. Even in countries where they're more quote unquote egalitarian, women do not go into STEM. Women go into the softest and easiest professions, and they take less, and they work less hours.
I literally was gonna say Norway. I was literally gonna mention you, Neyma. I was literally gonna.
You know what? I can do worse. I can do
wait, Neyma. Remember, I had out of order, Neyma. Out of order, Neyma. Out of order. Go ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, So, I go ahead. Go ahead.
Who's next? No, you go ahead.
It was Vince, right?
So let me if we're pausing for a second, then let's do this. So Biro says, and I really want to address this. He says the sisters live their lives vicariously through celebrities or sportswomen, hoping to live their lives and lives and partners, when in reality they don't qualify nor could attain their lifestyle. So I said this on the breakdown of women's perspective before. And I'm stressing it more and more on my channel more recently. I think I need to come back to this. They really feel insulted by the fact that Regina Hall is not married or in a relationship. They really feel insulted by whatever Lizzo got going on or don't got going on. The average Black woman is literally watching these people, especially under a certain age. I would say younger Xers and lower. They're living vicariously through these people. You got to remember, they consume all of this TV. They're on social media. If you couple what Black Socrates just said with what I'm saying, it is an insult to them. So when they feel insulted when we go in on Oprah, they feel insulted, like they really feel that. It's an affront to them. And it really is an insult to them when white society's doing this on purpose. All them goddamn NBA players and NFL players with Black women, and they hyper focus on these relative handful of NFL and NBA players with white wives or Latina wives or girlfriends.
Yeah.
And Black or even just lighter skin or racially ambiguous, the Brittany Rearders of the world. and black women, us particularly, it's an insult to him. It's like, so she gets to enjoy that his life. She gets to have the G wagon. She gets to be stay at home wife with the in the mansion, and I have to be. They really feel insulted. Like it's almost like um he overlooked me. She never met you a day in her life. He overlooked me, right, for Brittany Renner, and look what Brittany Renner's putting them through. Hey, that's what you get. Do you even know who the hell you talking about? You never met this man a day in your life, right? That's why and you can even see this. And by the way, we could tie that right to the music. Drake pulled on that string when he addressed Kendrick and Kendrick's lady, right? He's jabbing at the light skinned, the racially ambiguous thing. That's the appeal to women. That's the appeal to black women. Because hey, this Negro over here talking blacker than berry, that's sweeter than juice. But is he with one of you? Oh,
yeah, wow.
You see what I'm saying?
That was a low blow.
You see what I'm, is he with one of you? He ain't with one of you.
That's not a low blow. That's a kill shot. That's a great point for me.
So that's a kill shot.
and that
I don't know
get your
about that.
Canadian ass on, man.
I don't know about that.
So we have to consider these things as these things transpire, because by the way, these have real life consequences.
Yeah.
Just like we were just speaking about we tied B Taylor and Princella to a real life case that happened where these three same-sex loving women, one of them took the other two out because one of them was cheating on the other one. That one took two, and I think they were police. I think one of them was a police officer. The one that took them out was a police officer. There we go. Yes. Right. Yeah.
To your point of
let's let Compassionate just touch down real quick and then name them, because I know them you guys understand.
No,
go ahead,
to your point
about
of
the
shit
rich slice of tires on the
my fault, name. But look, and to your point of like real life, like this shit, even the Drake beef and the Kendrick shit being like some real life shit. I saw on Twitter, some posts on Twitter is going viral because like Kendrick questioned basically Drake's if he was black, basically. You called him a white boy and shit. I think Ross did the same shit. But I think some girl made a post on Twitter like, oh, so now if your mama's white, she was like, no, Drake's daddy's black, but he's not black. So now if your mama's white, now if your dad's black, you're not black. And it basically started a discussion on Twitter about people saying, it was basically a lot of women admitting that we function like a matriarchy, that we do think if your mama's white, if your mama's non-black, you're not black.
But well, compassionate, that's true. And like but that's the whole thing, because it's like J. Cole his mom is white too.
After this name of
true. Yeah, they did the same thing with J. Cole, and it made people say, wait, it made people, that discussion started in the threads, and I'm reading it, and it was weird as fuck because a lot of women were saying, no, his mama's not black, he's not black. And it was like, wait,
and this is the beauty of the internet. This is the beauty of having this conversation out here in the the town square. The beauty of it is young black men are gonna see that and they're gonna make their exit. We don't. I'm telling you, yeah, we have a presence on social media. Yes, people are listening to us, absolutely. But be very clear. A lot of these young black men are coming to their own conclusions because black women are so goddamn loud about the way they want the black community to be structured. They're super short-sighted in my opinion.
Their propaganda is extremely short-sighted.
Yeah. Let me go. Let Namer go before he explodes. Go ahead, Namer. Go ahead.
Let me go after Namer because I need to drop a bomb.
I'm about to explode. I'm trying to get
but let Namer go first.
Go ahead, Namer.
All right, excuse me. All right, speaking of which, you mentioned women being violent. Look at my goddamn avatar.
Oh yeah, you showed us before. Yeah, we showed this before.
What? This is where I come from. Keep this up. The Kalashnikovs are coming out. Anyway, to point out, to connect a few dots and bring up a few things that's really important to what we're discussing here. First and foremost, about the same-sex love-hate triangle. That happened in New York a couple of years ago. I remember we were discussing that with Jay Shine and a couple other people. And DeAndre, I think it was on DeAndre's screen. But we were talking about that stuff, and they were talking about, well, how come they don't talk about Asian hate, whatnot? And apparently, two of the women involved. I mean, the ex-girlfriend was actually a cop, and she's Asian. The other one was, and the one that she probably took out was Asian and a white woman. But nobody wants to talk about the racial aspect of that one right there. And secondly, they were going to protect her because the blue wall of silence for some reason. Secondly, when black women have an attitude about brothers having white girlfriends when they're entering the draft, understand a few years ago, especially when 2017, I think it was during the 2017 or 2018 draft, you have one brother who was a high prospect. He ended up getting drafted later on. Why? Because he had a DV accusation by a black girlfriend who was mad he was not going to make her an NFL wife. Think about that. So a lot of dudes realize these women, a lot of black women come into this with that sense of entitlement, like BGS has mentioned. They don't want to fill into you. They want you to fill into them.
Yep.
They want you to add on to their lives. They don't want to invest in you because they want to wait for you at the finish line, not understanding that it's like who remembers the movie Family Cookout? It's about a young brother who gets drafted into the NBA, number one in the draft.
Yeah, no, I don't remember this.
Megan Good was his girlfriend, was a gold digging girlfriend, and Jennifer Lewis was his mom. Frankie Faison was his dad. Johnson Family Cookout.
Yeah, then Martin.
I'm talking about that shit. No, it wasn't Martin, but
I know which movie you're talking about. Compassion. I watched that. I remember that movie. Yeah. I know what movie you're talking about.
All of this has to connect with how the dysfunction, and also you don't have people teaching some of these women how to check their mental health. Let's not forget, what's his name? Is it Randolph or Rudolph? The NFL, the football player down in Florida had to stand his ground after his ex-girlfriend tried to send her brother to fuck his shit.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Proxy violence case.
Travis, what's his name? What was his name?
Talk about
Travis Rudolph, I think.
I think so.
Travis Rudolph.
Proxy violence like a mug.
Travis Rudolph. Proxy violence. One of her, she sent her brother, and he later find out that the girlfriend actually was married still, and that was brought up in the trial. So you see a lot of young brothers realizing, oh wait, if this is the kind of bullshit we gotta worry about, we're getting with black women shit, we might as well deal with the white girls, because the white girls ain't doing that bullshit. Hell, even Crimson Cure mentioned that, it broke it down what the deal is with a lot of them. But unfortunately, I remember watching one clip where the one brother gets drafted by the Jets. If you saw the clip, you got dad sitting here with him. You got, friends and family are standing behind the couch. He's sitting on the couch. To his left is dad, and then mom purposely placed herself to his right, sitting between him and the white girlfriend. If you watch how everybody's celebrating, and like how his mom is there, and mom's a big ass woman, and the girlfriend is white, is like kind of petite looking. How she's able to just block her out, or box her out. If you watch them when they're like celebrating him getting drafted by the Jets, and how mom is just trying to position herself so the girlfriend can't come near him or anything like that. It just shows you how much
I think I remember.
Even black mothers talk about it. Black mothers.
I think I remember watching that. Let me read this real quick. And And Indigo says the criteria of qualifying who's black and who's not seems to be arbitrary. What's the end game that black women decide? So me and my girl had this conversation yesterday. Sorry, babe, I'm about to expose you a little bit. We had this conversation yesterday, and like I told you, my girl is light skinned, and we were having a conversation about the beef and I told her kind of what Lovely T said with this color thing, and she was like, "Oh, I don't think I don't think I could really say anything to that." And I was like, "Oh, hell no!" Nah. I said, "Babe, don't you let the darker skinned sisters, especially the jealous ones, I'm not gonna let them be the arbiters of who's black or not because they angry about not being light skinned, racially ambiguous, or white. Absolutely not.
Especially
not on my watch.
Especially right? Not when we got pages like Only Logical exposing the shit out of all these white dudes these women been chasing for the freaking longest. Like, no, absolutely not.
No, absolutely not. I'm not gonna let. And it's if we want to have a conversation about where the bar for quote unquote black beauty should start, I'm actually willing to have that conversation. It's going to be really uncomfortable and a whole lot of people are going to get their feelings hurt.
Yeah.
I'm willing to have that conversation. But allowing
why stop now?
Right, like allowing dark-skinned black women to just be the arbiters of who's black and who's not because of their own traumas or however they feel people don't desire them or whatever. And what we're going to end up with is going to be Lizzo is going to be the beauty standard, and then we're going to move from there. Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Right.
And Gabby Sidibe.
For a second.
Go ahead.
Like, I just want to I am
after you, Vince. Go ahead.
Point, I think men, especially black men, need to just say, so fucking what? If I end up with a light-skinned chick, so fucking what? Because most of the time that doesn't even happen naturally. Most of the time, the first chick that a black man gets with is a fair-skinned, darker-skinned black woman. So I don't even know why to even play that card. Because the honest truth is they're not even playing it because they actually want the man. They really just want the first right of refusal. They really don't even want the man. So you can get honestly.
Well, I don't even know if they want the first right or they already have the first right of refusal, which is by proximity. They actually just want like exclusive rights.
They want exclusive. No. I got it, y'all. I got it. France and the Francophone countries.
Yeah.
It is the first right. It is if you find something in the ground over there, you got to come to us first before you even think about selling it. And we gotta say no. And then even when we say no, we get to decide who you do get to trade with when it comes to those resources, right? No. So that's what black women are on. It's on this. Okay, you're a loser. Yeah, you could end up with the little crackhead out white woman over there. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute, you look kind of stable. We'll reserve you for the sisters when they come back after, shout out to Accountable Commentary, the Tizzy tour, after the Brad worship fails, and after they get kicked off of Mount Olympus, and they come back with 1 or 2 kids. You're stable. You end up with that person. Oh wait, you're rich and you're tall and good looking. Okay, you're good enough for Lizzo and Gabby Sidibe.
And your mama was supposed
to dark-skinned women's fucking insecurity. Get the fuck out of here.
Z, I actually wanted to tie back into what was said earlier because the other day, not yesterday, like when I was talking to Angry Man, but the other day he also did a different stream when he after the initial Kendrick diss, and actually I think it was the Rick Ross and then the Kendrick diss. They put out an article when Drake responded, and he was reading the article, and the article said, are you really gonna let a light skinned dude do you like this? That's some colorism shit at play here in this beef. So it's not just the music, it's not just where he's from,
absolutely. But I think it's colorism, but it's also because I think what we're doing is we're crossing colorism and racial makeup, and we're turning it and background and familial and family lineage, and we're putting all of that in a pot, and we're just saying light skin. No. There's background, there's family history and lineage. Yeah, somebody's background. Yeah. Right. So we're.
His name.
So we're putting all of that in one pot, and I definitely see where you're coming from with the just throwing up light skin. But once again, there's so many light skin entertainers and rappers that I don't think this would have been the angle for them.
Yeah,
I don't think people would have been coming at them I don't think you could come at Cole with the same angle, but I don't see anybody's doing that if Cole was to jump in the beat.
Kendrick,
I don't see
the slight against Drake was more of a cultural. And so, when he's calling him a white boy, he's talking about his like Ross said it, he trying to be cool with the brothers on the playground type shit. It's more of a culture. What's up?
I was just saying, years ago, Drake's been called the culture vulture. He was called
he's
literally
Yeah, he is.
I mean, but he got to kind of. It's hard to say because his father is actually Ados.
Yeah,
and he actually has spent his life in Memphis and Houston and shit.
This is true, but compassionate. If you see him speak, if you see Drake speak, and you see the way he emotes, that is a small hat woman. That is not especially okay, perfect. Dre's on the panel with us, right? So you get the Canadian accent, but Drake comes off as a black dude.
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying? That's not how Drake comes off to me.
No,
And maybe that's just me.
His mannerisms, no.
No, you can tell he spent a lot of time in Canada. He ain't been
Canadian. Go ahead and say it. I wanted to say it too. Go ahead.
Well, the thing is, like, BGS has broken down before. Like, the small hat community is actually a matriarchal culture.
Yes.
And yes, and my family's Jamaican. Like, and like Drake, he was hanging around Jamaicans, and like he hangs around Africans too. Like, you know, like Pressa and them. Like, he hangs around them.
Weird to y'all? Is it not weird to y'all that he be jumping between accents and shit? And
no, of course, and I'm glad they called him out for that. Yeah. Absolutely. People in Britain have been talking about that for a little minute. It's just that we weren't paying. I was paying attention, but I mean, like, Black American society wasn't really paying attention. Let's just say everywhere Drake has gone, I have watched a handful of people who are not so afraid, or at least they might have let's call it a thing. They might have got feel slighted by Drake or what Drake didn't do for them. So I gotta say that they'll start to question his integrity, right, and why he's doing the things he's doing. And look, as an entertainer, I expect you to do some exploiting. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying I expect it. I expect it from all of them, from Beyonce to Drake. And I'm not just talking about the black ones too, the white ones too, Taylor Swift and all of them. I expect it. Drake is so brazen though with some of this stuff.
I was gonna say, like, his plan, like, people can openly see his content strategy.
They call it OVO sweatshop compassionate. They call it the OVO sweatshop.
Really
God
push
damn.
back against that. Like, he really, I mean, he just does. I mean, yeah.
Like, you never heard the Weeknd on that on We Still Don't Trust You.
I still didn't hear that diss. I know which one you're referencing. I still didn't listen to it. He did. Yeah.
Oh, it's over with.
He said, "I'm glad I never signed my life away."
I don't think Drake is insurmountable. I think because hip hop is unique in the art form. It's very fickle, and your reputation definitely has to be. It's part of your artistry. So if you're a fuck nigga, your raps are actually not as good to people, to the listeners. It's not like any other genre like that. It's very, like, you can't, and he's not gonna be able to put his hat on the women.
Let me read these two comments real quick, y'all. Hey, give me one second. And Els Active says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Els Active says, if it weren't for black men, we would still be under colonialism. The nerve, bruh. Man, but you let them tell. That's why low key they try to erase you from history by saying sheroes and black sheroes and say her name, and like, it's all this way of diluting black men's contribution, diluting black men's presence, diluting black men's struggle.
If black women were really just as hell bent on status as they were, why wouldn't they just ride our wave? Why was the strategy to try to ingratiate themselves to white supremacy by lying on us? That doesn't even make sense. To
overshadow you, because it's a class thing. Well, especially coming out, I would argue, especially coming out of Jim Crow, especially with intersectionality gave black women a lane to no longer be black. Black women is not just a designation of your sex. Thank you. It's not just your sex plus your race. No, black women now is supposed to represent a different class. With black, I think I'm articulating something that the majority of black women cannot articulate, is that being a black woman is separate and above being a black man as a class position. And what they're arguing is but they have never been able to kind of push that the way they are now with enough black women. Because we got a vice president that's a black, quote unquote, black woman. We have a Supreme Court judge that's a black woman. We have former UN ambassador. We have and these are all black women. So black women are saying we are separate and above as a class, right? And I think that's something that we have to consider. And let me read this real quick. And Venom Cases, that's why they had that Michael B. Jordan should be with the single mothers thing. Yes, and it was to spite black men. Let's call a thing, but it was also to say, it's not about him and his stock in this society, his position in this society. It's about theirs. It's about saying, hey, thank you. I as a black woman am deserving of the quite arguably the most attractive or the face of success black man even as a single baby mama to a white drunkard white man who's out here running through dark skinned women because he could smell their insecurity from a zillion miles away. Who else was on there? Lala Anthony, who's a 40-something-year-old black woman. Quite frankly, right now, single mother.
Puerto Rican.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, but the way she's perceived, the way she's perceived in our society, let me call it thing a thing. Black woman, a single baby mama black woman who came out here, divorced her husband. Okay, fine. He was doing what he was doing. Okay, fine, whatever. Divorced her husband and has been spending the past few years trying to make up for it with some type of man, and it ain't working. And who else was on that list? It was Lala. It was Jody Turner Smith.
No, you forgot. You gotta add the part to Lala's resume. Now she's switched. She's on the cycle now where she's counting on her son. She's on some son husband development.
Oh yeah, son. I've seen the pictures. You're right. Mm-hmm. You're right. And who was the last person on the list, y'all? It was Lala Anthony. It was
I ain't never seen. I don't know who that was. Either way, they were all no's.
Yeah, it was. It was Tia. It was Tia. It was the twin. It was the twin. And then Tia, who was square, cringy. I think Tia's attractive. I find her pretty. Square, cringy, and divorced her husband for God knows whatever reason to be out here in these streets. And even with that, it's failed. And so Michael B. Jordan, once again, the face of black success, arguably the top of the food chain. And that's, once again, that's also a class flex. Our failed women should be with the best of black men.
Yeah. Like Z, I want to build up.
Yeah.
I want to.
We gotta let Vincent in after this, you guys. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Dre, and then we gotta get Vincent.
I just want to quickly build off of like what you were just saying, and also what you were saying earlier. You were talking about like you were talking about class and how you were saying that Sexy Red is at one at one end of the spectrum, and she's leaning into like freshness. But then you have like, this is what I wanted to say earlier, was that then you have a Beyonce who went from brown skin to light skin in a matter of years.
I've seen it. No, she was already light skinned. Beyonce was already light skinned. She just got light.
Something.
Yeah. She just took that to a whole nother level. God damn, you beat me to it. God damn, compassion. I swear to God, I was gonna beat it. I swear. No, we gotta get Vincent. Yo, we gotta get Vincent. Okay. Go. You know what? Let's do this. Neighbor, go ahead and drop what you gotta drop. You got like 20 seconds, and then we'll get Vincent. Go ahead.
Andre, the only way most people consider Beyonce light skinned is because you had her standing next to her cousin Kelly Rowland, who is dark, and everybody was going to drop kick Beyonce for Kelly Rowland.
Don't spark the Beyonce versus Kelly Rowland wars today, because I'm Team Kelly Rowland, but Beyonce has always been bad to me. She always been a baddie, but no, I've definitely been Team Kelly Rowland.
From the ADO's point of view, she's never been classified as a red bone. She's like a caramel skin. Yeah. You really wouldn't even describe her as light skin.
High yellow.
High yellow. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yep. And then go ahead, Vincent.
Vinny, come on.
All right, I ain't gonna take a lot of time, and I ain't trying. I'm trying to find my footing in a conversation about talking over anybody or not getting talked over. And shit. So I'm just
Vince. It is what Obsidian says popcorn style is popcorn style. You in the middle of a goddamn intersection with a bunch of cars going 200 miles an hour.
And I'm putting pressure. You better say some profound shit. Now it's
right. Go ahead. Now we're about to be quiet. So now we all about to be quiet, and the pressure's on. Go ahead.
Yeah. Go ahead. You're speaking in the auditorium with 90 people.
Right.
So much to address, so little bit of time, because so many points have been made. I can only point out probably like two things, and so I'm looking at a lot of things from the mental health aspect, and I'm also looking at stuff from the spiritual aspect, not like hotel spirit, but like, essence and nature and shit, right? One thing I popped in my head, I'm gonna say this because this has been on my mind. I think a lot of relationships are dysfunctional and fucked up because a lot of families is dysfunctional and fucked up. I think that there's something with that. I think because my last relationship, I noticed my significant other wasn't really trying to involve her parents too much into, ongoings and stuff like that, or like even like having that,
rapport with the father and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So and it's there wasn't really much of a big deal because we still had chemistry and stuff like that. But it's something I'm looking at on the other aspect of it where it gets a little bit way more dysfunctional. Like it's like 55 miles per hour versus like I'm talking about like a 10 mile per hour in comparison issue. So I'm thinking because and Z made me realize there's something missing into a lot of these relationships and stuff is the involvement of the family. So I'm like, okay, what's going on with the family? A lot of families dysfunctional and fucked up, and there's an outpouring of that because all this shit's connected. That's where all the major shit goes back.
No, bro. Hey, I don't want to cut you off, but I think you on to something that we were just talking about earlier. We were talking about Z. When we were talking about the nihilism we see present in a lot of these women, when you really give them the reality, and the funky academic, you put me on him, and he talks about the marriage, the institution or the establishment, the foundation of family, building families, like to what Vince is speaking to, and that like low key, a lot of millennials and shit is like products of divorced and broken families and shit.
Yep.
And Osei said exactly. Osei says that the psychological ramifications of a culture widespread with broken families is that the children don't grow up to think that they don't think of rational planning and foresight into the future it makes sense to do. And like to the point of the nihilism and kind of the myopic point of view the women hold and some of the men hold, honestly, I think it's something to like what you're saying, Vince, is that the family, like we fucking broken structurally, like from the ground up. So relationships at the micro or the individual level are destined to fail because a lot of times
it's a byproduct.
Yeah, exactly. It's not even personal.
Relationships, families is a byproduct of relationships. And you look at some of the relationships and families and things like that, objectively, it's not a fucking relationship.
Can I give my 5 chuckles into white society now? Can I get my 5 chuckles in when y'all broke up the black family? Can I get my 5 chuckles in when y'all taught black people to be individualistic on them plantations? Can I get my 5 chuckles in that they tried to warn y'all, either y'all fix it so we're gonna drag the whole society and the whole world into the bullshit. You should have fixed black people when you had the chance.
James Baldwin.
Hey, what
will destroy it by our very
got
presence.
The black people that it deserves.
Hey, but that's one of the realest lines. Say that again for me, Vince Slow.
Yo, America has the black people that they deserve.
Thank you.
And now the tangle of pathology is spreading everywhere.
I would say all. I said America as a whole has the citizens it deserves.
Absolutely.
I agree. But what I'm saying is because America has gone out of its way to crush and hurt, namely black men, black people by extension, guess what? That's spilled out all the way up to your middle class now. Your working class white folks is fucked. Your working poor white folks, they've been gone. And we're working on the middle class now. You should have did right by black people. And this, go ahead.
This is what Malcolm meant by the chickens coming home to roost.
Yes.
And it really comes out in what like the scholars and BGS and them has brought out, the tangle of pathology is actually spreading into other cultures.
Yes.
And we're watching it in this space. We're of the know and we can connect the dots. Like you can really look out into society. Like I was watching a goddamn Taco Bell commercial and they said some shit like, that's the real flex. Like the shit is like the slang, like black culture is penetrating into every
that's global practical
society.
Yeah, that's practical global.
Like you said, it's animated by this neoliberalism that has been pumped into it. And we're just really the canary in the coal mine for real. Like we are the future of every society in America. If they continue to go down this road, they'll have the same shit.
Go ahead, Vincent. I'll go after you. Go ahead.
I try to just say this, and I would say this a little bit like screaming. I don't know how to say it, but I'm gonna try my best to say it. I think we're on the right side of history. It's looking like we're on the right side of history.
In terms of you talking about we
as in the black manosphere.
If we, and even I'm talking about at least where we are right here. It's a lot of parts. I look them with the side eye. Like, I don't know what you like. You know what I mean? I took you said a grain of salt, but I think at least like in this little dispensation of I mean Negroes pun here. I think I would say we're on the right side of history when I'm seeing things because even if the canary in the coal mines, we are having a little bit of foresight about things. And we
Absolutely.
and I think even where it's coming from in our spirits, because again, talking about spirituality and things like, at least for me, I wear the tent. I wear the tent for your hat for us, okay? So nobody else would have to, okay?
Let me say this real quick, because I want to say this to everyone. Actually, I was gonna say to non-black people, but to everyone. If your culture ain't built to withstand white money flooding over it, you fucked.
And what, let me
go
channel BGS and finish the statement. And your culture, and it doesn't even really matter if you're so-called, wherever you brought that robust culture that's going to keep you insulated from white money flushing it doesn't matter, because if you're in this environment, your culture is worth shit. You're gonna succumb. Generations will die that will remember that old shit that they taught, that old traditional shit, and you'll be a fucking neoliberal, conspicuous consuming,
white worshipping,
what is it, fucking negative liberty practice.
Yeah. let me give y'all the prime example of two non-black people, Mindy Kaling and her brother. Remember, her brother was out here imitating a black dude so that he could get into school, and he's on some white racist shit with his Indian ass. And then Mindy Kaling over here worshiping any white man's balls worth a damn.
Yep.
Maybe not even worth a damn. So, yes, I'm using non-black people for a reason. And remember, we talking about South Asians, right? They're supposed to have they're supposed to be insulated, like Compassionate was saying. They're supposed to use their culture as a bulletproof goddamn blanket.
Yeah.
How did that work out? One generation.
No, they have been overrun and influenced for over 600 years due to the British. So
no. I'm not going there. I'm talking about when they got here to America.
Yeah. Bro, I'm in Chicago with hella Mexicans.
And you should see the folks you should see the same. I'm just going to say, but at the same time, it's the same case if you go with South Asians in Canada, or if you go to the UK, or in parts of Europe.
This is what I'm saying, Neymar. I'm saying the British did loosen them up with the British running them, and even, I mean, if you really want to go all the way back to Alexander the Great, we could do that. But if you want to go a couple thousand years ago, we could do that. But I'm saying yes, the British did loosen them up for European colonialization of their minds. I agree. What I'm saying, when they get to the West, particularly America, it's a done deal. It's a done deal. It's a done deal.
It doesn't matter where you come from. This environment is
same thing in the UK.
Yeah. But go ahead and Compassionate, you were saying something.
No, like, and this is like, to your point, Namer, it's a function, and it's not just to make it just so, obsessed with America. It's like BGS already structurally, it's a function of industrialization. This type of shit, and it doesn't matter what culture you are in. As you industrialize, you start to get what we see here. We're just 100 years ahead of motherfuckers. And it's just that's the reality.
I would be a prime example of what you're saying. I would be a prime example.
I think that's also because. I think that's also because of the social math we've been doing. Like that, and I think so y'all remember, I'm in mental health right now. Like, I'm doing psychology and therapy, and sometimes I think we see a lot of psychological stuff I've been realizing, especially what's going on with Princella and that other chick. There's a lot to say about that on the psychological level, and that opens up a whole lot.
So let's further what you're saying, Vince. Real quick, Nemo, real quick. Let's further what Vince is saying by saying the reason why we're doing this work. Oh man, I'm about to take from these goddamn weirdo alt-right and conservative dudes. It's because we're not afraid. We're not afraid of saying some of the things that you're not supposed to say, and considering these things and actually being like, well, if you're raised in this society as a black woman, and you raised that you're better than black men, and then you go to school in this white racist society, and then you consume this type of entertainment, and then your mom and your dad and your brother them and your sister them is all blowing smoke up your ass, and you go to college and then you take these feminist classes, how is that going to actually work on an 18, 19, 20, 25-year-old black woman? Right? So we're doing that math that people aren't doing. Good.
Quote more Z. Come to the dark side.
Right.
They are doing it though. Here it is though. They're doing it with intersectionalism. Problem is, intersectionalism is a flaw. I will call it a taxonomical system. It's like a little a combination ring kind of thing where you kind of like to see the outcomes of things because you take things out, put things in. It's like when Green Ruler talk about making a quadriplegic, disabled dwarf women or whatever like that. And it's like, so that's that taxonomy. So I study archetypes, and it goes all into feminism. I also use it for astrology, but we're going to talk about intersectionalism and the things that they throw in there. That social man that come out of there, the probability of the fucked up shit on the side of it, or flawed. I'll say flawed.
Oh, absolutely. It's based on a false premise. I think, first of all, intersectionality was authored by Kimberly Crenshaw from she's a law student or like a law professor. Mm-hmm. So like she wrote that shit as a tool. She understood.
Her tool fucking sucked. No disrespect.
No, bro. It didn't matter if it sucked. It wasn't backed up by no data. The data would have showed that black men were at the intersection of race, class, and gender. That wasn't the point. The point of the weapon, she understood. She used just narrative and rhetoric from woman study shit to validate a claim. She already knew the overall arching structure and system.
That shit mad. That's why they mad suck. No disrespect.
No. But Dave, let me say it then. This is the point that Compassion is trying to get you to understand, Vince. The math was the formula is shit. It's not the math. The formula is shit. Yeah. The formula is shit on purpose. No, but I'm saying the formula is Go ahead.
And the only people that would look under the hood would be black men. No one else
because damn, you beat me to it. That's all I was gonna say. yeah. And because it affects us the most.
And that's why they don't teach our boys to read, because then if they don't read, they can't do what we're doing in this space and start taking apart. Hey, what the fuck? Hey, Kimberly, this data don't match.
And in other words, they're living this life, but they're not able to articulate what they're living, how they're living, and how we got here, and what is the solution. Train track.
Fucked up ideas.
So what I'm saying is
support into their lap. That's the idea of intersectionality. Pour support infinitely into the most downtrodden segment of society, and that's the solution. Many high rise lift all boats, or whatever the fuck they be saying.
A rising tide lifts all boats type bullshit. Yeah. But yeah, no. So and be very clear. So that's what that Goldman Sachs money was supposed to be. That's what these pilot programs in different cities where they just literally just give black women in specific money. Impoverished black women, to be honest, but black women money and to see how it goes, and they give black women money for like years on end, right? 1 year, 5 years type thing, just to see how that works, and they're using it somewhat as a pilot program to test UBI type thing and whatnot. But yeah, no, all of that stems from the idea that black women, because they sit at the intersection of womanhood and blackness, race, they should be the ones. Yes, and the way they argue that even though the outcomes for black men tend to be more dire, is that we are the mothers of black boys who become black men.
How's that been working out though?
Trash.
Well, it's worked out decent because they outnumber us in college. They outnumber.
No.
What?
Yeah. It worked out very bullshit, but no disrespect.
In the long run, we can see how that's not going to conclude and shit. But technically, that empowered the trickle down, because white women took most of that shit. The trickle down, it gave black women a footing, some sort of footing. So it wasn't for completely nothing. They got access to college, money, and it just, in the grand scheme of things, bitch, y'all still don't even make more than us. Y'all still don't hold. Y'all ain't real tacticians. Y'all are just a bunch of fucking.
It allowed for women in general to be put as the buffer class that it was always designed for them to be, and black women to be the same. And I'm gonna say it. I'm sorry. For black women to play safeguard for white interests, whether they realize it or not. And I want to be very clear. I'm gonna say this is gonna piss a lot of people off. I don't think the majority of black women even realize they just safeguard for white interests.
Absolutely.
I think some of them do. Some of them do. Right? I think the ones that are important do. But the average black woman, she just trying to get it where she fit in, and first of all, she doesn't care, but she doesn't know to care in the first place. Right? So but the consequences of her being placed as the buffer class, that's what she feels. She feels that lack of marriage. She feels that lack of stability. She feels that lack of security, even if she got the money, right? She feels that loneliness. She feels when she walks into the office and she's surrounded by goddamn vulture ass non-black people, non-black men. She feels that shit.
But culturally, black women actually believe that they're the best person from the black community to fight those battles.
Absolutely, and they're failing at it.
And that's far from it. The sad part is, like, if you, I don't know if you caught Jason Black's monologue on marriage lies last night. That shit.
No, I gotta listen to it. I gotta listen to it.
That shit, man.
It was good.
Wow. Yeah, it was pretty. That monologue was pretty fucking good because he also dispelled that bullshit. Because I had put it in the chat because he was talking about like, because you know how they like to make that argument about life expectancy between a married man and a single man.
Did he finally dispel it for black men?
It's only an average of 2 years.
Yeah, no, not even that. I have an argument with my brother. I have an older brother who's married. I'm not married, and we had that argument. He wants me to get married, and I'm like, I'm a background in accounting.
Did he say why?
Yeah, he does try to say why, but I'm a numbers guy, so I always tell him the numbers. I say 50% divorce rate, how much marriages are sexless, what you stand to lose, all this stuff. And then he talks about the same talking points. Oh, married men make more money and married men live longer.
It don't even belong to you, though.
No, but they brought, the way he brought it down, the way it was brought down is that they make more money, but they also spend more money.
That's what I'm saying, because it don't belong to you. That shit don't belong to you.
No,
correct. Exactly.
If the divorce rates are high and the laws are such that women have rights to what you own, doesn't it fucking make null and void if you make more because you just get
because what they do,
that's the point.
Yes, correct. What they do is what's called survivorship bias, right? They only talk about basically good marriages. I'm like, what about the divorcees? They don't put them into the calculation.
Right?
They don't do the calculation. Right? I said, if you want to talk about divorce, you got to talk about the divorces that succeed and the divorces that fail, or the marriages that fail.
Yeah. You also, and another thing is, it still hasn't been defined yet. I was like, I have still yet to see how do you define a happy marriage? It still has yet to be defined today.
Whether she's happy or not.
When you hear people, when I hear married people talk, and I'm sure y'all can agree, they never say anyone's happy. They just kind of give a sense of like, they almost act like fucking war wounded combat buddies.
They're content enough.
I went to ask a lot of my friends a straight up question. I was like, listen, I'm going to ask you a straight up question. Do not bullshit me. Be honest. Would you tell me, since you've been married, you have gotten your return on investment? And he was like, no, I haven't. I was like, thank you. He told me straight up.
I'm in a long.
They have been married for a long time. They've been married for over 10 years. So it's like
I've been in a long-term relationship. Well, I don't know where people's line for long-term. So let me reel that back. But no, I've been in a relationship for like 3 years. Shit, we're about to go on 4, right? And it's looking like marriage, and I could be very clear that I already know it's a financial money pit. You gotta walk into it knowing that this look, man, my girl ain't never gonna be able to make up for the money that I give her in the things that I I just dropped goddamn $600 for this damn trip to California, and I'm gonna drop how much more money? Like, bro,
you know better.
Hold on.
You know better than that. You need to ask. And I'm in a long-term relationship too. And how are you planning on asking for your return on his investment, or you plan on not even asking?
No. For me, the behavior, I don't have to convince for sex, bro. I don't have to convince for that. I don't like my girl give me a peace of mind, right? We be having all these conversations we're having right now, right? Yeah. I don't have to deal with much attitude. She's still a black woman. I don't have to deal with this. And plus, her mom and her dad married 43 years, so I already know that she know what the distance exactly. Right. And my parents have been married for. As a matter of fact, this month is gonna make 38 years for my parents. So like both of us already kind of go ahead.
What about two women theory?
Wait, say that again. I missed it.
I said, what about the two women theory?
I've never heard about. What's that? Yeah. What's that?
Oh, the woman you have now and the woman you have when she's either married or pregnant is not the same woman.
Oh yeah. But a woman you divorced.
Oh, that's a good one. I never heard that one.
Yeah. So let me tell you something. If you ask men, the woman they had, I know men who the woman they had before she was able to get a commitment or some way to trap the guy. She was a different woman. She was compliant. She was cooperative. She was everything nice. But as soon as she had that leverage, she changed.
And that's the
reality.
reality.
Spoke to that too.
Yeah. So like,
he asked a question. He was like, married men. He was like, be honest. Can you tell me you have gotten the same like effort since you put the ring on?
That's what I'm saying. Listen, I have a friend of mine. I don't want to. Again, he's going through a horrible situation. So when he first met his woman, she was compliant. She was submissive. She was everything a man would want in a woman. They had 2 kids. She don't work anymore. Why don't she work anymore? She don't feel like it. And now he's in a bind. He's a high earner, but he's literally killing himself working 50, 60 plus hours a week to pay for everything, the private school and all this high living. She wants to drive luxury cars and she wants to live a high life. And the kids have to go to $50,000 a year school, private school each, 2 kids.
And that's a bad deal, bro. That's just a bad deal.
Yeah, I understand. But the question is, what do you do then? Because now you're trapped. You're stuck in it. Another friend of mine.
That's why I asked you initially, because I think the only thing you can do is establish up front, hey, bitch, this is not going to be a bad deal for me. I'm not going to just settle. I don't care about you changing your mind about feeling like working. And I think that needs to be said before the even engagement. Like, fuck marrying her and then having these conversations. It need to be said up front. I see what you're on. You're cool with giving me an unfair deal, but I'm not. So before we,
I'm in agreement with Compassionate on that. You have to establish from the jump, and you have to, like, my girl knows I'm not going anywhere unless you cross these particular lines. You cross these lines, and I'm ghost move king on your ass. I will go. You will be another one of those women recording the apartment or the house fucking empty like a mug, or I left everything and I just went ghost. Either way, I'm ghost move king on your ass.
I hear you. I have a friend of mine. He makes 6 figures. He recently reconciled with his baby mother. And the reason he's doing it is not because he likes her or even wants to be with her. He's doing it for his kid, because he don't want his kid to grow up in like a single parent.
I got friends just like that, bro. And I'm realizing, watching that and hearing stories like that, niggas are way too matriarchal. They're way too maternal. Niggas gotta lay down some of this, anything goes for my children shit. Because that is bitches are taking advantage of that. That's a clear-cut weakness.
But we learned that from women.
But my thing is, be careful with that anything goes, because when that anything goes gets exercised on you or your children, then what?
What you mean anything goes? What do you mean?
No, y'all saying the same thing. Y'all saying the same thing.
No, we saying the same thing. I'm just saying, be careful with that anything goes attitude, because like, what happens when that's exercised on your children?
And we see that every day, like bro is describing. His man's is having that conflict of emotion or heart, where he's saying, man, I'm gonna settle with a miserable woman just for the sake of my kids, which on the surface sounds very honorable. But I hear that shit getting leveraged against niggas and taking raw badass deals every day.
Well, I think the problem is, people. I always say people think money is magic. Like in America, we have this undue love of or belief in money being able to do things that it can't do. So he started making more money.
Rest in peace, Milton Freeman. Go ahead.
Her behavior started changing. And so he's thinking in his mind that maybe this could be a workable situation. And I'm like, yeah, that's only going to work for a little bit, and then she's going to want more. So whoever she is, her default character, that's going to come out eventually.
But is he one of those guys? Is he one of those guys that kind of gets off on being able to provide for her? Like,
I don't know. He's a good dude. So me, I'm fine with being the bad guy. That's my position. I don't care about being a good guy or a bad guy as far as people's concerned, because people are ridiculous. That's my perception.
But let me get this out real quick, because because of my background. Let me get this out real quick because of my background. Sure. So you when you're in a relationship for real and it's going to be marriage, or it's look like it will be marriage, it's easier for me because I'm in the cars. Because I'm into cars and automobiles, I know a money pit when I see one. Do I want it though? Am I okay with knowing I will never be able to sell this for how much money I'm going to invest in it, how much time, how much hours at work just so I can modify it? Am I okay with that? Is it worth it for me? When I look at women, and that includes my lady, am I willing to spend way more money than this is worth? The return on investment for me, it's worth it if I'm getting what I want. it's not worth the money. The money I'm putting in is not worth that. It's not worth that.
We were
But I
talking
think
about
that's the point of but that's the point of the question: return on investment, because it would pretty much be defined by you. Like, what do you find important? So if you are getting the important things that you want back, then that would be a yes. You're getting your return on investment.
But see, Western marriage ain't built on the premise
let me cook. Let me cook. The married black guy.
Get a return on investment.
Yeah.
So I'm about to cook real quick. The return on investment, for one, most niggas will die early if they have a traditional marriage. I'm gonna straight up tell y'all. When you have to pay daycare, when your woman's working and getting 4 hours of sleep because it's you and her. I'm sorry. Both grandmas and grandpas live 2 blocks away from each other. I utilize the grandmas against my woman. So I give the grandparents power over my kids. And I made jokes about sleeping 10 hours because I made jokes about sleeping 10 hours because I dropped my son off or the grandparents picked up my son. So I'm not gonna die early. I get sleep. And I still work 60 hours. The thing is, you have to, if you're black, you're from Texas and you meet a girl in New Jersey and she's from Chicago, you're gonna get fucked over. You're better off. I'm a military brat, bro.
Repeat that, Leon. I missed it. Repeat that.
If you're from Texas, you're living and working in New Jersey, and you meet a woman and she's from Chicago, you're gonna get fucked over. One, I'm a military brat. When women don't have family, you have to use the state, meaning daycare and all that type of shit. I wake up, right? The grandparents come and pick up my son. On Saturday and Sunday, my mom comes and picks up my son. Drops him off at 9, 10 o'clock at night. My mom comes over and cleans my son's room. Folds his clothes. Buys him food. Plays with him all day. You know what I'm doing?
So you essentially saying trying to do the nuclear family thing will kill a black man earlier.
That's straight up.
You need a network. You need a network.
Right.
But this is the whole thing. Like, I give power to my mom and her mom straight up. And I tell my woman, your mom is going to annoy you. My mom is going to annoy you. They're going to critique how you do shit. But I understand you're going to get 8 hours of sleep, so it doesn't matter.
Right. They're useful allies.
And not only that, I don't have daycare.
Right.
You know, Mrs. Z knows how much I make and how much my woman makes. If you look up the median income,
but Leon, what you basically saying is but that structure you describing is increasingly rarer and rarer, and the structures
people are fucking idiots.
Don't support that. Like, people don't have niggas' mamas don't even want to watch kids.
No, it's not that the mom doesn't want to watch the kids. Women don't like giving up that power to their mom. I literally talked to my great grandmother about this one. Welfare. She said when welfare hit, the girls would grab their babies and go to their own home and stop listening to what the fuck I'm telling them. They don't like their moms being the authority over them, just like they look at every woman as equal. You're not over me because you're older. They do that shit. So you have to check them at the door and give the grandma power and say, hey, baby, look, I'm saving $1,100 a month, not putting the boy in daycare, and my son can already read and he's only 2 years old.
Right.
So I give up power and I get 8 hours of sleep. And I still work 60 hours.
I want everybody to understand how important what Leon is saying is, right? Like he's really breaking down the parts that are not that glamorous that people he's saying all that power shit, all that super alpha shit that a lot of brothers was on because y'all getting that shit from white dudes. That's just not real and it will kill you.
Yeah.
And that's the realest shit.
It might be real, but it's gonna kill you.
No. Hey,
so
look, what do y'all think? Patriarchy. Yes. Oh, you still this is the thing. I'm still performing patriarchy. If my mom gets on my nerves, I won't post a picture on Facebook. I won't come over for a week. like, if
I
her
get you.
mom's getting on my nerves, right? I do shit like this. Her mom does. My mom she likes my son running free, and the only time she'll grab him if he's about to fall off something. So she just lets the kid run, do whatever he wants. Her mom likes him doing activities. She doesn't like him like playing crazy and being thrown up in the air. She's getting on my nerves. I sent her a video of me throwing my son in the fucking air. Like, and she'll go in full panic. And I know how to annoy each one of them. When the grandmas are around, I go away. And they have all authority over my son. If you want to braid his hair, how you want to dress him, whatever you want to feed him, I don't even question them on it.
And I get
Zero.
that. Yeah.
They're the supreme authority.
At your level, Leon, at the end, you might be able to keep a somewhat of a stasis. But like you even said, you have to like trade power to Black women for them to fucking actually cooperate.
Oh, but no, I'm scamming all of them though, because I am the authority. Like I said, my mom pisses me off.
No, I'm not saying you're not. It sounds like you actually do have a stasis of it, that you keep a balance, that you know what you was given to them in exchange for them to have like you said, get 8 hours of sleep, get as much you getting benefit for IR.
Exactly. Leon is playing the game. He understands trade-offs, and he's playing the game that's gonna give him a long life. And he don't have to be some alpha nigga that dies at fucking 55.
Wait, so like, how much does daycare cost, guys?
I don't know, some ungodly amount.
Exactly. Guess what? I don't have daycare, my guys. My mom is a lab scientist. I work for transportation, and I work at the hospital. Clearly, our combined income is higher than 130.
Got you, but what Compassion Town just said, you are one of the very, very few.
Yeah, it's a dangerous
but it's
game.
trade. It's trade. It's not dangerous.
No, I'm not saying it for you, bro. You might actually have a type of family. You got people. You said your grandparents live around the corner from each other.
No. Listen what I'm saying though. When you give power to the grandmas and you tell your woman the benefits, she'll put up with it for 8 hours of sleep. Then you're talking about they buy clothes, buy food, take my kid to the park while I'm sitting down playing Xbox.
I get it. It's trade-offs. And it makes sense. That makes sense for your benefit. But technically, like you said, your grandmas have power over your son. If they want to say some goofy shit to him or teach him some goofy shit, they have that agency. And I get it. For your life expectancy being longer but you might be able to balance this and have this come out good for your son and you. It's just not necessarily scalable. And this is why we don't have families and shit joined together now. If it required that both the grandmothers live around the corner from each other and they was amenable enough to take a certain amount of power and still listen, it's just a real it's a delicate balance, average Black.
Leon, they saying you won the lottery and then you used it to your further benefit yourself, and you over here thinking and trying to give us formulas and shit. That's what we're saying.
It still works with, but what I'm saying is, regardless, even if it's one grandparent, women want authority over their moms when it comes to their kids. And you don't even know how to approach the conversation other than telling her mom, she's in charge, I'm in charge. No, fuck all that. Tell the grandma, hey, do whatever you want with the kid. I trust you.
And then that's starting with the premise that the grandma is not a complete gynocratic nut job.
Exactly.
She can be. Y'all get shit wrong. Look. Parents are not the same as when they're grandparents, bro. They're not.
Gynocrats are the same their whole lives, bro.
No, they're not.
They don't get wiser and a better gynocrat. There's no such thing as a good gynocrat, Leon.
Check it out. I think you're being facetious. What I'm saying is, when you look at how grandmas and grandpas interact with their grandkids, it's not how they interact with their children.
I know that firsthand.
I've seen it with my niece. It's true. He's right.
But we talking about
totally
culture.
Fucking different.
We talking about Black culture and the shit we talk about in this space, like Black, like the I'm just saying, bro. Your situation is your situation, and it sounds like you balancing it very, very you fortunate. But in what we really, the culture, the Black American culture, and the women and grandmothers that we have at this point, the boomers are dying.
You're missing the point. You're missing the point, bro.
Okay, let me know the point.
Problem is the woman that you're with wanting to be equal to her mom and utilizing kids as power. Women literally say, I don't want my mom raising my kid because something she did to me when I was 15. And you say, hold on. Put some trust in what I'm saying. I want to go out with you Friday night and I want to do this Saturday. You drop the kid off, the kid comes back happy as hell, and you say, wait, hold on. And you give the kid back to the grandma. And the grandma might critique, the grandmas are going to critique the shit that their daughter does. And I'm saying, no, baby, I'm saying, baby, put up with that, right? I know that shit is fucking annoying, but do it, then go sleep 8 hours and tell me how the fuck you feel.
But that's not.
But if you let the woman make the decision, she's gonna say fuck her mom, bro. That's what they're gonna do.
But you saying by default it's better to just give power to the matriarch of the gyne. If you got a gynocratic girlfriend and her mother, why is it automatically better just to give the mother the power to try to so-called eliminate? This is like playing in that gynocracy female games.
No, it's you're trying to make it seem like this is what I'm saying. She thinks she's equal to her mom. I'm letting her know that she's not. And I'm gonna do it to the point that the mom likes me. I'm gonna play by the mom's rules when the child is in her home.
Bro, this sounds like convoluted gynocratic, shit we gotta navigate as men in the gynocracy. Yeah. We gotta try to, play these chess games.
Life is a chess game, but the whole point is if you have the ability to save money, get sleep, and you don't have this woman acting retarded, and you just utilize your resources, which is family first, regardless. I got 2 dads. I got a stepdad and a dad. Her mom is married.
Well, Leon, like I've heard you have this conversation. I've heard you have this conversation with BGS before. Basically, you're saying that you have a functional like gynocracy going on.
100%
by definition. Leon, wait. A functional gynocracy is not a gynocracy. It's a matriarchy.
Exactly.
Sorry, a functional matriarchy. My bad.
I'm a functional patriarchy. I'm a functional patriarchy because, like I said, I take my son from my mom when she pisses me the fuck off, and I won't post shit, and she'll start crying and being nice. Act appropriate, woman. Exactly. I tell my dad straight up. He be laughing. I say, I'm not gonna post anything on Facebook for a week or two. She's pissing me off. She comes back, hey, I'm all pissing. I was like, yeah, good. That's exactly what you're supposed to do. So it's not really a matriarchy. It's 100% patriarchy.
Let me ask you this, Leon. Do you think your mom knows that she's saving you all that money for babysitting?
Yes, nigga, I can literally show you my money that my mom sends to me, bro. I can.
No, so I'm saying. Do you think you can really hang that over her head? You think you really got that much power because she knows that you need her?
No, I don't. I need her to save it.
Your whole system is predicated on your grandmother's helping out a lot.
No, it is.
One of them say fuck the kid. What would you do?
I would put him in daycare.
Exactly, but your money would be fucked up then. You wouldn't be saving that $1,100.
Now you're spending money.
So she knows that.
Okay, let's break this down. I have a house that's worth $300,000. My mortgage is $1,100. Mm-hmm. Our combined income is $140,000 combined. Mm-hmm. I'm not losing sleep over daycare. That shit goes in the Vanguard and shit. I don't give no fucks.
No, but you said
$1,000 for me. It's beneficial because it's beneficial. The fact is,
you got like Uber Eats daycare. They dropping them off at 10 o'clock at night and shit. You got a lot of benefits more to even saving the money from that. And your mama, my point is, your mama knows the leverage, so you can only play that not putting her on Facebook shit so much. She can say, because if she actually say fuck my grandson, you would end up be begging.
No, I wouldn't beg for shit. I wouldn't beg for shit. That's what you would get fucked up.
Let me just say this.
At the end of the day, I run the shit. I live 5 minutes away from both of my jobs. My wife lives 5 minutes away from her hospital job. There's a daycare right there
But
in
it
my
would,
neighborhood.
but it would complicate. It would complicate shit.
No,
This is what I'm. Wait, y'all. Let me just get this out. All I'm saying is, I see where Leon is coming from.
I see where he's coming
from. And it worked. It's working. And I agree with everyone that's saying it works for him. He knows enough about the people that are important in what he has going on to play the game and to make it beneficial for him.
Exactly.
But everybody else is right on that's not scalable. Maybe more of us can maybe participate in that. Wait. Maybe more. Wait. Let me get this out. Maybe more of us can participate in that if we have our parents who live close enough, and a school that's close enough, and a mortgage that's cheap enough. Yes, but for most of us, that's not scalable.
That's not the
majority. In the way that you're not in the way you're doing it. Not even close. Yeah,
that's not the majority.
Y'all, it's scalable. It's scalable. The majority of people, their main issue, when you talk to women, they do not get along with their moms. I don't care if they consider that, bro. Okay, so you have to control that. So if it's in my control to force her to get along with her, I'll do it. And once you see the benefits, she'll pull back that level of aggression.
That's
like, I'm just saying, that's what it's centered around. That's what it's centered around.
We're not saying you're wrong. That is the way you should do it, and that's the only way, honestly, it's going to work. We're just saying, how foolproof is that? If it went the other way around, where Compassion Counts is asking you, say like it went left. Just say it went left for the sake of it going left. That's what we're saying.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a patriarchy. That's all I'm saying.
And the question I want to ask is like, how exactly can you force a woman to get along with her mom?
Because say they want
that's a good question.
Put it like this: say you don't have the falling out with your mom. Say she does.
Did y'all listen? Listen to what I'm saying. Let me tell you, most of these bitches are sleeping. Most people are sleeping 4 to 6 hours with kids. They don't got time.
Stop talking about Z without the kids.
Y'all be having zombie sex with your chick and wondering why the sex isn't good. The bitch hasn't slept. I get my mom to fold clothes, clean up. I have my own fucking personal white maid. Okay? Literally. That's what it breaks down to. Your woman used to breastfeed the white woman's child, fold their clothes, clean their house, and I got my mom doing that shit, and her mom doing that shit.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. But shit, I gotta go. My phone is on 7%.
All right. Can I have a question?
Go ahead.
What can you do if your woman doesn't want to cooperate with this plan? And this is after she either has your kids or married.
She can pay for it. Look, this is my thing. A woman cheats, so she's not gonna get mad. She just has to understand she has to pay for everything.
She doesn't want to pay for it.
She got to figure it out. I'm not gonna figure it out. That's how I figure it out. Like, bro, I'm a one-dimensional thing. It's this or I'm out. I don't negotiate with her.
Leon,
you don't negotiate with her? So your plan is to leave her then, right?
I said I don't negotiate with terrorists. I've never negotiated with terrorists, bro.
I understand that. So if she doesn't want to cooperate and she doesn't want to pay for it, your next plan is just leave her. No negotiation.
Exactly.
Okay. All right.
No, I'm not negotiating with nobody. I never negotiate.
All right.
But what about the kids? You willing to forego the kids? In that same scenario?
I think he dropped. I think Leon dropped. Yeah, but he did say his battery was at 7%.
Yeah, the reason why I bring up that question, is because I've seen this play out. Even for high earning men.
I've seen
right?
Yeah, we've seen that movie a million
times. Once you locked in.
No other men have men like we don't know anybody else that had this shit going on like you did.
And he sounds like he got several vectors where it can break bad. He got 3 women in a triangle. He trying to balance these bitches' emotions. That's a lot of different. That's a lot of cracks that could potentially break.
I just hate that shit. Like this. I just hate that talk. Like there's no possible way we don't owe no other niggas in real life that was on the same shit you was on.
Right.
Like there's no.
He got a very.
Like we ain't never seen this shit before.
He's got a specific situation that I think, and Andre funny as hell for the functional gynocracy shit. But
no. What I see is that he has one thing. It's called luck. I agree that works. Luck works.
Yeah,
I agree.
Exactly.
I've seen luck works. I've seen a guy get lucky and have a woman who just follows his protocol and she doesn't act out even after they're married and have kids. I know several guys like that, and I just say, "Oh, you're just lucky," because if she wanted to, she could immediately torpedo your situation, and what you could do about it.
The environment supports her.
At the end of the day, marriage is a 50% of marriage is failed, and last time I checked, 50% is still a failing grade.
Not only that, we're not even counting the separated.
Yeah.
Word. Or the sexless. What about the sexless? Those who are in marriage, but they're not. They're like we're roommates.
Or worse, they're separate. Or worse, they're still married and living in 2 totally different addresses right across the street.
I don't even understand what that means. I don't even know what you just said. I do not love. I know what Lions just said for real, but I'm just saying I don't even know what you just said. That sounds like a foreign language to me.
Yeah,
I said married and not having being roommates. You're not no sex marriages. What's up?
I had to ask that question because it was like you have to force this woman to like her mom. I'm like, how can you do that?
Yeah, good luck. That's a fucking minefield.
Especially if you live in the West. Like, how is that possible?
And I'll tell you how. I'll tell you how. Anime. Anyway, go ahead, yo.
Exactly. And that's why I think fundamentally black men got to start recognizing where like we put energy. We think it's our place. We think it's our job to do certain shit. Like we start from certain premises. Like, yeah, all right, I'm gonna make sure this dynamic between her and her mom works out. And no, like that's not the wheelhouse of men to be trying to fucking sue. Y'all supposed to be functional bitches when y'all come into these families.
Yeah, but listen.
Wait, y'all. Wait, everyone. Let's stop right. Let's stop right here. What compassionate? I gotta do the funny. I'm sorry. I gotta bring in the funny. Compassion just said functional bitches, and that shit. I don't know why that tickled me. That shit was hysterical. Y'all supposed to be some functional bitches when y'all walk in the door.
Listen,
who raised you Negroes? Go ahead.
How do I gotta work with you two to get along? When you two to watch a child when you two are acting like children.
How I'm supposed to compete in a free market capitalist society and I'm in this bitch doing fucking micro psychology with your mama?
Wait.
Fuck out of here.
I'm trying to solve
it's funny because it's true. Go ahead, yo.
No, I agree, right? That the model of the nuclear family that has been pervasive now is faulty and horrible. You should have extended family helping, etc. 100%. The issue is that I don't think women have ever been functional. Women have never been functional. You leverage society, religion, the community, their family against them. Against them to get them to behave. Right?
Yeah,
that's how they behave.
Is making a case for now. You understand why the Middle East and Islam functions the way it does.
Absolutely,
and Asia.
Exactly.
Asia,
society accepts that premise you just said that they're dysfunctional just out the fucking gate.
Absolutely. So our society, Western society, has taken off these strictures or these guide rails. We no longer shame. We no longer have community weighing in on people's lives. Do what that
Socrates, you're being way too nice. Rich white elite men leverage these hoes against the rest of us. Go ahead.
Sure. And so my question now ultimately is, what leverage do you have? She can leverage the state. She can leverage the kids. She can leverage the court system against you if you don't do what she says.
This is my answer to that question. In the case of the environment being as such that you just listed, legal support and so on, you obviously do not engage in legal marriage with this bitch, for one, because then you obviously expose yourself to her being she's out leverage you right once you sign that dotted line, because she has it all. She has incentive and support to fuck you over. So you don't engage in legal marriage with a Western woman in the first place. That's one. Two, as far as the kids, If you have kids with her, you have to be a ruthless enough motherfucker to be willing to forego on some fucking Omni-Man shit.
Or OJ, excuse me, my bad. Y'all go ahead.
Exactly. Yeah.
Really?
We're gonna say that.
Hold on. That sounds good in theory, but unless
no,
you like,
I'm serious. I'm serious as far as outlook on. I said it earlier. Guys are a little. I think this feminist culture has got us very maternal.
Yes. You're gonna have to be like Omni-Man. You are.
Yeah.
You are.
I need to know what you mean specifically. You mean like walk away from the kids? Like what do you mean by Omni-Man?
I mean, yes, it has to be. You have to be like a finger on the trigger type. You have to let it know it's part of the relationship dynamic that, bitch, if you play with my kids, I'm willing to fucking leave you, and you're gonna have to explain to my kids why they don't have a father.
Like, wait, hold on. So how is that going to stop her from getting child support from the court?
She can get child support. I'll just have to take that shit on the chin.
Hold on. Now
she won't get alimony, and then we didn't marry, so it's nothing else.
That's true, but child support based on the state that you in, it's a formula, and sometimes based on how much you earn, it can be quite devastating. Where you have men who are making six figures, who are living in their cars, right? Hold on, yeah.
Go ahead.
You know what would be worse? It would be child support plus alimony. But like, I just want to get this off like real quick because that.
But that's still not leverage. Like, so the leverage, leverage you have.
Okay, I get what you're saying, Socrates. But the alternative is also you're paying this bitch and you have access to the kid, but don't really have control or authority or access to your kids, and you're
going to be the same result either way.
No. What I'm saying is that you don't got no leverage, man. You really don't. You don't have any real leverage.
You got your agency. Yeah, you do.
You don't because you still have to pay. Hold on. I give you an example. So there was a man, right? He was a truck driver. He was making six figures, making good money. He gets him and his woman break up. He has to pay child support based on the formula. It's based on his earnings of that year. The trucking industry took a nosedive the following year. He still has to pay that amount, even if he's not making that much money.
No. But Socrates, I think you speedboating past. You assuming that it will automatically have to be a child support situation. What if you situated yourself in a position where y'all have 50-50 custody? What if you made it so she couldn't make the case? You supported the kid 50%. The kid went to your house 50% of the time. You took him to school 50%. Blah blah blah. You facilitated. You could avoid
all
child
that
support.
Matters.
And if you didn't,
all that goes into that formula too.
Exactly. If you know how
not being a bum ass nigga make a difference.
You have leverage to a certain extent. It's not just outright that the bitch could just, as far as child support, automatically just rape you out the gate. You can situate it if you're willing to make certain sacrifices. And like I said, just be more strategic. That's the only way to your question at the first point. What's the way? How do you move forward in that environment? You don't give.
Thank you for the super chat. L's active compassion. When you get a chance, read that for me, please.
Yeah, L's active is $4.99 or £4. Yeah. Bear Gill. What's up?
It seems that.
Wait, Socrates. Let him read that real quick.
My fault.
Go ahead.
Yeah. LS active £4. I think Bear Gills equals Bear Grylls. We saw the last time how women fared on the island alone, and that was without a bear.
Oh, okay, I get what he's saying. So he did a typo on his previous comment. I get what you're saying. Yeah. No, Bear Grylls. That was the show that Kevin used to reference all the time, where the women could not live just a group of women on the island.
They couldn't work together.
Yeah, they couldn't work together. Exactly. Mm-hmm.
A lot of back to the point though, like a lot of the shit that men suffer at the hands of women and the leverage they got is out of the hands of men. But some of the shit we play into by being ignorant and being a kind of passive, and like I said, a lot of black men I know are like, I will do anything for my kids. I'll die. And
let me add to what you're saying, compassionate, real quick, line. Also, adding on to that are egos.
Exactly.
She ain't gonna do that to me. You gotta put that pound game on. All these dumbass ideas that we have.
There's a reason why shout out to Roger said you have to be the ruthless nice guy.
Yeah, honestly. Yeah,
very easier said than done. Yes.
Yeah, you got to be willing to take the leverage and be willing to wield it. Like niggas be trying to be nice.
I like that.
About it.
I like that.
I've been trying to get this off real quick.
The virtue.
Let's do this. Let's go, Vince, and then Drake. Go ahead.
All right, that top is easy. Okay, cool.
I feel
tacos.
Fortunate. I feel fortunate that I did fall into this space, right? Because left to my own device, I might have been put in a trick bag, right? I think Rufus Nice Guy is important because I think some, it's like how y'all said about the reserves for men and stuff when it comes to like all this merit. Like, not, let me get my thoughts together real quick. It's like how y'all mentioned the reserves of men or whatever, like the blue pill men supposed to be reserved or something like that. Rufus Nice Guy. I don't know. I'm not. I don't know. I'm not trying to make a fool of what I'm trying to say, but all I'm trying to say is I think that's a good concept.
No, use your words, Vince.
It's very virtuous. Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah.
What's going on, guys?
Got you.
My bad.
It's my first time on YouTube, so if I'm a bit rusty, just give me a chance.
Yeah, it's all good. Ain't your turn though, fam.
So
yeah,
because for me,
so
that
that ruthless nice guy thing is a good concept.
Wait. Els, give me a second. We got a rotation. You're after you're gonna be after Dre. So Vince, wrap up, and then Dre, and then Els active.
All right. I'll wrap up like this. I'm happy I came across the concept of Ruthless Nice Guy because they also advocate agency. And a lot of, I think one cool thing with a lot of dudes, they don't know their agency. Sometimes I think when we talk about social roles, a lot of people don't know the roles that they play inside their own bullshit and their own agency to advocate for themselves and stuff like that. And I think it's also like it's I think it the tilting in the wrong way of social, all the social shit we got going on, shit like that. Sometimes there's some people interest for some people to not know the agency and stuff like that, and with that metastasized to also into relationships and decision making and shit like that. I don't know. I could go on the riff, and I'm not going to.
No, we get what you're saying, bro.
Okay, go ahead, Dre.
Yeah, basically.
Hello. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, basically, I was just reiterating what was said before, and also to what you just said now. I'm not sure if it was UZ or somebody else, but basically, like kind of like a big part of the problem is this male ego thing, and also
yeah.
And like because like what Leon was talking about, like I don't disagree that it's working for him. I think everybody on the panel could agree that it's just not scalable. But he was arguing that it was scalable, and it's not
for him. But that's
for some people in a way, but not
For him, it's scalable. For the overwhelming majority of men, no, it's not.
Yeah.
And Leon, I got love for Leon.
Not out to Leon, like him having that situation a lot, like he does. Like congratulations.
But I think
it's the same logic. Just maintain frame. Just alpha your way through any problems. Like I can
sense it in some. Sounds good. He admits that he has to give some. He compromises a little bit. Yeah. And he compromises in certain places. I'm sure he don't even like. He got to manage certain shit. So it's some cost. It's some give and take. I get he's
say what you was gonna say. Compassionate cost benefit analysis. Go ahead and say it.
And I think he's fine. It's working. Yeah, and I think he thinks that sales pitch sounds a lot better than it actually is. That's my own.
Yeah, because
but it's not bad though. If it's working for you, if it's working for you, and you're willing to trade off things, even if sometimes you got to grin and bear it. Pause. I don't like the way that phrase sounds. But yeah,
did it sound like because he wanted? I think he likes to think of it as a patriarchy. That he got this system. He's sitting at the top of it.
I've heard Leon kind of give the details of that. And it didn't sound bad, but when he couples it with this, it's kind of like I'm a little confused. I'm not gonna lie. So I know Leon's busy, and I'm gonna end out in a little bit, you guys. So, but next time I have a panel, I really want Leon to go into that. I'm gonna probably bring him up before everyone else, so that he could go into how he couples his individual patriarchy, which I think he's speaking to the larger matriarchy. So it's almost like I'm a patriarch in my home, although the larger Black community, and even the one I operate with my mother and my mother-in-law, is a part of the matriarchy. Go ahead.
If you're giving your mom. Like if you're giving your mom and your grandmother control, that's not a patriarchy. I'm sorry, and like
I don't know if it's control or perceived control. I think is it I'm allowing them enough space with my son to have them feel like they're in control. That way I can get sleep and not have stress.
Right.
And them feeling like they're in control feeds into their matriarchal ideas. And that allows me to once again have sleep and not be stressed.
But he also did say that, like, when I think it was Compassionate that was saying that, like, what if, like, the mom or the grandmother is a gynocrat and she's teaching the child bullshit?
Yeah.
doesn't
remember
matter.
that question. Yeah. I couldn't at the time. I couldn't get him to go into detail about that. I was preoccupied. But yeah, next time I have a live, I definitely have to have Leon kind of expound on that because I was a little confused on how you couple. Because I think that's what a lot of people try. I think we understand that as individual black men, you can't dispel the gynocracy by yourself. Even for the brothers that can't articulate this.
Yeah.
So you try to form this little patriarchal kind of bubble of you and whoever the hell you have around you, and like we just watch it like all of y'all was saying, like Leon was saying, everybody we watch this thing disintegrate in real time for uncles, for older cousins. We watch it. We see it.
I'm like, dude, you're not saying anything we haven't seen before. That's the one thing you're not taking into account. Like, you don't think we're all grown ass men with real lives and haven't seen best friends or even uncles or cousins or grandfathers go through the same shit and social proof. So you did.
Yep.
There's no possibility we ain't never seen this movie before.
Yeah, it's all built on a house of cards, though. Yeah, it's like,
we ain't never seen this shit before.
Hey, bro.
Like, shout out to you for having it on lock, but come on, dog. You're not fooling
I look, man. Yeah. I am one skeptical person when it comes to a lot of this stuff, and like listening, I'm like, yo, he gotta work it for him, but I don't trust it for me.
Yeah, I don't trust
the way my luck is built.
I would be annoyed as motherfucker because I would end up cursing them both. I'm like, listen, you two better grow the fuck up and get along.
Yeah,
see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna need you to grow the fuck up. That's how I would have done it.
Well, you really can't have it. I mean, honestly,
no way I gotta curse both y'all out. Y'all both acting like children to look after my child.
The reality is you can't have patriarchal power without leverage. Like, you have to have.
Oh yeah. I agree with that 100%. I agree with that 100%.
So that is what it is. If he don't have, in America, you don't have like automatic default leverage over your kids in terms of kids in relation to their mothers. So but maybe he has leverage over the household he's providing. I mean, he got leverage in
possibly.
Cases. Yeah,
no, I think so. I think so. And I think you can use everything for leverage, from your looks to your finances to your standing in the society, your profession, all of it. Yeah. No, I agree with that.
And then, but patriarchal power, like you were just saying, I think somebody was just saying, like, you got to be able to say, you got to have like overt leverage, like, hey, you two bitches better get along. I'm saying.
Yeah, that was lying. Yes, that was lying. That was lying. Yeah.
You two better get the fuck along. Right. I'm pulling the plug on all this shit.
But what consequences can you really enforce?
Well,
it depends on how invested are your parents and her parents in seeing their grandson.
Yeah,
there go right there.
And
now, here's the thing. Now, the thing about that though is if say it goes left and they be like, fuck it, I don't need to see him then. All right, fine. Don't ask for jack shit.
Right. Yep.
No, when he's graduating, don't call me.
Yeah.
Go.
And like, I don't know, and that would be like y'all would be like a standoff. Whose bluff would get called first?
Yes.
That's what.
Like, take this in real quick, because
and by the way, we gotta get L's active after this. Go ahead.
Yeah, there was a conversation being had. It was BGS and Art. They were talking about like the Nation of Islam, talking about like it's a patriarchal religion and culture.
Right.
But the thing is, like, what ended up happening in that conversation is like, what happens when the woman just decides to leave the Nation of Islam? Right now, then what's your
patriarchy worth? Right.
Yeah, it's gone. Now she could just run to the court and you're done for it.
And you're not in the patriarchy if your woman got some passive ass leverage that she can just initiate at any point, even if she's so-called cooperating one day. That's not patriarchy. Like, we already know, patriarchy is systematic. It got to be at like several levels of support men would have. It's the opposite of what we actually have now. Women got hella levels of support behind them. So you're fucked either way. So like I said, you can't go into if you dumb enough to sign legal documentation with a motherfucker that already has leverage over you, and you hoping out the kindness of their heart they don't use it, then you a nice ass nigga. And nigga be nice as hell.
And Ike Turner says,
even before you sign that contract, there's always the punk ass Me Too movement.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. Shit, that's
you ain't got to sign the contract these days.
Yeah.
Hey, if it go back, man, I don't even want to incriminate myself. I'm not even gonna say it. But yeah, man, I'm not even gonna go ahead, Els.
You going on the run? You going to Mexico?
Yeah. Hey, bro. My lady already know what, man. My lady got hands though, so my lady got hands. So I'm gonna have to eat some punches if ever it go left. I'm gonna
one
eat some
thing I
punches.
recognize, like, just
I'm gonna be in that airport
experience,
with a black eye. That's for
like
sure.
a lot of my guys, they got shorties and shit, and I see them get drunk.
Bruised
One thing I
ribs,
can already
missing a
see is
couple teeth.
you got to make it clear to your woman that your kid won't be used against you. A lot of guys don't do that. A lot of black men got a complex of trying to be the best father they possibly ever could because, you know, we was always the worst fathers. So they trying to prove this shit and kind of thinking that's endearing them to the mother, but it's really just giving her okay, bitch ass nigga. If you ever play with me, right?
She'll use that promise that you made against you.
Precisely. You're not endearing yourself. So that's why, and it's hard for guys to accept that. They love their kids. I understand it.
Yeah,
like, I understand it, but it's clearly been used. It's being currently used against black men every day. Like
Corey Holcomb said, "Don't worry, I'll just talk to him when they're 18."
Yeah, bro. And maybe you can, and I get it. Maybe deep down you bullshit, but you got to be willing to tell a woman that at least.
You sometimes you got to make it there. I mean, you got it. Hey, listen, you just got it. Yo, where's the Omni-Man mean? What's 17 more years?
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
I can make another kid. I can start over.
Because the alternative of trying to be dad of the year and I'll die for you and I'm fighting for my kids by any means necessary, that's not necessarily giving you.
Alexa, play Jodeci Cry for you, please.
Exactly.
For real,
Fantastic speaks to that shit all the time, playing with motherfuckers' kids out of spite.
Yeah,
bro.
I mean, come
like
on.
we don't see that shit too, like with other friends and other. I got a best friend of mine. He's going through that bullshit. Went and remarried, old baby mama on that bullshit. Ain't seen or heard from his kids in like 3-4 months.
And then the crazy part
Nope,
is,
not
I see the end result of that. The kids wind up not even fucking with you.
Yeah,
After all that dedication
because of that
and
bullshit.
Shit, right. So it don't
she
even
implanted all that bullshit in the kids'
Exactly.
mind.
You don't even end up getting the kid. So I don't see what I mean, like I said, it's you got a little bit of ruthlessness has to be really on the table in this environment for real.
You have to.
Tonight on Channel 7 News, city worker on the run after.
Yeah,
that
like,
got to be on the table.
Said then done, but I'm like, it comes down to what is necessary.
Yeah,
I'm telling you. But let me let Els Active go. What's going on, Els?
What's going on, man? I've been listening in the background for a while, man. I'm honestly honored to be amongst you guys. I do think all of you on the right side of history, you know. So yeah, I don't want to jump on that brother about his situation and how he's formulated these things. But what I want to emphasize is that we choose the way we want to run our families. You know, because if
who's got a baby in the background?
Baby, somebody got the baby.
That's not me.
Go ahead.
And I would.
Somebody's got a toddler running around.
My
in the background.
proposal was that we actually take custody of the kids, because if you take custody of the kids, then you have the power.
Hey, that's the first step to patriarchy. I agree with this.
You know, because I would actually submit that no one. I'm not going to enforce it on you guys, but I'm not going to have kids unless the woman is going to agree that she's going to sign over custody and probably have that in writing before the kid drops.
Nah, but but I hear you, bro. But in America,
whoa. What country you in, bro? What country you in?
He's in the UK, right?
I'm finna let them know. In America, the women by law, by common law, it's actually codified. Women get priority status as far as custody.
Default. Yep.
Exactly. They changed that shit in like the 1800s. So you out the gate are fucked by law. The state owns the kid first, and then the state gives the custody of to the woman by default, unless you prove she's a crackhead or
does that also apply if you go out of the country and bring the kid back?
All right.
And here's the trick bag.
Wait, y'all. We cut off Els, and this is his first time up. Let's let Els go, and then I know Black Socrates was trying to go. I know AL is still up here, so we got to let AL get his talk in. So let's go. Els Active, then Black Socrates, then AL. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it might be a little bit different in the UK, but I'm sure it's possible over here. But possibly for you guys, could you not go overseas for the ones that can? Get a child from overseas and bring that child back? Are you still held to the woman from overseas, or do you not have full authority over the kid?
Let me answer that question for you. According to the law in America, any child that an American has is by default an American, and therefore under American law jurisprudence and jurisdiction. Therefore, if you have sex with a woman overseas, she can go to an American embassy and run the same exact laws that you would have if you were
Yep, bingo. Children's Infants Act of like 1807 or
interesting,
If
some
the
shit.
glove don't fit, anyway, go ahead, yo.
I actually did check it for the UK, and they can't. Over here, they can't actually. No one from abroad can come to the UK and
No, but actually, I
enforce
think
laws.
is it not the same law in UK that you got your women in the
Well,
UK have default custody, don't they?
Yeah,
Yeah,
actually,
they have default custody if you don't follow certain procedures, like if you don't sign the birth certificate, if she goes to court and you're not there, then that's when she's assigned default custody. But a lot of the times you do have
So
to
in the
fight
UK
for
it's
50-50.
not common. So in the UK it's not common for guys to like be fighting in family court and still lose custody.
No, it's very common. It's very common because a
So
lot of guys don't turn up.
well, that's I think that's a misconception, bro. Because there's a misconception here.
No,
Like we thought the same thing.
I've got
like
quite a
actually,
few.
Dr.
Let's do this. Let's do this, y'all. Els, hurry up and wrap up, and then we'll have Dre for a second or two because I gotta get AL in. Go ahead, yo.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to suggest ways that we could take power back because at this current situation, if we continue, we're gonna just fall to shit. So I'm not saying that I've got the answer, but it's good that we're having conversations on how we can actually formulate our families where we have the power.
In this space, we basically come to the conclusion that the primary solution is policy. We got to start attacking at the law, at policy level, because that's what we're essentially establishing. It's already codified laws that are against not in our benefit. So we can't really be fighting at the family level, at the relationship level with all these fucking laws, disenfranchising us out the gate. So it's like we got to start there. Like even in the UK, y'all should probably try to look into what a default 50-50 across the board type thing. And that's because we don't have that currently. It's state by state in America. But
what I wanted to say is actually Dr. GG, he did a stream about this, and like he was talking about like where all this stuff started from, and actually the Custody of Infants Act started in the UK in the first place.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's a fact.
It's like saying that like what can be done elsewhere when y'all are the ones that started this shit.
No, we did. I'm not actually like a white person that started it with them, but I can understand.
No, we definitely understand what you're saying. I ain't assuming you was white.
That's all I got to say.
Okay. Ayo, what's going on?
One more thing to add.
Okay, go ahead.
So, last week he was talking about that bitches are gonna survive, right? No matter what, they're gonna 80% of women survived and 20% or whatever men had. But isn't that not going to be the case into the future? Because they've already predicted that 51% of women are going to be single and childless by 30. And at that point, you're not going to be able to have so many children. So in this situation, it's already kind of like solidified that 80% isn't going to make it.
I don't know if it's going to be 80% not going to make it. I'll say this. Because I know what you're. At least I think I know what you're getting at. So what's going to be? I think younger Xers and younger. So younger Xers, millennials, Gen Z. I think we are going to be the test bed of what happens when you have a significant amount of young people that never got married and definitely never had children. Okay, not even just the marriage part. The never have the children that you then lean on when you start to get into your elder years, right? And that's going to be the real interesting thing. I think social scientists are going to be studying when we're in our 60s and 70s.
It's going to be universal basic income. It's got to be.
Because there's no other way
no society in history ever had that happen.
You see what I'm saying? So you're slowing. Number one, you as a physical being, you're slowing down, right? You're reaching your golden years. Number one. Number two, you didn't have children to lean on and you didn't get married. You didn't have a spouse. Okay, number two. Number three, less of a population to bolster up all the social programs that help the elderly across the West and pretty much any developing country for the most part. So I agree with Compassionate where there's going to have to be some type of economic program designed for people, elderly people, that's going to be us as we get into our 60s and 70s and 80s to survive, because you're just not going to have enough unless they're going to warehouse you or just find a way of killing you without saying they did it. But right, finds a way of deleting you without saying they did it. But yeah, other than that, I really don't see I don't see it, and I don't see that. Go ahead.
Also, what you predicted, that some girls are going to be like, oh shit, and that's when I think like the power will start to transfer back to men. Where
but that's only one generation or two, right?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Like that's something that we literally watched it. Go ahead.
Z, what civilization did turned around when the women realized they went too far and said, oh shit, and corrected course? Because I don't even know it. I don't think that's ever happened.
But this is the first civilization that's had this amount of childless women. So
I don't think that's going to happen, because at the end of the day, the women don't care as long as they got their autonomy. They don't care.
And even if they did,
unless they're forced.
And even if they did, that turnaround would meet an appropriate turnaround would be you getting back in a time machine, learning some skills from your parents,
exactly,
and having a couple of kids. So just in case, okay, fine, it fails with your ex-husband, right? It fails with your husband, and then you use the kids to kind of float on until you pass away. That's what would be making up for it. But clearly, we don't have time machines, so I don't know, right? So,
but this is where we dictate what we want from them. No, because
go ahead, and then we gotta get go ahead, and then you spin.
Fair enough, we don't have a time machine, but we can now start, even how nonsensical they may be, we can start laying down the standards we want from them. So they might not be able to do it, but that's where competition comes in, and sooner or later, it's gonna be.
Let me give you one. How old are you, if you don't mind?
33.
Okay, 33. Okay. Where we are now, for pretty much women my age, your age, I'm a few years older than you. For women our age, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not even really focused on them like that. It's the little girls. They're done. If pretty much anything that's not fixed by 25, you can give them 30 just to see if they'll get it together. But by 30, it's done dealio. It's done. It's done.
Right? I'm not speaking for the old women. I'm talking about the generations after.
I agree with you then. I agree.
For myself, you know, we're obviously going to.
Yeah, I agree with you then.
Of what's coming. But
I got
to say. Thanks for letting me.
And thank you for coming up. You know, I see you active in the. Talking about L's active. I see you active in the comments. But so thank you for coming up. But I agree with you that. If we're talking about anything over 30, then that's a yawn, right? So, but anything under the age of 30, and really over the age of 25. But I'm with Raj, and at least giving them 5 years emergency in case of break glass, behavior modification. But anything short of that, right? So yeah. AL, what's going on, bro? Damn, AL left. He was trying to say something earlier, but there we go.
I'm here. I've just been laying back in the weeds because all I keep hearing is a whole bunch of habitual line steppers just stepping over one another like it's cute. I mean, it's hard to understand where y'all coming from. All y'all, I'm chastising all y'all right now. Y'all got great points, but y'all just love overstepping one another. So shit, it sounds muddy.
Look at the Xer lecturing us. Listen to the goddamn older Xer. See, you got elder privilege in here right now anyway, but look at you just Xing your way all through the damn comments. Look at you. Go ahead.
I mean, so y'all continue with this. I'm trying to learn as much as I can, and I'm paying attention, and I'm listening to comprehend, not listening to answer. But when you do it, gentlemen, one at a time, and if you do have the urge to want to interrupt and rebuttal over somebody, please say, may I interject? Try that. It works. We all are men. We know how to use this language, this etymon. Let's try it. But I digress. Continue.
Look, well, we all got quiet. Go ahead.
Nah. If that was based on me, I apologize if I was being rude.
No. It's not you. It's all of us. It's all of us.
Glad you.
No, we all got hit by that.
But I mean, my thing about it, I get tired of hearing that by what's his name. All these women will be single. I'm like, don't mean they'll be attractive.
It's funny because it's true.
Average woman weighs 170 pounds, and that's where they at right now. You think I'm gonna care what they look like in another 5 years from now? They look like shit now. It's a fucking aquarium out here. You really think they're gonna care when they have autonomy to be fat and old and disrespectful?
Facts. No. They can't even get it together now, let alone when they're old.
Yeah, they don't want to get it together now.
it's gonna get worse as it progresses. We all know that. So just buckle up and grin and bear it, because it's coming.
Watch this. But Lion doesn't remember me asking this question before. But AL, how do women look now around your age in their mid 50s and early 50s?
Do you really want the answer to that? Do you really want the answer? Because
I asked it because I really want to know the answer.
I'm here to break faces. I'm here to break faces and hurt hearts. It's sad. It's pathetic, and it's pitiful. Man, you could literally take a paint scraper to try. You know how you scrape paint off the walls to try to get this shit. They 3-4 layers caked up. They go to bed with this shit on, dude. They keep this. They keep these wigs and shit in their hair. And if you actually get a chance to look underneath that shit, you'll see how matted up it is. They really are dealing with a ceiling complex internally, but they're actually letting it out externally, you know, and they're covering it up with the clown outfits, the clown makeup, the clown wigs and whatnot. But if you could just be a fly on the wall when their day is done and watch them taking this shit off, it'll repulse you. So no.
You see what Trell said in the comments, right?
Damn.
Trell killing me right now.
I'm saying though, I get tired of hearing that all these women will be single and childless. I'm like, man, don't mean they'll be attractive. All these available women now, they not all that attractive. All these cats.
The social scientists ain't even considering that. The people that's forecasting, the forecasters, whatever you want to call these people, they're not considering none of that. For them, it's the tax base, it's the pay. Look, man, we already know how catastrophic this is gonna be. I think they're gonna catch us desperate on the back end, right? Like they think they're gonna, and I'm like, I'm using people like AL as a testament to be like, AL don't sound too desperate. Like I don't know. You're right. I think they're gonna think
they sound like they're doing all right.
You see what I'm saying? I'm like, I don't see them sounding too desperate. I don't see the especially the black men I know that got their finances together and whatnot, and they could still pay for some fun if they want to. Yeah, they don't sound too desperate. They don't sound like people that's out here broken hearted and lonely and stuff. So I don't know.
Z, I have a confession. I'm secretly studying under the monk leadership of the master educator BGS, aka Boss. And if it keeps going like it's going, I'm gonna be right there behind him. But don't tell nobody. Cause
okay.
Hey. Can not have sex for the longest. I'd rather not, but I think they will be surprised on how much men would rather not deal with their crap. And as a matter of fact, you kind of see it now when they're surprised that, wait a minute, these Negroes ain't really walking up. They're not asking us on dates no more. They're not trying to court us no more. They're not even trying to pipe anymore. Yeah, y'all are that insufferable. Have you ever considered? Right. So yeah, but y'all go ahead.
Because just like the opportunities open up for women, the opportunities open up for men too.
And you could bide your time and make sure you get your life together when you're younger. You still have to have those experiences, but you definitely can put yourself together while you're younger as a man. Make sure you have your physique on point, and then on the other side of that, like we were saying about leverage, use your status, use your money as leverage, and that doesn't mean you're gonna throw your wallet down at the table when you walk up to a woman, but it does mean that she will be able to smell that success on you.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, the nonchalant is just the nonchalantness. And that's the thing I keep saying about those conversations with Scott Galloway. And I'm like, all this talk, I'm like, but y'all not even factoring men's nature. And that's why y'all having the problem y'all having now, why y'all having this conversation. Because y'all keep talking about the women and what they want and all their bullshit, but you never factor in men's nature, which is why you're having this conversation right now.
I will say I think that's a Trojan horse on Scott Galloway's part. Yeah, my bad, y'all, because my boy over here, he got a modified F-250, and so he uses any opportunity to to roll coal, right? Right? Yeah, turbo diesel. But yeah, so I think Scott Galloway does that on purpose. I think it's a marketing ploy because he understands that you have to frame things with a feminist lens, and so he does that on purpose. I don't know how much he buys into um, realistically framing everything like, well, this could benefit women this way, and that's why we should do it. I think he realizes that's the way he has to frame it, but I don't think he actually believes in that. But that's just my opinion on that one. So but based off of the interviews I've seen, I do think that he thinks some of the stuff that Andrew Tate and them do, is sexist. But outside of that, I think he frames these things in ways that would be beneficial for women because he understands that's the lens at which you have to speak now. You have to speak from a feminist, kind of, sort of intersectional lens, although he doesn't go too far into that often. But yeah. So I understand why he does it, or at least I think I do.
Yo, Z, could you please highlight No News Podcast?
Give me one second. Where's that? I know I'm not the only one, but have y'all had some of your family members try to hook up with old Keishas?
Bro,
Man.
You have no fucking idea. You have no idea. I swear to God. Don't never go to your family trying to get a link up.
Oh, they tried. Oh, hold. See, I said I missed a very important word here. I said hook up with old Keishas, as if one of your uncles and stuff is trying to hook up with an older black woman. No. You said hook you up with an old Keisha. Oh boy, man, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Disaster.
I'll give Anton this. That step crash dummy, absolutely not. I love that phrase. I'll give Anton that. That's a dope ass phrase. I will not be no step crash dummy for no old chick that messed up every other opportunity, so she got to come younger. Nope.
Absolutely not. And didn't even have the fucking common courtesy to go to the fucking gym.
Absolutely. You already know that's not a thing. You know that's not a thing, because that would and let's call a thing a thing. It's not a thing because black women in specific don't think you're deserving of that. They say that black women simply don't feel like black men are deserving of that. Right? And I wish they would just grow a pair of ovaries and say it.
Okay, cool. Then don't start bitching when he goes and marries a light-skinned female.
Uh-oh.
Or someone who work out.
Like, don't get mad. Then don't get mad when you see that dude out with a white chick on prom night.
Yeah. A fit one, and that's why they like to frame these things like black men will do anything for an overweight white woman. And it's like, no, let's be very clear. The Negroes that was going to be with an overweight sister, he's the one with the overweight white woman. The brothers that could pull them an average looking sister, if he's with a white woman, he's probably with an average looking white woman. And the brothers that could pull, right?
Yeah.
Let me see. Give me a second, y'all. There we go.
No, that's y'all with them dusty ass
Brads. Yeah.
He really ain't Brad. His name is Patrick.
Hey, I said this to y'all, right? So I was checking out my little flicks for Anyway, for those of you that understand what Mr. Z is saying, y'all understand what Mr. Z is saying. And I went down a very disgusting rabbit hole going down what Line is saying, which is like, you see some okay looking sisters, and she's literally shout out to Black Uru, get rotted out by when I say frumpy gut, and this is like homemade stuff, y'all. This is not even professional stuff, so you know it's real. And it's like, wait a minute, bro. Homegirl, are you in a whole relationship with this dude? Right? Like, yo, in this, it's a thing. And like, but first of all, pretty much destroyed my session. Anyway, wanted to throw up, and I'm done. Anyway, so, but yeah, no, exactly what Line is saying. There are far more black women than I think the black community would like to admit that are okay with frumpy, ugly, old white dudes. And I think we just have an issue admitting it.
But to be fair, it's not. I mean, yes, it is black women. Yes, a lot of black women, but it's not even just black women. It's all the all races out with these frumpy, weird looking
airwalks
wearing, airwalks wearing like skimped up cargo shorts, having tight t-shirt, look like it's 5 years old. haircut all fucked up.
Hey, you know how you write, Lion? There's a Asian female comedian, and she even made fun of Asian women for that. She was like, sometimes I see these gorgeous Asian women with these gorgeous white men, and then there's other times, and like I knew that's what she really wanted to say. And she says, there's other times when I see these Asian women, and I'm like, okay, I know our eyes are small, but goddamn, can't you see? And I'm not gonna lie to you, I died laughing. But it's like, bro, even the Asian woman calling y'all out for this freaking frumpy white dude. But once again, we already know what white men mean to these women in our society.
Yeah, we know
that's why I am a firm believer in, bro. You ain't no reach back. Shout out to Accountable Commentary. If you over there with Brad, you can stay over there.
And
I'm really about that.
Irony, but the irony of all that shit is, with the white man in spirit, they're pretty much telling you majority of them don't got it like that.
Say that. Say that.
Because they really had it like that. Why the fuck is Pearl so huge? Why is Fresh and Fit so huge? The majority of their subs are white dudes. Whatever podcast. Between those three, it's 3 million. It's at least 3. Yo, that's at least like, there's got to be damn near 1.5 million white dudes.
Let me say this. Let's say this. Lion, you know where you're messing up? You're trying to and be and count. You literally were trying to count the subs. Yeah. You were trying to be logical, make sense, and count, and your problem therein lies. There lies right there. Stop counting, sir. This is about their goddamn thing, sir.
Damn it! Hold on, man. Repeat that, Z. You were Borgin. See?
Oh, I was Borgin. God. Of course. Yeah, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we got you. I caught some. Repeat that though. I caught some of what you're saying.
Okay. Now my apologies, y'all. I was going on a road that I don't usually go on, but they have like these detours around the, because y'all know it was a reckless stream this whole time. But yeah, so anyway, no, what I'm saying is you're trying to make sense. You're trying to be logical. You're actually counting. You literally put out a number out there, and that's the problem because these women don't care nothing about that. They saw 1 or 2 black women where this thing works out, and that's what it is, and which means it's possible, and that's all that matters.
I know it's possible. I know they still, even though they grown up, they still believing in Disney.
Yes,
damn Disney.
And Roger says that you have to be held responsible for what you believe in, and I agree with that.
Yeah, I like that.
I agree with that 1,000,000%.
Yeah, I really do.
Because we have a tendency, and even I had to get over this, which is like to explain it. I put the framing around it, and then I say and there's a reason for that. I admit, okay, fine, ladies, you're right. The society, the propaganda, materialism, and consumerism was sold to you since you was a kid. Absolutely, 100%. Everything you just said, yes, 100%. I agree with you. I could actually maybe say it better than you can. Guess what? And
so I don't see y'all doing much of this. I don't see y'all doing much to disband it either.
Thank you. Are y'all going up to Congress and telling them to put more checks and balances on advertising the kids on TV? No. Are y'all trying to cut out some of these weird ass propaganda? Y'all going at rappers for their opulent lifestyles they be portraying on social media that they don't actually live? No. I don't see y'all doing none of that. So miss me with it's the lifestyle and I can't help it. And nope.
Y'all too busy bitching trying to get into the parties.
Say that and being mad as hell if you're not let in. Imagine, wait a minute, y'all. Train tracks. Imagine. You know what country we live in. You know what city you live in. You know what club that is. And you still feel a certain way. And understandable that they don't let your black ass into the club, right? Especially if you're a darker skinned sister. They don't let you into the club. And now you feel a certain way that America is reminding you who the hell it thinks you are. And you're trying to do what? Force them to let you into the club?
Not gonna work.
It doesn't work. It hasn't worked.
You're not getting past that. You're not getting past that looks matter, baby. You're not getting
past that. At all. And the only way to fight this is with, wait a minute, black people, not just black women talking about desirability, black people putting black women there. Wait a minute, Z, you still said that wrong. Black men putting black women there with the help of black women.
Honestly, it's bad.
Really hard to do that when you're trying to shame us. Go ahead.
It's bad when Asian men don't want y'all. There's a video that somebody posted in Discord, and this Asian man pretty much It sounds like a doomer video he was doing because he was talking doing the comparison about how least desired they are or whatever. And I think there's probably a black chick that said like was kind of suggesting maybe black women and Asian men could get together, and Asian men were like about that.
Asian men are, to me, like, I don't think black women really understand how anti-black the Asian community is, particularly Asian men.
Yeah.
Let me explain to black women what Asian men just said. I'm not going to be associated with another loser. What the hell?
But here's the thing. That's how deep the thread went, because there's a comment thread, and dudes was like, yeah, they're also the leasters. I'm like, they would be fine if they would shut. Like some dudes were saying, like I would probably take them off if they knew how to shut up.
And once again, that's another stereotype that black women can't shake, because these people don't really appreciate how much people are watching you.
Yeah,
people are watching you. People are making assessments of the whole group because of our behavior or misbehavior. And yes, it's not fair. And yes, negative stereotypes, they're using the lens of a negative stereotype to view you through in the first place. You're absolutely right. To all the black people, black women not saying it, that you're absolutely right. And y'all still don't make y'all case. Right. And I'm not go ahead.
Nah, but like my thing about that is they'll say that bullshit. Well, that's on social media. That's not real life. To which I say bullshit. I see y'all out here playing right into the stereotypes that y'all portray on social media. So no, you can't play that card. Yeah, y'all out here really acting like that. Yes, y'all are. Knock it off.
And I'm not about telling people you can't experience the range of emotions, including anger, including being snarky or whatever. Maybe even a day or two of you just being straight up an asshole and being mean. You're a real human being. Understandable. What I'm saying is, when you know that there's this negative stereotype that people are going to place on you anyway, and you decide not to do things to kind of, like we were saying before, leverage against that puts you in a compromising position more so than you were already in, right? And I think black people are already in a compromising position, because what people end up doing, because they already have all these negative stereotypes about you, is they put you in a position where they can be a-holes to you, and if you respond in kind, now you are the negative stereotype. I understand, black women. I get it.
And the thing
but y'all still be being assholes, though.
I mean, just saying. At the end of the day, but here's the thing: black men can like attest to the stereotypes we are, and we can admit some things are true and some things are not. But at least we can admit it.
Yeah. No, I think black women can admit it. They'll just try to explain it away.
Oh no! They're trying to explain it away, trying to rationalize. Like, you see why we have to be this way? Shut up.
The social, political, and like I get it, but once again, it sounds like excuses, and that's not even really up for me as a black man. Like you really have to convince white people. This is the thing for me. If black women are saying that black men are horrible, black men are the worst husbands, worst boyfriends, worst babies' fathers, just the worst, absolute worst. We're not even really men. We're kind of like these. We have male bodies, but we're really women in males' bodies. Fine, I'll take all of it. Convince the non-black men to marry you then.
Yep.
Fine, all of those negative stereotypes. All right, you're right. And now what?
Why aren't other men jumping over us to marry you?
There you go. Black men are incapable and they're inept. You're right.
Cool.
Okay.
That's how.
Whenever you put that situation online or even in person, now we got to end. Now we're in a situation with black women, because all of a sudden those same white guys. What did homegirl say? I could pick a white guy. I could pick a Latino guy. I could pick an Asian guy. Yeah, all that sounds nice, but then when I tell you, then why aren't y'all married to them? Now what?
When we put that data on you.
Well, they're going to try to respond back with, because we're too loyal to black men. That's really the crutch that they fall onto, right? That's the
get the fuck out of here. Because at the end of the day, all these other all non-black men are still like iffy or against the same. Because at the end of the day, no matter what like race you are, it's the same marriage contract.
Yes,
it's the same contract, and all men as a whole are not feeling it at all. Regardless of race.
And black men just happen to be the ones that's leading, because, well, our women are just a different breed. But yeah, no, what you're saying is true, and I think That's why this society is trying to find ways of shaming men back into some type of social contract that benefits women. Because what it's seeing is that, yeah, the men are saying, yeah, how about not? And the women keep on claiming that they can handle it. And then we look at, eviction rates and mortality rates for women in general and all of this other stuff, and it's going downwards. Well, going downwards for life expectancy, going upwards for eviction. Yeah. Right? So, yeah, it's not a good look. It's not a good look.
Not at all.
But yeah, y'all, so, I covered the things I covered today, but it was just a weekly wrap up.
For true. Thanks for having me up, man.
Princella thing, I definitely thought we had to, definitely line. I definitely thought we had to speak on that because of the macro implications. Same thing with the Drake and Kendrick thing. I like the beef, just for what it is on the surface, but also I think it has macro implications depending on who you support, why you support them, and why there's a backing of one over the other far more. I won't say that, Kendrick may not have, certain endorsement deals or whatever the hell. Not endorsement, I guess he's a rapper, so it wouldn't be endorsement like a sports star, but promo deals and whatnot. But it's not what Mr. Aubrey has going on. And you have to ask yourself why. So I saw a new what he said, kind of, interesting take. I'm listening to a bunch of people and their takes. Some of our Drake, right? As I said, I don't think Drake's going anywhere. Number one. Number two, I think that he has a lane that's important. But so does Kendrick. I think what we're witnessing also though is, who gets to, well, we already know that, who gets to define what's black and who does it benefit? Once again, who gets to define what's black and then who does it benefit? Right? So on that note, y'all, we will pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Y'all have a great rest of y'all day. And Mr. Z out. All right, y'all.
Cool.